Thank you, Chair. We're now live on YouTube. When you're ready, would you like to start the meeting? You're on mute at the moment, Chair.
That's me. Good morning and welcome to East Devon District Council's Virtual Planning Committee on Tuesday, the 14th of June, 2022. I'm your Chair, Councillor Eileen Rand. Based on a decision of the Council to continue virtual meetings until the 31st of October this year, I would like to remind both members and public attending or watching that this Council has delegated much of its decision-taking power to our senior officers. We will continue to adhere as closely as possible to the procedural rules detailed in our Constitution. In the event of a break in the internet connection, please bear with us as we try to reconnect. After 15 minutes, if we are not able to reconnect, we will consider the meeting adjourned and reconvene at a later date. If you wish to comment, please raise your electronic hand and wait to be called. Any members of the public can view the agenda by visiting our website at www.eastdevon.gov.uk. And I'd like to welcome Councillor Eleanor Rylance to the committee. Welcome to the committee, Councillor Rylance. I don't see you here because I've got all the members up, but I'm assuming you're here, so you're very welcome. I'm sure you'll find it very interesting. Before I start the meeting, in the absence of Vice Chair, Councillor Chamberlain, I would like to appoint Councillor Ollie Davey as Vice Chair. If members are in agreement, please can you use your green voting button, red crosses if you're against, or raise your electronic hand if abstaining.
So votes are just coming in. So at the moment, we have 7 votes in support, no votes against, and no abstentions.
Okay, then thank you, Councillor Davey, for accepting the request to be Vice Chair for this meeting. We'll start a roll call of committee members here present, please, Wendy.
Thank you. I'll do this in alphabetical order. So Councillor Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Present, thank you.
Councillor De Salem.
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzard.
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Councillor Howe.
Present.
Councillor Key. No. Councillor Lawrence.
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Councillor Pratt.
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Councillor Rylance.
Present.
Councillor Skinner.
Present.
Councillor Woodward.
Present, thank you.
And finally, Councillor Ragg.
Yeah, present.
Thank you. I can confirm we're quorate for today's meeting.
Thank you, Wendy. Right, agenda item 1. The running order for today's meeting and the speakers list can be viewed under agenda item 1 on pages 5 to 7. Agenda item 2, minutes of the consultative meeting held on the 13th of April and 27th of April this year, pages 8 to 15. If anyone has a comment on these minutes, please raise your electronic hand. If there are no raised hands, I will take this as an indication that you are happy that the minutes are noted. I see no raised hands, so those minutes are noted, Wendy. Agenda item 3, apologies.
Yes, we've got 4 apologies. Councillor Bloxham, Councillor Chamberlain, Councillor Coleman and Councillor Pook.
Thank you, Wendy. Agenda item 4, declarations of interest. Wendy, do you want to
Yes. Okay. So members, when your name is called, and please be mindful of the new code of conduct, please state your declaration, and you must include the agenda item, what your declaration relates to, state what exactly your interest is, and the specific type of interest you are declaring. So I will do this in alphabetical order, and I'll start with Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I'm the ward member for 21/320 and also the ward member for 22/0601. Thank you.
Councillor Brown, could you please state what your interest is?
I'm the ward
What
member.
type? Yes, but what type of interest are you declaring? Is it a non-registrable interest? Is it another registrable interest? Or
Well,
are
it's
you
not
declaring?
I assume, isn't it? I mean, you know, as the ward member, we normally declare it.
Yes, but we've changed the code of conduct. Therefore,
Yeah.
I'm asking you what type of registrable interest you are declaring, even though you're saying you're a ward member.
Yeah. Well, what do you want me to say?
I don't want you to. It is for you to state what type of interest you are declaring.
My interest is I'm the ward member of the person of the applicant.
I think it's a non-registrable interest, to be fair, just to clear it up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Right, I'll have a go now. Item 19, hold on while I just get the number. It's 220216 COU. I am the ward member for that, and that would be an other registrable interest, if I've read this correctly. Yeah, it's an other registrable interest.
So therefore, does it directly relate to your other registrable interest, in which case you will be leaving the meeting and only speaking as a member of the public?
Well, in my script, it says that would be council members of a town or parish council. So I'm also a town council member. So presumably the answer to that is yes.
So the subject matter of the application directly relates to the other registrable interest, or is it affects
I wouldn't
another
no.
registrable interest?
I would say affects. It's not directly relates.
So therefore, you then have to think about the two-stage test as to whether you're declaring affects and prejudicial non-registrable interest, or whether just an affects non-registrable interest.
Okay, it'd be just affects, because
Thank you very much.
it doesn't have anything to do with Exmouth Town Council, actually.
Thank you. Yes, that's fine.
But I am the ward member. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Thank you, Wendy. Good morning. Yes, I'll have a go at this as well. I think, like Councillor Davies said, I'm the Littleham ward member, as members be aware. So I'd like to say that for that item 19, I have other non-registrable interests. Namely, that I was the adjoining. I am described as the adjoining ward member, and also, as every other member has done, I received the email for item 11 from Claire Harvey, which you very efficiently sent us all, Wendy, and I was in receipt of that, as every other member is. So I've had a nice opportunity to read it. Thank you so much, Wendy. I think that completes all I have to say, because I've got no other interests anywhere else on today's agenda. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Chair. Councillor De Sarum.
Yes.
Are
yes.
you declaring an other registrable interest whereby you will be only able to speak as a member of the public and leave the meeting, or are you declaring an affects non-registrable interest?
Effects, like Councillor Davey did. I shall be remaining with this meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzard. Are you there, Councillor Gazzard?
He's on mute at the moment.
Sorry, apologies, I'm on mute. Yeah, item 19, 22/0216/CLU. I believe it's a non-registrable interest. I'm a town councillor and it doesn't affect anything that I will be discussing today. Hope that's okay.
Just for clarity, you're declaring an effects non-registrable interest.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Howe.
Right, item 8, our first item. I'm going to declare an effects non-registrable interest as a parish councillor. And items 8, 14 and 11, sorry, the wrong numbering. I will declare lobbying on all 3 of those one way and another. I think that's all I've got to declare, because all the others, according to legal, are non-declarable interest or non-declarable whatever. So I'm going with that and believing what I've been told, and God help us all. Thank you.
Thank you. So we haven't got Councillor Key, have we? So
he's trying to get in, Wendy. I don't know whether Amanda is able to help him.
I couldn't recognise the. Let me just.
We can come back to him. We can come back to him.
Okay, so Councillor Lawrence.
None that I know of, Wendy. Thank you. Nice and easy.
Lovely, thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Yes, thank you. I have no interest to declare, but I would like to mention in regard to item 9, the land east of 2 bridges. I am a member of the East Devon AONB partnership.
Is that an effects NRI?
That's an NRI.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Right, so I have an effects non-registrable interest on the basis of being a Broadcliffe Parish Councillor, but I just had the horrible thought that actually I'm also on the neighbourhood plan for Broadcliffe Parish Overview Committee, and I presume that's a different level of interest, is it?
Does the report affects the, does the content of the report have an impact, whether it affects or directly relates to the matters?
Well, I was going to speak to item 15, so this is for item 15, and it occurs to me that I was going to cite something from our emerging neighbourhood plan. So does that put that interest in a different category?
Not if you're just going to quote something that's being discussed at strategic planning committee or is coming forward. Does the planning application affect the neighbourhood plan working group that you're talking about?
No, but I was hoping to bring forward some emerging policies from our neighbourhood plan to speak about in the for the application. But
granting planning permission won't affect the neighbourhood plan.
If I was seeking some conditions, for example, would that be?
No, because you're talking about your interest, not the planning application. It's how the planning application would affect your interest is the thrust of the code of conduct.
So I think I just need to stick with the affects non-registrable interest on the basis of being a parish councillor then.
And that's on item 15.
That's item 15, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Yeah, here we go. Right, Charlie. Item 12, 21, 25, 23 stroke full. I'm going to declare, is it an NRI?
Non-registrable interest.
And that NRI, now I don't. This is the son of a gentleman that I've done business with his father. So by buying some turf, they sell turf. I've bought turf off them. So is that a non-registrable interest? And I've known them for many years because I've been the ward member for many years. Does that mean that is that a non-registrable interest? I'm working it on that basis. That's how I'm working it. So I was going to say that.
Have you looked at the flow chart? Because there are two types of non-registrable interest declarations.
Right, go on. Fire them at me. Go on.
Oh, right.
One or the other.
Does it affect the finances or well-being of me, a relative, a close associate, or one of my ORIs?
No.
Well, then you go straight to I have no interest to declare.
Oh, there we go.
If it doesn't affect, if the planning application doesn't affect their finances, the well-being of me, a relative, or a close associate, then you go, or does it directly relate to the finances or well-being of me, a relative, or a close associate?
No.
Then there's no interest to declare.
Right, that's good. That's
you might wish to raise or clarify as to predetermination or not in relation to your association with the people you're talking about.
Okay.
It's for you to decide whether you believe you're
I don't have any
predetermined or not.
No, I don't have any predetermination.
Thank you.
Now on 13, we've got our 22/0302 FUL, and they are neighbours of mine, and I've known them ever since I've lived there for many, many years. That's it.
So are you, this would be an NRI, but
Yeah,
again,
let's crack on then. Yeah.
does the application directly relate to the finances or well-being which a planning application could do of a relative or close associate?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Or does it affect the finances or well-being of me, a relative or close associate, bearing in mind you know the neighbours? No.
No.
Okay. Then no interest to declare.
Right, no interest to declare on that one.
It's for you. It's for you to decide.
No, that's right. That's
the
fine.
impacts
and that's right.
such.
No, that's good. Right, let's crack on then. The number 14, Mr. Greg Voot, 212835 is at the halfway house, and I've done business with Mr. Voot because he's got a company, or was part of a director of a company called Westex, and I've forklifts and done business with them in the past, and I've known them for several years, and that's that. So that sounds like the same then, is it? Does it affect?
It's for you to decide whether it directly relates to the finances or well-being, or whether it affects the finances or well-being.
No.
It would have been very useful to have had this discussion in that half an hour set aside for doing these earlier, Councillor Skinner. But
yeah, well, I have actually, to be fair, Mr. Shaw, I have actually written to Henry, and I wanted to speak to somebody about doing all this last week, and I haven't had a response to that. But there we jolly well go. Perhaps I will write to you and have a discussion with you about how we go forward. So we'll deal with you in future. There we go. So you'll get an email from me soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, Councillor Skinner has no declarations.
That's what I understand him to say, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. Well, I hopefully have the benefit of being a W. Being last on the list, one of the benefits, seeing what's gone before. I understand item 19, 22/0216/COU. I believe as a town councillor, but not a joining or a ward member, I have an effects NRI, but nothing else.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ragg.
Right, I had a phone call. It wasn't a lobbying one. It was more a query on item 10, which is 55 Peaslands Road, Sidmouth. So I don't think that's an interest, but I'll declare it anyway. Had an email about the Bennett's Hayes Farm one, as I think we all did last night, and an effect non-registerable interest on item 19, that's the big wheel in Beach Gardens, as ward member, district ward member.
Thank you. Okay, so welcome to Councillor Key. Do you have any declarations, Councillor?
The only declaration I have, I'm a ward member, and I've had the same email with regard to application 11/21/3201, and the only other declaration is on agenda 17. I don't know whether this is completely relevant, but I went to school 70 years ago with 4 of the family that actually lived at this farm. That's all.
I'm sorry, Councillor, could you clarify what type of interest you are declaring with your ward membership and your...
Just as a ward membership, that's all, nothing else.
Is that an effects NRI, non-registrable interest?
Yes, non-NRI.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's all the declarations covered. So back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Item 5.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yes.
Chair, bear with me. Because there's a change in the declarations, I do have to ask whether any other councillors present in the meeting also have a declaration of interest that they have to declare. I know we have a few ward members. No?
I don't think I do, but if I change my mind, then I'll declare it. But I don't think I've got any kind of interest that I need to declare. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Loudon?
Thank you, Wendy, and I'm going to enter the bear pit as well now. In dealing with the second planning application for which I'm a ward member, which I'm down to speak, I believe that I should declare other registrable interests, as I'm a Sidmouth Town Council member and I'm also a member of the Sid Vale Association.
So, sorry, Councillor Loudon, you've mentioned effects non-registrable and an other registrable interest. Are they for different elements? Because if you're declaring another registrable interest, then you can only speak as a member of public, and then we will have to take you out of the meeting. No. But if it's an effects non-registrable interest, then you can stay.
Effects non-registrable, Shirley, I apologise.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Key, I've noticed you've got your hand up. Was that meant to be up?
I'm afraid you're on mute, Councillor Key.
Yes, I was only just to say that I am here because I had difficulty actually getting in, Wendy.
Okay, thank you. I'll just take your hand down.
Yes,
okay.
Sorry.
So, Chair, that's all the declarations done now. So, back to you.
Thank you. Item 5, matters of urgency. There are no matters of urgency. Item 6, confidential exempt items. There are none. Item 7, planning appeals statistics, pages 16 to 28. Over to you, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everybody. Yeah, you'll see that there's 5 appeal decisions this month, 4 of which I'm pleased to say were dismissed, 1 of which was allowed. The first decision on the sheet, which is the allowed appeal, relates to 105 Victoria Road in Exmouth. Members may recall that because it went before committee, and members were concerned about the amenity impact and the scale of the building, this sort of backland development off this rear little access way. So it was refused by committee, but unfortunately the inspectorate have allowed that appeal, saying that they didn't feel that it was out of character and there's no harm to the living conditions of neighbouring properties. Just in terms of the 4 appeals that were dismissed, the last one on that sheet, which relates to Broad Hembury, land and buildings operate at Hembury Close. I should say that appeal was It doesn't quite say it there, but it was a delegated refusal, and where it says accessibility and landscape reasons upheld, the inspector refused that on the basis that he felt the changes to the building were incompatible with the AONB. So I think there's a little shift there in terms of the weight that inspectors are starting to give into the impact of design in the AONB. The only other one to point out is the Edenvale turf decision there, which was dismissed, and I'll mention that more when we deal with item 10 on the agenda, because it's the same site. But in effect, in that case, the inspector dismissed that appeal, didn't think the location for the new dwelling was acceptable, detached from the buildings down the driveway, so harmful impact on the countryside, and wasn't convinced about the argument of swapping out an existing consent for this new one. But as I say, I'll mention that when we get to item 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, now we move into the application part of the meeting. Item 8, application 2235, M Reserve, Winsley Park, Cliff St Mary, Major Reserve, page 29. I'd like to welcome to this. I think you're going to read a statement from Garen Cayley, Wendy, and I'd like to welcome Councillor Ray Steer-Kemp. Welcome back, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Ray Steer-Kemp used to be one of our enforcement officers. The agent Graham Fuel, and committee ward member Mike Howe. So, Chris, can you present your report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, Winsley Park, we've got an application in front of us for reserve matters for part of the wider site. So members will recall, application came before them a while ago for the whole of Winsley Park that was split up into a number of zones. This application relates to this part of the site here, which is sort of the northernmost part of the site. And you can see we've got Cliss Valley Road down here, Winsley Park Avenue along the top, football pitch here. So to orientate you sort of off the page down to the southeast here is where the main Winsley Park estate is located, or the main building, sorry. So, and we've got an application here for Zone A. We've got a separate application in for Zone D, which is where there are flats proposed, and that will come forward to a separate committee. The application's here because it's contrary to the view of the parish council, and you'll see in the report that the parish council are raising concerns about the design of the proposals, which I'll show you, being out of character with the area, because it's quite a contemporary design compared to the more traditional design of the surrounding properties. And privacy concerns and concerns about the fact that buildings that you'll see along this boundary are not single story. And in fact, I expect Councillor Steer-Kemp will expand on those. So, so this is the location of the sites. This is the main Manor House listed building down here. We've got the parkland here with the sports pitches. So we relate to this site up here, and you can see its relationship to the rest of Cliff St Mary. So we've got, and you'll see that there's, well, at the time of writing the report, there were 40 representations. We've had an additional letter, additional correspondence since then, which raises concerns about the timescales of the application coming forward, concerns about pedestrian access, which I'll mention, again, concerns about the design of the scheme, the fact that the play area that's proposed is outside of this application area, and again, the fact that people were expecting bungalows or hoping for bungalows along the boundary with the existing residents. There's also been a further comment since the report was published, or on the day it was published, from the parish council, again reiterating their concerns about the design and its conflict with their design statement, which I will mention. So their latest comments are reiterating their initial comments. So this is the layout for the site. So we've got access coming in off the main access road into the state. And then we've got amenity and suds area here. Main road goes up, bit of landscape into the left, and then you can start seeing the properties here as you go up. Quite regimented, but also quite a spacious layout. 38 units are proposed in the scheme. You can see, so you can come in, drive up, and go around in a cul-de-sac arrangement, and then we've got various bits of open space and retained trees on the site. So this is the layout as you drive in. So I say open space here, and then we've got the dwellings as you drive up on each side, get into this area here, and we've got more planting, and we go up to the northern part of the site, and you can see the layout there, and there are 4 affordable units as part of the development. These are the cross sections, so you can see from the road the site slopes up, that you'll see from the photos. Across the site, and you can also start to see the more contemporary design of the properties that are proposed, and again further elevations. And you can see here the comment, or the reason the parish council and some residents are commenting about quite the steeply pitched roofs and the large chimney features design on the properties. Again, you can see them on the top there, and quite contemporary in terms of their standard seam materials and design. So these are the different housing types on the site. So it's quite a mix of 2, 3, 4, and 5 bed dwellings, and they follow this sort of format here, where you can see the roof, 2 stories, and there you go. That's the sort of indication of the design across the site. To say contemporary in terms of the brick and the roofing, and this large chimney feature, and that follows through on quite a number of the different design and house types. Not all have chimneys, but you can see that that's quite a feature of the design of those dwellings. And these are the photos. So this is the access point in off the main road into the estate. So you come up through this area here, the plantings the landscapings to remain. So the development goes all the way up here, and that's the properties in the distance there. So as you move around the site, so this is the view from the access of the football pitches, and then we run round. This is the southern tree boundary to the site, so you can see how well screened it is. Again, this is the boundary with the football club, and you can note the levels difference here. And again, you can see the sloping land. And then we come to the boundary with the residents. So you can just start to see the residential properties here. On this northern boundary of the site, you see there's a hedgerow and some planting, and you can see the properties there. We now come up into the north east corner of the site with some tree planting, and then we're running along the eastern boundary of the site. So you can see again a number of planting, but then you can start seeing the residential properties and their relationship to the site. So this is the site from the east, looking back down towards the access way. So as I say, there's 38 units proposed. The scheme has been amended since it was submitted, and was most recently amended in relation to protecting some trees on the site. So the latest amendment was the change to this unit here and this unit here because of trees and the extent of their root protection zone. So there was a last minute amendment to those that was consulted on. So we're dealing with the reserve matters application here for, so that's the matters of scale, layout, appearance, and landscaping. In terms of the scale of the development, the outline for the consent for the site granted up to 54 dwellings, and we've got 38 proposed here. So it's a much more spacious layout than was envisaged at the outline stage. There's 38 units, of which 10% should be affordable. So that's the 4 units up there in the corner of the site. And as I say, there's a mix of 2, 3, 4, and 5 beds, and they're all 2-story dwellings. With regard to the layout, as I say, it's quite spacious, as you can see there. There's 2 parking spaces for each of the dwellings. There's a play area that come forward as part of a joining application, and that's secured in the legal agreement. 29 of the 38 units have electric charging points. And with regard to the boundary to the football pitch, there's fencing, or a combination of fencing and walling proposed along this boundary, to give a difference in height level from the pitch to the top of the wall of approximately 4 meters, which is a Sport England requirement to ensure that any balls from the pitch are unlikely to go into residents' gardens. But then we come on to the appearance. So it is a bespoke design. As I say, they're contemporary. It's trying to create its own sense of place. We've got these metal roofs, brick walls, and these steep, tall chimneys. And this is where it isn't really characteristic of the area, which is more traditional. They're sort of more 60s detached houses in a traditional design. And this is where the parish council have raised comments about the design. They've got their neighbourhood plan, which is makes reference to their design statement, which mentions in there that they want properties to follow the design and character of the area. And this does depart from that. But that neighbourhood plan does say that it will allow for more modern contemporary design in certain circumstances. And I think there are mitigating circumstances here as to why officers feel we can allow this development and this design to go ahead. You saw from the photos the amount of tree planting to the site. There's going to be more boundary treatment along this boundary. So from the public areas here, you aren't really going to view much of the site at all. And when you do view it, you aren't going to view it in association with the surrounding properties. You might get glimpses of the properties through the gaps between the existing dwellings here from the public domain. But it's not considered that difference in design is so harmful that we would be able to justify a refusal of planning permission, given that the design in themselves is a good design. So on balance, although we recognise that the design of the individual properties don't follow the character of the area, the officer view is it's going to be hard to justify or defend a reason for refusal on the basis of design. With regards to trees, as I mentioned, there's boundary trees and planting that's being retained throughout the development, and a lot of new tree planting, as you can see from these avenues here being put in place, and that's got the support and it has the involvement of the landscape architect. There's no harm to the main listed building at Winsley House. You won't view these properties in association with it. With regard to residential amenity, you can see that we've got properties down here on Clist Valley Road. I think the closest point is 31 meters between the closest dwelling and the rear of an existing dwelling, and the majority of these being about 10 meters further back. So at 31 and 41 meters, with the site slightly lower, those amenity distances are considered to be acceptable. And again, with Winsley Park Avenue, we've got a greater distance. We're over 40 meters here between facing windows. There is a hedge partly to this boundary, although the site is almost a meter higher. But again, given those distances, we don't feel that we could we officers can't recommend refusal of permission on the basis of any loss of amenity, and certainly given those distances, we don't think there's any way that we could justify that these properties on this boundary should be bungalows. Finally, with regard to the highway access, there's an access point in here, and as part of the outline application, there was a contribution secured, financial contribution for a link from the village hall on the opposite side of the road down to the school. There have been some concerns about the narrow nature of this road along here that hasn't got any dedicated footpath on it, but those matters of access were dealt with at the outline stage, so we can't take that any further at this stage. So in light of that, the scheme's in accordance with the outline consent. It's a good design in isolation, but it's acknowledged that it doesn't follow the character and the design of the surrounding area. The amenity to the residents is protected, and we get 38 units here and 4 affordable units. So in light of that, the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Chris. Wendy, I see Mr. Cayley is not in the meeting, so could you read it out, the statement?
Yes, of course.
Please?
Yes, of course, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Cayley is the chairman of the Clist St Mary Residents Association, and he's asked me to read out the following. The Residents Association of Clist St Mary have decided to boycott all objection speakers on this application for 38 dwellings in Zone A at Winslade Park because it is felt that the approval recommendation to councillors by the professional planners did not take into consideration any of the residents' objection contributions and was published even before the latest consultation period on this application had expired on the 1st of June 2022. Furthermore, many conditions imposed on the previous outline hybrid approval 20/1001/MOUT for the benefit of the community have yet to be discharged by the applicants, and there still remains controversial safety issues on access at the bottom of Winslade Park Avenue. Public perception is that democratic procedures have not been followed for the benefit of the community in this application. End of statement.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Rose to respond to that, as there's been criticism of the officers. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so in relation to, well, there's 3 points there really. In relation to, well, 4 points. Of course, we've read all of the comments that have been submitted from the 41 members of the public that have commented on the application, and we've taken them into account. I appreciate that we don't agree with all of their views, but we have taken them into account, and they're summarised in the report. With regard to the consultation period, we reconsulted the application, as I said, on the basis that this unit and this unit were changed at the last minute. We went out for 14 days consultation on that. That 14 days ended on the day that we published the report. And hence I've given an update there of the latest or the additional comment received from the public and the further comment from the parish council. I don't think there's anyone's been prejudiced by that, and in fact the first consultation on this application went out, I think it was right back in September last year, so there's been ample time for people to comment. With regard to the outline conditions, yes, there are a number of outline conditions, and they've discharged some of those, and the others that will need to be discharged by the applicant before they can commence on site. That's the usual process. And yet, finally, with regard to the access, that's the point I mentioned. There are still a number of residents concerned about people walking from the site down this road that's unlit without a footpath. But those issues of access were dealt with at the outline stage, so we can't revisit them now. And you'll see in the report that as with the outline application, and again with this application, Devon County, the Highways Authority are raising no concerns about those footway links. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the very clear rebuttal of those allegations. Now we go to Councillor Ray Steerkamp, Bishop's Clist Parish Council.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors.
Good morning.
When the hybrid outline application was first submitted for the development of the whole site by Burrington Estates, it included the provision of 78 properties in Zone A, and the Parish Council submitted a comprehensive objection to the proposals on several relevant planning grounds. Subsequent amendments to the original Zone A proposals were submitted by the developers and included a reduction of 24 homes from 78 to 54. In responding to that amendment, the Parish Council stated, and I quote, "If EDDC were minded to grant outline planning permission, we would require a unilateral undertaking from the developers to ensure that only single-storey homes were built on the northern perimeter with Winslade Park Avenue and on the eastern perimeter with Clist Valley Road. We also required tall, ball-proof netting to protect homes from the football club." In October 2021, the Parish Council made its first objection to this Reserve Matters application on the grounds that the design of the proposed properties did not follow the advice in the Neighbourhood Plan Design Statement. The steep pitch of the roofs and the addition of tall chimneys are both alien features and out of keeping with properties in the surrounding area. We were also very disappointed to see that the proposed housing on the northern and eastern boundaries were not single-storey, but were described by the applicants as 1.5-storey houses with bedroom windows at first floor level directly overlooking the property and rear gardens of houses in Winslade Park Avenue and Cliss Valley Road. Clearly, this will adversely affect the privacy and amenity of such residents, which we consider to be unacceptable. We do recognise that developers have attempted to address the problems of overlooking and loss of privacy by lowering ground level by an average of 500 mil on plot 7 to 15 on the eastern boundary. However, we are not convinced that these and other amendments will mitigate the objections I have outlined, and no proposals have been put forward to amend the house design. The Parish Council therefore continues to object to this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the agent, Graham Fuel. Mr. Fuel, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to take an opportunity to pick up on a couple of the principal issues that have been raised, mainly the appropriateness of the proposed layout, but also the relationship with the adjacent dwellings and the 1.5-storey issue. Just taking the proposed layout, whilst in plan this may appear sort of excessively rigid in its layout, it does actually just follow a linear plan, which is not wildly dissimilar to Cliss Valley Road and Winslade Park Avenue at the moment. What it does do by having a regular plan is it tends to free up space for public open space between the dwellings and actually makes the whole development feel a little bit more spacious and airy. So we would argue that the sort of contemporary nature of the design is no different to the contemporary nature of the design of the existing houses around and about, which obviously were built some years ago, and they were contemporary at their time too. So it's allowed us to bring landscape into the heart of the scheme, and our genuine intention is to sort of design something with hoping that it will become part of the community as we go forward. So we feel that the contemporary approach is absolutely appropriate. The relationship with the adjacent dwellings, obviously the outline identified not single-storey dwellings, but bungalows was how they were described. And we have provided chalet bungalows, which are 1.5 stories, and they do have rooms in the roof. But our design for those chalet bungalows has been to put very narrow units, narrow with long depths to them. And this means that the overall roof height is actually lower than it could potentially be if you had a square planned standard single-storey bungalow. We've also orientated them with large gaps in between them, with the ridges running front to back to those dwellings. And again, this has sort of minimised the visual impacts from the adjacent properties, but also helps create these really sizable gaps. You've got a gap between each house that is larger than the house. So you end up with quite a lot of light and airiness actually running through the scheme and not feeling hemmed in. If we'd had square planned bungalows running along that entire route, you could well have ended up with higher ridge lines and a complete solid line of ridge height, sort of obscuring all the light and the openness that you currently enjoy. So that was really the approach we took. Also, we've got the ecology buffer that actually runs down the back of those units, which has been the planting schedule for that is to allow for quite sizable trees to grow. So in the fullness of time, any moderate visual impact will be mitigated and removed. So yeah, we consulted with the very near neighbours. There've been a broader consultation exercise with the broader community as part of the outline, but we had a meeting with the immediate neighbours to describe this approach and to actually explain to them why we had attended to it in the way that we have. With regards to the rest of the scheme, we're looking at thinning the trees down between those group of H and F type houses to the south that you can see, so that actually we reintegrate with the parkland and we have a positive relationship with that, and to actually sort of bring the whole scheme as part of the the overall parkland setting back together. Sustainability-wise, I think we've mentioned we've got car chargers for many units, and we've also using air source heat pumps, and we're attempting to help East Devon target their aspiration of becoming carbon neutral in 2040. So by using such methods. So I hope that goes some way to explain our rationale for the design of those houses and why we've decided to design it in the way that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Pure. Now go to the ward member, Councillor Mike Howe.
You don't want to go to me. I'll tell you, I've got enough of this. Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the design. I get the design aspects. I get what it's been done, and I can go along with it, I suppose is the best way to put, because of the arguments made. It isn't on the same street and everything else. But I do have to pick up chimneys, because ignoring the fact this is not a feature anywhere locally, this is not green. How can you have an open hole in your house and be ecologically sound? Added to the fact, if you put a fire in it, that is absolutely not green. So I am struggling with particularly the chimney aspect, and I think we should be very careful and review that very carefully in the future. The swales, I just need to clarify, Mr. Rose, if you could. I just want to make sure the slopes on the swale, because it has been one of the things that keeps changing, is 1 in 3. So that is relatively safe for kids. I don't want to see a kid fall over, go down, and then struggle to get out. So I believe that's 1 in 3, the run into the swale. The hedge has been picked up, thankfully, and I get the hedge will be some mature trees planted, or bushes and trees planted in that, which will absolutely mitigate some of the harm done to this. And the other thing that's been raised and keeps being raised, although it's not part of the plan, but it is on some of the plans, is the NEEP, the neighbourhood play area. And at this minute in time, I would like clarification to make sure, although the NEEP is part of the Section 106 agreement, that approving a plan showing the NEEP outside of the red line in its own red line will not grant permission to it at this time, because it should be still a reserve matter as the officer's report so identifies. So all in all, I'd just like some clarity on those things if we could, and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. And you picked up on something that I was curious about, which is the chimneys. I wonder if the agent would like to respond to some of Councillor Howe's queries, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to. The chimneys will have a closed flow. So the idea that sort of having a chimney as a sort of massive hole with just air sort of leaking out of it, the way modern chimneys are constructed, that's not the case. So you wouldn't have that element. There is as part of the building regs approach, we have to achieve a SAP assessment, which is effectively clarification of how we achieve the sustainable credentials of the houses, and that's dealt with at building regs stage. And the inclusion of fires and fireplaces and log burners is a very accepted method of sort of partly heating your house, and will be part of that SAP assessment. So in terms of the ecological credentials of the chimneys, there's no issue in having them in terms of what they might actually do to the properties in that respect. As far as the design features concerned, we felt that they were an attractive addition and actually they helped part of our rationale for the design thought in terms of the architecture that we were trying to create in these contemporary buildings. And we felt that they sort of added to the interest to the street, and we've very carefully tried to place them on the dwellings that we have. So they are I'm not hiding away from the fact they're a strong feature, but they are an attractive feature.
Thank you very much. Right, now we go to members, and here she is making her debut. Councillor Rylance, please.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for that presentation. I can't say I'm overjoyed by the percentage of affordable, quote unquote, affordable housing on this scheme, because 10% is not very high. But I guess that is what it is, and that's what's been negotiated. And what I would like to know is, will these houses be built to the same spec as every other house on the development? Will they be fitted with all the available measures to reduce their need for fuel? So are you planning photovoltaics on the roofs, and will they also have air source heat pumps? And I guess that's really, I mean, obviously the gardens are tiny on the 2-3 bed houses and non-existent on the flats. Can I please double check that there will be available outside space should any children end up living in the flats? Because anybody needs a garden, anybody needs access to outdoor space. So please, can you reassure me that these houses will be built to the same spec as every other house on this development? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I think in view of those questions, we'll go back to Mr. Fuel, and if members can put your hands down for a moment and only raise them if you've got questions for the agent, I think that would be helpful. So if you've got questions for the agent, please leave your hands there. Councillor Key, you have a question?
Yes, what the question that I would like to ask is, are they going to put solar panels on the roofs? Because I think this is an essential thing to actually do on all new properties. And I would like to know from the applicant if this is their intention.
Mr. Fuel.
Yes, I'll pick up both of those points. First of all, the affordables are entirely tenure blind. So they would be completely indistinguishable from the rest of the properties on the site. The 2-3 bedroom houses do have gardens, and reasonably sized gardens at that. The apartments, as I mentioned in the layout of the scheme, what we've tried to do is to make sure that by having a sort of more formalised layout, you end up with lots of open space opportunities. So the suggestion would be that those living in the 2 apartments have access to a far greater amount of immediate public open space to enjoy than necessarily having an immediate garden associated with them. To pick up on solar panels, this all comes down, I alluded to this a second ago with regards to the chimneys. We are intending on using air source heat pumps, which is the heating method for all of the properties across the site. And this is effectively an electrically run system, which is absolute.
You've disappeared from sound.
Sorry,
Mr. Fuel.
Can you hear me again?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we are using air source heat pumps throughout the scheme, including to the affordables. There's no difference to those. But the whole notion of actually achieving an acceptable level of sustainability for these properties is very much in the hands of the what happens at building regs. And the part L of the building regs that deals with that, we have to submit what's called a whole house SAP assessment for a house, which looks at how it's constructed, how it's insulated, what heating systems we use, what solar gain you get, checking that there isn't excessive solar gain to overheat the properties. So I can absolutely stand by a commitment that these are going to be highly sustainable contemporary homes built to a very high current standard. There's no intention on using gas because we're going down this air source heat pump route. So really, I would like to allay everybody's fears that this is as sustainable as it gets at the moment, and more than it needs to be.
Thank you. Councillor Key, does that answer your questions?
Well, actually, I didn't get a yes or a no, whether there's going to be the panels used. It went to the source heat pumps, but it didn't actually say, yes, we are going to, or we aren't going to. And I would like that question answered.
Yeah, we can't clarify that until we've actually done the SAP assessment for the properties.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I too am concerned that there are no solar panels on the roofs. And I think when we get a situation like this, which is quite a big development, I think we as a council have to take a robust stand. And, you know, these chimneys, why have chimneys if you don't want fires? They're saying that all the heating will come from the air source heat pumps. Well, if that were the case, and they had solar panels on the roofs which powered the air source heat pumps, that would be fantastic for everybody. But the chimneys just seems to me to be a strange thing to have when we're not encouraging people to burn wood and coal or anything else. It just, I just can't see it myself. But anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Right, well, I'm going to keep going on the subject of solar panels, and I'm extremely heartened to hear so many of my colleagues also raising this issue. My concern about the chimneys is they are going to cast a shadow. And even if you are leaving the residents to retrofit solar panels, which is obviously a far more expensive option than doing it in the first place, I would love to see a development with solar panels fitted. It does happen, but often doesn't. But putting chimneys there is actually going to inhibit that. Because chimneys cast a shadow, and therefore you're going to make solar panels less efficient. I really would urge them to think again about this. I did pass some houses recently, this is in the southeast of England actually, and I was looking at them and thought, why do they look so bland? And one of the reasons, of course, was they didn't have chimneys. But the chimney, traditionally, tends to be at the top of the gable, relatively short. These are much more like the sort of Elizabethan chimneys that you see, where they had to be at the side of the house and therefore tended to be very high in order to get sufficient draft. They don't reference anything locally in Devon that I can think of. And I really would urge you to think again about this feature. If you just want to put something on that breaks up the line, I do understand that. The other thing is, I'd like to ask Mr. Fuel if they've considered the angle of the roofs to be optimum for a possible retrofit of solar panels. Have they actually considered whether the roofs would be too steep to make those an effective option? The last thing the residents want is think, well, we'll put in some solar panels, then we can power our own air source heat pump. I'm pleased to see those are going in, although if you had a sufficient standard of insulation, you'd barely need one. But the last thing I would want is for residents to find that the roof is too steep and the chimney casts so much shadow that they're advised that it's not worth fitting solar panels because they won't get the benefit of them. So I wonder if Mr. Fuel could comment on that, please.
Mr. Fuel.
Yes, Chair. Yeah, there's obviously a few issues to cover there. In terms of orientation, you can see from the plan that's up there at the moment, and actually the way that the roofs pitch, virtually all of the houses, not quite all, but virtually all, have roofs that face either south or west, which is the optimum angle for, or the optimum orientation, beg your pardon, for providing the solar, for putting solar panels on the scheme. I'm really nervous about this whole solar panel issue because it's almost like the whole of the sustainability of the scheme is being hung on whether one technology is utilised on the buildings. But to reassure you, I mean, in all likelihood, it is going to be solar panels that are going to be used on the scheme to actually power the air source heat pumps. But it is, as I'm sort of slightly hesitant to make the commitment, but we can almost certainly guarantee that will be the case. But until we've done that full SAP assessment of the house, we can't be 100% clear on whether that they would be needed, or indeed the extent of them, which is why we often don't show them at planning stage, because we don't quite know how many we're going to need and exactly where they're going to go. But the scheme has been designed to allow for solar panels, and it's very, very likely that they will be there to actually power the air source heat pumps. But this is a stage of the design that we move on to. But it's to add weight to the technology. It's to say that solar is the only possible way we are ever going to achieve a sustainable dwelling. It's simply not the case. It's part of a suite of things, which includes how you build the walls up and how thick the walls up and how the insulation works in those walls, how much insulation you put in the ceiling, what insulation you use, what windows you use. There is a mountain of issues, but the other point was obviously to do with the chimneys. A chimney, obviously the track of a chimney would cast a shadow, but it would not be sufficient to have a demonstrable effect on a solar panel. So a solar panel would effectively continue to function even though a chimney may cast a shadow as it tracks its way around during the day. So yeah, as I say, I can almost certainly guarantee there will be solar panels, but until I've done that test, I can't be 100% sure, but I can almost guarantee that it will be.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to bring in Mr. Rose here. Mr. Rose, would it be possible to add that as a condition, or what comments would you have to make about solar panels on this debate?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I would reiterate the agent's comments here in terms of I wouldn't want members focusing on one type of green solution for a scheme. It isn't the case that every house has to have a solar panel and that is the only way forward. It's a bit like the solution to climate change isn't everybody having an electric car. We've got to think wider than that. I'd also add a bit of caution to the fact that I'm really pleased members are having this discussion about these issues, but you know our current local plan is a bit behind, I think, where members would want to be in terms of having those stringent policies. But what I would say is, following your suggestion, Chair, is I think we probably could come up with a condition that would be worded to say that the agent submits those SAP details to us once they've done all that detailed calculation, and that at that point, if those solar panels are needed, those details are submitted to us, so that we get not another bite, but we get to have a look at that once that detailed design's done and once the building reg stage has been done, to ensure that they're maximising what they can out of the scheme. And just while I've got your attention, I suppose the just a couple of other queries have come up. Councillor Howe mentioned the gradient of the swell. I can confirm that that's been designed so that it doesn't have those steep sides. The NEEP, yes, it's outside of this site. It is secured in the legal agreement, so it will come forward as part of a separate application. And I believe from the legal agreement, it has to come forward before a certain number of these houses are built. So we have that certainty. And just for Councillor Rylance's benefit, the percentage of affordable housing was dictated at the outline stage and went through viability, which is why we're at 10% in these 4 units. But so just to say, I think maybe a condition would be the way forward on this, to ensure that we get those SAP details and calculations once the applicant's done it, to ensure that, that those solar panels are used where they're needed. Thank you.
Thank you. We're still on questions to the agent. 2 more speakers. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, and that was, I suppose, really Mr. Rose's sort of pinned down a little bit about what.
Councillor Skinner, you've gone.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I think most people can.
Move on to Councillor Lawrence, then.
It's only you, Chair, can't hear me.
I can hear you.
Everybody else can hear me.
I hear you.
I hear you now.
Right. I lost my thread there. What was I saying? Oh,
yep.
The solar panels. Yeah, sorry. So, so I think Mr. Rose has sort of. I want to ask a question to Mr. Rose, actually. So it's not to Mr. Fuel. So I'm going to stand out, Chair, if you don't mind, until we get debate.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't want to bleat on about this solar panel thing, but round where we are, we're going to have 600 acres of solar farms put up. Now, what I'm saying is that even if these houses don't need solar panels, the country needs solar panels. So why can't it be a condition that every property, whether it's commercial or domestic, has solar panels? It would solve so many problems. And we're not doing anything about it. They could use the solar panels to generate electricity to drive their air source heat pumps, and then any additional electricity could be put back into the national grid. It doesn't make sense not to do it. Thank you.
So that wasn't really a question for Mr. Fuel, was it? Okay.
Well, it's just something for him to consider. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Right. Councillor Desarum, do you have a question?
Oh, no, not yet. I'm waiting for a full debate.
Okay, we'll move into debate now. Then off you go, Councillor Desarum.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as everyone has said in the debate, there is an issue with the solar panels, but I think what we've heard is an issue with the neighbourhood plan, because obviously there is some conflict. But we've also heard from Mr. Rose that the neighbourhood plan will allow for a more modern contemporary design, which is what we've got. And I note Councillor Howe's and others' concerns about the chimneys, but clearly we've had an explanation that there may be something to do with a closed flue, which will be of help to sort this issue out. And I think that we've got several good points emerging from this application. Firstly, that we're now going to get 38 instead of 54. We're going to have 10% affordable. We're going to have electric charging points. There is going to be 2 parking spaces. Trees have been amended, and overall it's perceived to be a very good design. And I think Mr. Rose used that killer phrase, if I may put it: we cannot justify refusal on this occasion, even though we have our concerns about solar panels and chimneys. So for that reason, I would be happy to support approval. Thank you, Chair.
Are you making that a proposal?
Well, only I would have to see what the ward member, Councillor Howe, suggests. Obviously, okay. I defer to his wisdom and experience.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Well, I'll make the formal recommendation for approval. So I'm making that. So I don't know if you want to find if there's a seconder at this point.
Thank you.
Happy to second it. Yeah, happy to second it.
Okay, then I'll move on. I'll move on.
Councillor Howe, do you want to speak?
No, I haven't finished yet. I was just making a recommendation. Right. Are you ready for me to speak?
Yeah, go on.
Yep. Right. Some of these issues that have been raised, absolutely, and Councillor Lawrence had raised the issue about the 600 acres of solar panels, and if going to be more coming in our patch, and particularly in my patch and my surrounding area. So solar panels are a very significant part of the way we go forward. But Mr. Fuel, if I've got your name wrong, but Mr. Fuel, who suggested, and Mr. Rose as well, that solar panels is the be all and end all to all things. No, it certainly isn't, but it is a part of helping the job along. And solar panels, along with heat source pumps, as somebody mentioned before, is as well a way going forward. The point I wanted to try to establish with Mr. Rose was, and I think he made a point that we sort of could, but I wasn't sure. And we are in a place whereby our existing local plan is more or less not keeping up with where we are going forward. And the new emerging plan is in place, and we're in this sort of hiatus of being in the middle of looking towards our climate change credentials and how we're going forward. But I think Mr. Fuel put out a comment, and it's in the report here, if you don't mind, Chair, through you. There is a report that they've done quite a bit of extensive work on trying to keep, obviously, energy costs to a minimum. And I think that what we need to be doing as an authority is looking at all of those reasons that can be brought forward to bring energy costs together to keep the price of fuel energy increases down as much as anybody can keep them down. I think from going forward, and I think the question I'd like to ask Mr. Rose, could you clear with me, through you, Chair, could you clear with me, Mr. Rose, please? Are we in a position, in the fact that I've made a recommendation to support this application as it is, what I haven't added into that, and I would want to be clear at this particular juncture if we can, because you would be no doubt looking for an amendment to that, would be, are we able to include in the conditions that solar panels are put onto these houses where they deem to be could be necessarily used? Is that something we can put in as a recommendation?
We have already asked Mr. Rose that. Mr. Rose, do you want to come back on that and say, you know, what proportion would be reasonable?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I don't think we are. I know members want to be, but I don't think we're quite in the policy position with the local plan yet, where we can insist on certain standards of energy efficiency in dwellings. But I think in this case, given that the agent has given the agent said they're going to go through that SAP calculation with building control, and that it's likely that there's going to be solar panels involved, I think you could justify a condition in this case that would be put forward to say that at the stage they do those calculations, they're also submitted to us, and we have a look at that stage in consultation with building control and ensure that those solar panels are put on those buildings where they're needed, or even when they're not needed, where they're feasible, so that we get that chance to engage with the agent at that time and ensure that the solar panels are put on those buildings if they're needed. So I think in this case, given what the agent said, then we could justify that, yes.
Yeah. Could I go back to the proposer and seconder? Are you happy with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I haven't quite finished what I was going to say, but I'm absolutely clear. As long as Mr. Rose writes that up in the way that he needs it to be written up, I'm quite happy for that to go. And you want the seconder to confirm that?
Yes, I'm happy to confirm. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I mean, other than that, well, I'm going to conclude. I will conclude quickly because there's a lot been said already. I actually think the scheme going from well, I won't say from a number to a number because that isn't it. But what the applicants have done here, I think they've opened up these schemes, which is very much in favour of what I would like to see. Open them up to bigger gardens, much more space. I think it's been done really quite well. And other than the recourse of the chimneys, I don't see chimneys necessarily in this day and age. You could use for gas flues or whatever it is they want to use, and it's more done for effect and design. Then it is actually people's going to light a fire and put something chimney to go up to be lighting the fire. So I'm actually in support of this application, and I think it's been actually laid out from where we were a long time ago. And Councillor Hay would know where we were a long time ago to getting these numbers at a level that is and laid out really quite well, to be honest with you. And I'm very much in support of it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I think the agent would like to come back. Do you have a reply to any of the comments that have been made, Mr. Pure?
It's only to say that I'm happy to make the commitment that solar panels will be used.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Right, I go to Councillor Howe now as the seconder.
I wasn't the seconder, it was Councillor.
Oh, were you? I thought it was you.
No.
Who was it?
Me, Chair.
Councillor Zara.
Yes, I've no further comments to make other than what we've already heard. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Well, I'm very heartened to hear that the agent is very happy to make a commitment to solar panels, because it has to be part of the sustainability criteria. Houses use electricity. That's it. And however good their insulation or whatever, I mean, at the moment, I'm looking at a laptop which is running on electricity, and it's being powered by my solar panels, which at the same time are putting 0.5 kilowatt into the national grid, I'm pleased to say, from my smart meter. So I'm very pleased about that. I still have some concerns about the chimneys, and I do hope it won't give people incentive to install wood stoves, which also have a detrimental effect on the environment. And I'm going to come to another aspect of sustainable criteria, because I understood that this development was going to have a focus on sustainability, and particularly active travel, walking and cycling. And I noticed Mr. Rose made a bit of a Freudian slip when he said, as you drive into this development. And I thought, well, why not walk or cycle? So I'm a bit concerned that not a lot of consideration seems to have been given to pedestrian access. I understand the lane is rather narrow and has no footway, but I think there could have been some consideration given to pedestrian access, therefore, from a different part of the site. And I'd also like to ask about cycle access and whether any thought has been given to that. I think, was there cycle storage as part of this? I maybe should have asked that one to the agent as well. But, Mr. Rose can possibly comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, those details of access, as I was saying, were dealt with at the outline stage where those discussions were had, and I think the wider scheme is providing improvements to one of the footways locally, and is providing that contribution of that new footpath between the village hall and the school. But I do appreciate, in terms of changes to the access immediately to the front of this site, that there's no changes proposed. And yeah, I can confirm that I think the majority of the houses have dedicated separate cycle storage.
Thank you. Councillor Howe, Ward Member.
Thank you. Just picking up on Councillor Davies' point, and I didn't raise it because I knew it was not part of the application, but there is a good footpath that exists to the end of the football ground. It is past the football ground is the issue where there is no footpath. And quite rightly, the residents and myself at the original application raised issues, but we are hopeful the Cliffs Valley Trail might solve that, but that's a different issue. And Devon County didn't object to it, so we couldn't take notice. I just want to come back to these wood-burning stoves. And Mr. Rose has quite rightly pointed out our local plan, but our local plan isn't the only material evidence we need and have to take care of. The NPPF, and we also can use and quote and rely on government ministers making speeches in the House of Commons. And of course, Mr. Gove in 2019 did just that, I believe. So it's not as clear cut as we would like it to be, or Mr. Rose would like it to be. But as I say, I'm generally, I get the residents are upset. I get, they don't like change. No one likes change. But in my heart, this is a quite good scheme. I won't go as far as saying very good scheme. It is a quite good scheme. And I hope it will develop into a lovely scheme as it is built out. So thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. There are no more hands, so I go to Mrs. Shaw, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, we have a motion to recommend approval subject to the conditions set out in the report, and also the additional condition that requires the submission of the SAP calculation to ensure we get solar panels where appropriate within the site. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you're in support of the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote? Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Support.
Councillor Davey.
Support.
Councillor De Saran.
Support approval.
Councillor
Everybody
Gazzard.
frozen. Oh, right.
Councillor
Support.
Gazzard.
Support.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Regretfully support.
Councillor Key.
Support.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support.
Councillor Pratt.
Support.
Councillor Lawrence. No, sorry. Councillor Rylance.
Support.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Support.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval. Thank you.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
That's unanimous in support, so that is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Wendy. Move on to agenda, and I'd like to thank the speakers. I think it was very helpful to members, the comments that were made. Agenda item 9, application 220249. It's a major reserve land east of Two Bridges Road, Sidford, page 61. I'd like to welcome Joseph Marchant and the ward member, Councillor John Loudon. Over to you, Mr. Rose, to present your report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so we've got application here, land east of Two Bridges, you can see the location of the site here. We're in Sidford, and we've got a reserve matters application on the site, and this is the last reserve matters that's been submitted. So once if this reserve matters is approved, then all the planning consents in terms of the outline and reserve matters are in place for the development to take place, although they have already carried out quite significant landscaping on the site, which they were permitted to do by the outline. And because this is a reserve matters dealing with appearance only, all the consideration of this application needs to be confined to that matter. It's here before you because you see there's an objection from the town council, and it's a major application, and a lot of their objections or rejection relates to the principle of the development, given how contentious it's been. And to remind members, so we've got a site here that's in the AONB. There was a local plan allocation. It was refused outline originally and then approved on appeal by an inspector, which granted that outline consent. And then since then, all those other reserve matters have been approved. So we're down to the appearance here. So that's what the building looks like and the materials that are proposed to be used. So these are the layout that's been approved. So these buildings and the buildings of this scale and this location are fixed and have been approved. And there's the different building types across the site. K and N at the front having a slightly different appearance because of their them fronting onto the road. And these are the designs of the buildings here. So we are just looking at their visual appearance, so not their bulk or height or roof pitch, but how they're finished, what they look like, where the windows are, and the materials used. And you can see here that they've gone for dark roofing materials and cladding to the brick to the building. And there we go, we'll follow them on. As I say, this is in the AONB. You'll see in the report that there's support here for the materials and the colours from the landscape architect. And again, this follows on from the environmental statement that was put in with the outline application, where dark materials were recommended so that the site blended in with the landscape from distance views. It was considered that those darker materials would make the buildings appear more recessive. So that's what's come forward as part of this application. And you can see that some of the buildings to the road frontage have got more windows to give them a bit more detailing. You'll also see in the report that the AONB team have commented on the appearance and the materials and are also supportive of the proposal. And these are sorry, they don't come out very clearly, but these are the various tones of grey that are proposed to the building. So this is the site where the building's proposed, large landscaping strip down here. And these are the views from the main road on approach with the site off to the left and then off to the right in that photo. And then here, and you can see in the distance how you have those views down, and that those darker materials were considered to be the way forward to avoid this sort of light render that you can see from more distance. So in terms of the appearance of the buildings, we're happy with how they appear, the window detailing and the materials and the dark palette that's proposed. There's in terms of other issues, there's no harm to any heritage assets. That was dealt with at the outline stage, and the colours ensure that. There'd be no coalescence with the surrounding settlements due to the materials or the design. In terms of the windows, there's suitable distance across these roads to any of those windows. Plus, there's a landscape buffer to the site frontage, the road frontage, and to this southern boundary with these properties. So, as I say, in light of that, it follows the materials and design follows what was proposed at the outline stage, considered by the inspector, and in the environmental statement. It's got the support of the landscape architect in terms of those materials and the AONB team. So in light of that, and in light of and the lack of any other harm, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Now we go to the agent, Joseph Marchant. Welcome to the meeting. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. The physical form of this building in front of you was approved by the scale application, which was discussed by this committee in December. This appearance application only considers the elevational treatment. The roof slope is defined by scale, and consequently the only solution for such a low roof slope in its profile it is to have a single profile roof, not dissimilar to what might be seen in an agricultural setting. The environmental statement, a component of the approved application determined by the inspector, identified the dark greys on the roof would be the most acceptable colour in the context of the ANOB. A colour was identified in the environmental statement, and this is the maintained colour in this application. During your committee meeting on scale, a request was made for solar panels. Amendments have been made to introduce solar on all roof slopes, that's north, south, east and west. Technology improvements allow for all of these to be non-glare. Principal elevations are predominantly glazed. The glazed openings are consistent in their width and height on each matching unit. You will notice that all fascia positions and door and window details are consistently sited across all units. The cladding, gutters and door details will be consistently coloured, hopefully alleviating any concern about intrusive character. The offices have a brick elevation onto Two Bridges Road. A high quality grey, blue, smoke coloured brick has been selected to work well with the planting and wider material choices. However, other options have also been presented to officers. In recent months, many of you will have noticed the landscaping investment that has gone in around the flood improvement area. So far, 841 hedgerow whips, 373 scrub trees and 70 standard trees have been planted, a total of 1,284. Meetings with residents have resulted in some additional trees and specific location choices. Some residents have also been engaged in recessive colour choices related to the buildings. We will continue to work with you and residents on the next tranche of landscaping ahead of further works, and that will include planting along the Two Bridges Road and planting north of the water tributary, which has had the planting already to the south of it. So a significant, and if not the greater majority of planting still to go in. Thank you.
You're on mute, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Marchant. Now, Ward Member, Councillor John Loudon, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I'll need 5 minutes, but morning, committee, and morning, Mr. Marchant. I'm going to make 6 brief points, if I may. As we know, arguments about what this site should be used for are long gone, but I just need to recognise that there is still some negative local strength of feeling about the use of this site. And we know that the approval has been given for this now to be a developed industrial site. And I think it's necessary to acknowledge what Mr. Marchant's just talked about, the extensive planting that's taken place thus far on the site. This is now, as Mr. Rose said, the final part of this site's planning jigsaw, and therefore the appearance. As far as I and residents are concerned, the site and its proposed buildings must blend into its locality and be as unobtrusive as possible. And that point has also been made by Mr. Rose. Now, I've carefully considered this application and all of the comments submitted, as well as those contained within the officer's report. Chair, I note the sections within the report towards the end of it on page 75 onwards under the heading of analysis. And in light of these sections and the preceding professional comments, I'm in a position whereby I cannot muster any reasonable contra-arguments relating to this application. That's my submission, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Loudon. Now, as this is a major application, I'm going to ask for questions to the agent, please. So if you've got your hand up already, if it's not a question, can you take your hand down? Councillor Rylance, you have a question.
It's a very quick one, Chair. Thank you. So I noticed that in one of your photographs there is a dry stone wall present at the boundary of the site. Is that to be retained as one of the original heritage features? Because these are dwindling dry stone walls. Thank you. That's the one. Yeah.
Right, Mr. Marchant.
That is part of the cycleway bridge structure, which is already approved on the landscaping strategy. Will cross over that tributary underneath that piece of wall. It's not actually a historic structure. It's to stop cars going into the watercourse that is effectively underneath that, and it hides, and there's a big lintel and the gas pipes and things go underneath it as well. It effectively hides that infrastructure and it stops cars falling over into it. There are proposed changes along there because the width of landscaping through that whole edge is very significant. So there will be a sort of parkland strip all the way along that edge in the proposal with the cycle route up it. So there will be modifications to that, and there is already an approved bridge structure which has gone through County Council approval as well, which is a separate post-planning process related to Section 38 and so on. So that is already a detail that's approved.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt, you have a question?
Yes, please, Chair. For Mr. Marchant. Mr. Marchant, the AONB officers in a previous application that was made did make a recommendation that green roofing should be used to match the setting of the AONB's area. I just wonder whether that is possible.
In short, no. Those comments, obviously this whole application process has gone on for 12 years, and at various points we have crossed, if you like, metaphorically, bridges on what is possible and what is approved. Where we have got to with the environmental statement, which went to the public inquiry, specific choice of colour, the 7016 colour, was identified in that statement and was approved, and obviously the council signed up to a statement of common ground on design elements that were not of concern, because landscaping was a matter that members had concern about, and landscape impact, but was not one that the council wanted to proceed in argument with during that inquiry. It became dedicated entirely really to highways matters. So with regards to the colour and type of materials, we are sort of where we are. The other thing that has been significant at the time that those comments were received, and you may not remember or have ever really looked at the two things together, there was the ANOB comments, there was heritage comments and landscape officer comments, and really they weren't in a common place. They were actually arguing for very different consequences and choices. Heritage wanted tall pitched roofs because they felt that tall pitched roofs were a component of local character. Landscaping and conservation wanted things lower. And the impact, we looked at the landscape impact assessment that went to the inquiry, and the view was, when we spoke to everybody collectively, no, keep it lower, because residents' key issue was scale, if you remember. So these slopes have been reduced to their lowest possible profile, and that is why there is a real restriction on roofing materials as well, because obviously they've got to drain appropriately and so on. So the roof is as low as it possibly can be, and the profile therefore a single sheet material is really where we're at for those two reasons, both with what's been seen before, your statement of common ground, the inspector's comments, and the technicality of keeping the slope low.
Thank you. Councillor Howe, you have a question?
No, I don't. I'm hoping we're moving into committee.
Yeah, we are. Okay. Right, off you go, Councillor Howe.
Well, in that case, as per the report, I think this is a very well considered report again, and I'm glad the colour chosen because we have a Candy Toys in just outside of Clissock Mary that I drive past most days, and this colour works exceptionally well. So I'm wholeheartedly recommending this, and will move approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Richard Lawrence.
Councillor Lawrence, would you like to speak?
Just that initially I was against this whole plan. Looking at what they're doing, I think they've done a fantastic job. They've got the solar panels, they're trying to make it fit in with the surrounding area. I just wish that all industrial estates looked as good as this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Desarum, anything to add?
I think, well, just to congratulate Mr. Marchant and his team on producing such an acceptable plan after a 12-year process. And I think that he's also involving residents further, as he mentioned. So I can only say that it's very positive from something that was a very unpopular issue, as Councillor Loudram said. It was a very, very hard thing to do because obviously nobody wants to put things into the AONB. But I think that the colour that they've chosen, as everyone has mentioned, has blended in well. And I think that after 12 years, it's very good that today we will see the end of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence, something to add to that?
Sorry, I didn't lower my hand. Apologies.
Okay. Councillor Gazzard, anything to add?
No, Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have a motion to recommend approval subject to the conditions as set out in the report. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you're in support of the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote? Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor Desarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Howe.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Support.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support.
Councillor Pratt.
Support.
Councillor Rylance.
Support.
Councillor Skinner.
Support.
Councillor Woodward.
Support.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. Again, that's unanimous in support, so that's recommended for approval.
Thank you. Right, thank you, Mr. Marchant and Councillor Loudon. Agenda item 14, application 212835, full application, halfway in, Aylesbeer, page 129. I'd like to welcome Greg Voot and ward member Councillor Jess Bailey. So over to you, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, the halfway in Aylesbeer. There's the application site, so most people will know this on the main road junction here. And it's an application for a change of use of the building from its historic use as a pub and a restaurant to convert the building to become an equestrian shop with a cafe. Then there's a new storage building proposed in the grounds, and then the use of an ancillary building for dog grooming. And the application's before you because it's a departure from the local plan. So in terms of the layout of the site, we've got the traditional layout or the historic layout of the building with its car parking over the floors with residential accommodation above. That one residential unit remains. And then, sorry, these aren't very clear. These are the existing elevations of the building, but just to say that the changes to the building itself are some changes internally, but very minor changes. So hardly any noticeable changes to the external appearance of the pub that would, or it is now a shop and restaurant, sorry. And then we've got the storage building, you can see here, conversion of this outbuilding to the dog grooming. And then in terms of the layout, they utilise an existing access off the road into the car park here to access the shop. And then there'd be pedestrian links to the store, the grooming and this play area that's put in. And then a new access is coming in here to this car park, but the car parks don't join each other. So you can't make your way through as a member of the public. And then there's an open area at the top end of the site here with a gated access in. And yeah, in terms of the elevational changes, as I say, you won't really perceive them much from the road. You will see the outline of the storage building, but it will look like a building that you'd expect to see in the countryside as such, and it's to store goods and equipment for the site. And that's the sweet little building. Sorry, it says Takeaway Bridal Boutique. They're old photos. Sorry, this is to become the dog grooming element. So these are the aerial photos. So you can see the junction there. So the one access into the car park is the existing here that served the pub and restaurant, and then we get a new access in further down the road. So these are the photos of the site when it was under construction. Those that have been past will know that it's now in use on the site, having moved out from elsewhere. So in terms of the in terms of the principle of development, we're in the countryside, and there's no specific policy in the local plan that supports the loss of the public house going to a retail use of this type. There is strategy 32 that resists the loss of community uses, but there's no community use there at the moment. Members will probably be aware that the site's been vacant for quite some time now. I think it was marketed, but there was no interest in it reopening as a pub or a restaurant, partly related to having been closed over COVID. And whilst it obviously the restaurant and pub obviously served a wider area, it doesn't serve a particular local community. It's not a local pub that's in the heart of a settlement, for example. And in terms of policy E15, it would direct these sorts of uses traditionally to town centre locations. But we need to consider what harm there is from the proposal, or what benefits are there, and whether the combination of the two result in the proposal being acceptable. So this is providing a community facility in terms of being an equestrian use, which is something you would expect to be located in the countryside. So it is providing that use. It is creating new jobs to replace those jobs that were lost from the pubs. And as I say, countryside related uses. And obviously there's a benefit here from bringing the building back into use, it having been marketed, and there been, understand, no interest for a pub or restaurant to reopen on the site. So it's considered that given those benefits of this new use, those jobs, bringing the building back into use, and the equestrian shop and cafe being countryside related, it's considered that those benefits there outweigh the harm from the lack of specific policy support. In terms of the visual impact, we are in the AONB, but as I say, there are minimal changes to the building proposed. It's not considered that be any harmful wider impact. You will view that storage building, but in itself, that isn't considered to be harmful or out of character. That will be located about there. So on balance, there's not considered to be any wider harm. In fact, probably bringing the site back into use will be beneficial in the long term. Obviously, on a major junction, there's been highway considerations. This is a busy junction. There is a benefit to the scheme from highways perspective, county highways, which is getting these parking spaces. So basically, as traditionally people have pulled in here and just parked and can't turn. So those parking spaces get removed, which is a benefit to highway safety. The County Highway Authority welcome. There is this new access in, but it's got suitable visibility back towards the junction and back towards the road. And then they're reusing the existing access off the A3052. And it's considered that and there's 29, I think, parking spaces on the site. And whilst this use will generate or hopefully generate activity in people, I think compared to when the pub and restaurant was fully occupation in terms of traffic journeys, they'll probably be spread more out across the day and no greater highways impact. You'll see in the report that there's quite lengthy comments from the RSPB, but they're not considered to be any greater harm to the local area than would have been from the visitors to the pub or restaurant. And there's no increase in residential units on the site, so there's no harm there in terms of people going to the Pebblewed Heath or using the surrounding areas. It's 100 metres to the rearest residence, so there's not considered to be any harm in terms of amenity, and again, no worse than what it would have been acting as a pub or a restaurant. So in conclusion, whilst there's no policy support, it's going to bring this building back into use. It's creating jobs. There's minimal visual harm. It is a use that's related to the countryside in terms of the equestrian goods being sold. There's no highway safety objection. In fact, County Highways are happy with this removal of these parking spaces. There'll be no greater ecological impact. So despite the lack of policy support, given those benefits and lack of harm that can be identified, the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you. I'd like now to go to the agent, Greg Voot. Welcome, Mr. Voot. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, councillors, for letting me join the meeting, but I will point out that I'm not actually the agent. It's this application put in by Pinnacle on behalf of my wife and I.
All right, it's got you down as agent. Apologies for that.
No problem, no problem. Thanks for the opportunities for just talking about the application for the halfway. I've got a number of points which I'd just like to raise, and I thought it'd be useful for you to hear a little bit from our side. One, my wife and I, with regards to this application, feel that we're restoring quite a significant building within East Devon, which will preserve the future of the building. I did pick up on what Mr. Rose said, and from our understanding, we are just outside of the AONB, although just, but we are outside of the AONB. The pub's been closed for a 12-month period prior to the purchase. At the point of purchase, it is worth just noting that we were dealing with a fairly aggressive seller. A covenant was placed on the property at the 24th hour at the point of exchange, which basically we had to make a decision whether we carried on with our purchase. We chose to, although a covenant was placed on it that the building could be no longer used as a public house in its essence, and that was to preserve their other public houses in the area. I think throughout the process, we've engaged with the neighbours and Aylesbury Parish Council. At every point, we've taken into account the comments of East Devon District Council. We've tried to work with, as I say, our neighbours and the Parish Council and East Devon to find a scheme that everyone's happy with. This does provide a facility which is demanded within East Devon, whilst retaining a valuable community asset. We've noticed, as has been pointed out, we have already opened. So we are in the cafe particularly, we see lots of people from Aylesbury particularly using the public footpath and coming in across the end of the building through a gateway and down. So it is actually being used by a number of people from Aylesbury, which we are very pleased with and something that we wanted to. We obviously have still got the licensed cafe, which we sell locally sourced and produced food. There is a significant economic benefit, both from the businesses that we trade with and other tradesmen and people that we're asking to do the work and carrying out the significant improvements that we've made. So a significant number of our suppliers are actually based within East Devon. We live in the most densely populated horse community in the country. Mostly this community is leaving our district to buy their horse, feed, bedding and country supplies. This obviously has significant benefits on the environment and reduces travel. And the demand that we've experienced, I think, has exceeded our expectations. We've got significant support of this application, over close to 100 comments of support and under 10 objections, which I don't think this really speaks for itself. And having looked through the website, I haven't seen anything that's had that sort of level of support. With East Devon's support, the mixed use of this property offers a sustainable use for what was a derelict building. It fell into a poor state of repair, both internally and externally. So we put significant investment to restore it to a property in a very prominent position within East Devon that I think people can be proud of. And I think the overwhelming feeling from us having run this business for a couple of months there is that people have accepted it and are fully supportive of it. And the comments are, we should be really proud of what we've provided for East Devon. Finally, just I actually don't feel that, and I think Highways have really confirmed now. We've confirmed this, but obviously 200 cover country pub. Sorry if I.
Yep, just finish off if you would.
A 200 cover country pub, which was the amount of covers within the pub when we purchased it, we feel would actually generate the same level, if not more traffic than we are. And that's both from lorry deliveries and from the members of the public visiting what should have been a very successful country pub. But historically, this hasn't been the case. So I feel that the traffic impact of our business is actually less than what it would be as a successful country pub.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey, ward member.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ragg. I think the first thing I would say is that I don't object to this application, and I am pleased that I think it's been improved since the first iteration came forward. In particular, that I was opposed to the bridal boutique being used as a takeaway. So I am pleased that it's been approved, but it is a retrospective application, and I have had comments from residents who feel that planning application, we operate a rules-based planning system, and that everybody needs to comply with those rules. So I think it is concerning, and I have had comments that that it's made a mockery of the planning system, that the work has already been done, and now the without the application, and it's trading without consent. So I think as well, my concern, so I have been concerned about highways aspects of this. I note that Devon County haven't put in an objection, or haven't objected anyway to this last version. But I think what happens when you have a retrospective application is that it causes issues with conditions, because obviously a lot of the conditions are pre-development conditions, and I did go online to try and identify whether any of those conditions had been complied with, but the website was down this morning. So I think that the question and the concern I have is around the conditions and how and when they're going to be met and secured by our planners. So, for instance, Mr. Rose talked about the highway benefit being that cars will not park adjacent to the B3180. Well, the last time that I drove past the site, they were parking so pulling onto and off the B3180. So I want to know, please, either from the applicant, but also from Mr. Rose, how they're going to secure those conditions and what steps they're going to take to make sure that they're complied with. And so on this site, there were trees, quite a few trees felled prior to the application. And there are conditions relating to the protection of the existing trees. Now, I don't know whether tree protection measures have been put in place. So that's another example of how when you have a planning application, which is retrospective. So my main questions are around the conditions and what we're going to do to make sure that they're complied with going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Although, I know members are unhappy when there's a retrospective application, but there's nothing unlawful about that. It's a risk that the applicant takes. With the concerns about trees, any trees or shrubs which die or become severely damaged or seriously diseased within 5 years from occupation of any building or the development, they have to be replaced with similar species. Mr. Rose, would you like to respond to some of the concerns there?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Actually, I think the ward member's right in terms of just having a look. There's a couple of conditions on there that do say prior to any development, but of course development has already commenced. So what I would say is that those conditions, I know there were tree protection put in on site, but there's one on there, for example, about a Kemp and timetable for work and some impact on trees. But I think what I'd recommend actually is that they say that before any further work is carried out and within 2 months that any further details are submitted to us. But as I say, most of the work's been carried out on site. It has been carried out with us keeping an eye on it. So I'm not concerned about any impact on trees. Our officers have been out there quite regularly liaising with the applicant. So but I think there is and there is a condition on there about preventing the car park into the road, so we can enforce that. But yeah, in terms of conditions 3, 4, and 5, I think they should probably be reworded to say before any further works are carried out, those details are submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, a number of hands went up before the presentation by Mr. Rose was finished, well before. Now, I'm assuming that that's because there are questions. Unless there's a question, would you please take your hand down? So I go first of all to Councillor Rylance. You have a question for the agent or Mr. Rose?
I do for the owner, yes. It's such a shame this place wasn't called the Horse and Hounds originally. It would have been so much better. So my question is about the car park at the upper part of the site. I mean, given that this is a retrospective, and I also deplore retrospectives for all the reasons that Councillor Bailey said, this, to my knowledge, is a new car park. Is it actually already built? And if so, is it made from some form of permeable material, or is it tarmac? Because that would not be possibly the best way to manage any water. And also, what is this needed for? Because if it's a store and a dog grooming parlour, it's going to have significantly fewer less need for parking spaces than it did before as a pub, because people come for a shorter time, they leave, they go shopping, they leave again. And the same with the dog parlour, you just leave your dog and you leave. So why do we need this upper car park, and what is it made from? Is it permeable?
Right, who would like to take that, Mr. Rose or Mr.
I'm happy to take it.
Yeah, go on then.
The car park is made of permeable material. It is under construction. It's not completed. And I would just, on a couple of those points, say that although our application has been in since I think middle of September, so if the planning process had, I believe, run as we'd expected it to, we would have had planning prior to opening. We were obviously always also working towards removing another issue, because we started in a small barn at home. Unknown to me, I thought it fell as part of our planning on our property, which obviously it didn't. So there was a pressure there. But what I would say is that, yes, we're a business. Yes, we've got to make money. However, the car park is under construction, and the car park is done there purely from the fact that when I'm stood there watching and talking to our customers, who we value each and every one of them, that there is a safety concern for me. Our demand has been greater than what I think we could have anticipated, and particularly on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the bank holiday periods. I feel that because only one entrance at this present moment is being able to be used, and the car park is filling up considerably, and almost we are full at points, it's causing a safety issue. So I have made a decision, whether it is the right or the wrong decision, I've got to live by that, but based on the fact that it's a safety bill. It's a safety scheme. My main concern with the property is not actually the volume of traffic, but the way that you enter the site at the present. So the additional car parking was to make it easier from the residents coming from the direction of Ottery St Mary, rather than having to pull out onto the A3052 and then straight into our car park, which does pose a safety concern. So I would say that actually I've tried to consider it not from a financial gain, but actually purely from a moral safety ground.
Thank you, Mr. Boot. Do you wish to add anything, Mr. Rose?
No, I'm happy with that. I will add one thing actually, which is just to say to members that if you've looked at the bill that's been published by the government recently, they are looking at bringing in changes in terms of retrospective applications and what they want to do about fees, etc. So not related to this application, but the government are aware of that matter going forward. So watch this space with regard to that.
Thank you. Right, now we move into debate. There are no more questions. Can you put your hands up again, please? Councillor Howe.
Thank you. What a lovely application in a strange way, although it's a retrospective, which we all hate. We know that, but nevertheless, it is what it is. I am happy to recommend approval as per officers' recommendations. What I do want, though, is on condition 5, subset 3, obviously we've got trees to be protected for 5 years, is it? I can't remember now.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
I would ask that any trees planted as part of this application get a TPO for the future. So they are protected in perpetuity, because we do need to protect our trees. And with great deal of respect to the applicant, I hope he has a thriving business and everything else, but with business, and particularly successful businesses, often comes pressure at a later date to make things a bit less awkward, shall we say. But I believe he has the right emphasis. But to protect the future, I would like those trees TPO. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder, please?
Yes, Councillor Key, a second.
Councillor Key, like to speak?
Yes, please. Yes, I mean, it's nice. I've passed this place hundreds of times, and when it was a pub, and it never seemed to be sort of very well used. So it's nice to actually see that it's now been regenerated into something that's going to make useful. The only thing that concerned me was I came from Ottery St Mary the other day, and there were cars parked that would have to have been on that road before you got to the junction. There was no way they could actually turn round, and it was very, very concerning. I thought, however, are they going to back out onto the road there without turning around? But it sounds as though that has been overcome now, and I look forward to making sure that that is very, very safe there. But yes, I think it's, I'm against retrospective, but that's beside the point. But I'm only pleased to see that that is now going to be made into a useful building and is going to do a lot of use to the area. Thank you.
Councillor Desaram, anything to add?
Yeah, I was going to say that basically we are where we are, obviously, because of what the applicant told us in regard to the covenant, the fact that this building can no longer be used as a pub. So therefore, rather than have a derelict, unused building, we've got a thriving, as the applicant said, demand has exceeded expectations. So I think we've got a thriving business out of what would have been nothing at all due to this covenant. And I also think that the safety issues have been addressed by the applicant, and it's very, very pleasing to see that the applicant is very concerned about the well-being of his customers. So that's really what I'd add, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mrs. Shaw, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to remind members that the covenant on a purchase of land is not a material planning condition consideration. No. It is a private matter, and it shouldn't play a part in your determination of how you wish this application to move forward.
No, I'm sure it won't.
Thank you.
Councillor Pratt, anything to add?
Just to say that this application is good news for the economy of the local area, and now that the county highways have no objections to the application, I can fully support the application.
Thank you. Over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you. Yes, Chair. You have the motion to recommend approval, subject to the conditions as set out in the report and updated by Chris Rose in the rewording to conditions 3, 4 and 5. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate...
Mrs. Shaw, could I just say, Councillor Howe, I think it was, put forward that it should be a TPO permanently?
I would say that we couldn't condition that trees are to be TPO. That is a completely separate process. And I think you, perhaps before we go to the vote, Chris Rose may wish to comment on that suggestion by Councillor Howe.
Yeah, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I've made a note to ask the tree officers to go out there and to assess the trees for their suitability for a TPO. So hopefully that will satisfy Councillor Howe's recommendation.
Thank
Can I
you.
just add something, please?
Thank you. Back to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Can I add something, please?
Who's that?
The applicant.
Yeah.
I've just wanted to confirm that I have in the last, I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago now, I've received a letter on the trees on the boundary have now been TPO'd.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful. Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you. Yes, members, as just mentioned, approval subject to the conditions and as updated by Chris Rose is the motion you're going to vote on. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote?
Councillor Brown.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Saran.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Howe.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Support approval.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Rylance.
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That's unanimous in support, so that's recommended for approval.
Thank you. Agenda item 10, application 212875, it's a variation minor, 55 Peaslands Road, Sidmouth, page 80. I'd like to welcome Richard Don and Michael Dury. Thank you. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. So we application here at 55 Peaslands Road in Sidmouth. And here's the location of the site. It's an application for variation of condition of, variation to the plans of a scheme that's already been consented, and that's to seeking consent for an amended design to reflect what's been constructed. Hopefully members will recall this application. It was before you at the February committee this year, where it was deferred. It was deferred for officers to go away and consider that whether further changes had been made to the design of the scheme as it was being built out over those that were originally approved. So in effect, this is trying to regularise the fact that the building hasn't been constructed in accordance with the approved plans. And you will also recall that it was before members before because the applicant had had taken out the boundary hedge into the site and was seeking retrospective consent for that. So this is the site. So this is number 55, and then we've got the dwelling on the site here, and you can see its relationships to the boundary of the site in the photos. The previous scheme showed wall and fencing to the boundaries in place of the hedging. This scheme's now been amended to have a low boundary wall and to have planting hedging behind it, and you can see some of the planting on the corner there. But when it comes to the elevations of the property, this has changed from what was originally constructed. These are the photos of the site before the hedging was removed. So this is the plot, and these again before the hedging was removed, and then as the building was starting to be constructed. So before and when the hedging had gone, and now we start getting to the photos as constructed. So you can see the building in the photos there, viewed up the road and then down. And there's been some changes to the scheme from what was previously approved, originally on appeal, and then subsequently by some amendments by the council. So we've got an increased height of the building, that's raised. We've got a slightly changed roof pitch. The design scale of this turret has changed slightly. I think you can see there. Originally, it more mimicked the outshoots to the existing building, but we've got a different scale and size of turret here. They've changed the design of the dormer on the side there to have this sort of cat slide roof, and the render and bricks have changed, and of course this boundary treatment. So quite considerate changes from what was originally approved on the site and what they have then subsequently built out on site. And these are the views down the road towards the building, and this is the rear elevation. And here we are now with the building virtually complete. So I think you can see the difference in there in this turret to the sort of pitch and height that you get on the adjoining building. And then we've got this dormer partly in the roof here. And when you go along, you can judge for yourself that it's slightly higher roof than previously approved, and you can assess for yourself whether that's acceptable in the street scene. The position always was slightly forward of this terrace as approved on all those properties as approved on appeal. So the principle was established on appeal, but now we need to consider the impact of those changes on the character and the appearance of the area. It is disappointing that they've removed the hedge into the site. But as I say, now we've negotiated the small wall to go back with new hedge and tree plant into the boundary to hope to help get back to something that was originally there. And whilst there are hedges in the area, there is a bit of a mix to the boundaries in the area in terms of some walls and some fencing. So we feel that that boundary treatment now proposed is appropriate. With regard to the other changes, that they seem to have been done to mainly increase the headspace within the roof there, and you can see from this picture the slight change in the roof pitch, and it's been dug down slightly because you can see the windows, the level of the windows there. These tend to come up the street, and then it sort of plateaus, so they've got this larger roof and increased height. So it no longer mimics the adjoining property as closely as it did on appeal, but the question is it harmful enough in that street scene to justify refusing planning permission and taking enforcement action to get them to put back the scheme as approved? So with the lower roof and the smaller turret and a slightly different dormer window proposal. The relationships to the surrounding properties aren't considered to be harmful, and officers' view is in itself in the street scene, the building doesn't look harmful. If you didn't know about the history of the building as previously approved, I don't think you would think that this, as constructed, is so harmful or out of character in the street scene that it's unacceptable. It's still considered to be subservient to the surrounding properties, and there are a mix of development dwelling types in the area. So it is disappointing that the applicant has made all these changes without consent. I don't think they're here today either. And I do have sympathy with the residents about the way the applicant's gone about changing this scheme and doing it without having planning permission. But as you know, we need to consider the application that's in front of us. We can't just take enforcement action because someone's not built something in accordance with the plans. And our view is that that this scheme in isolation is acceptable and isn't harmful to the character of the area. Certainly not to the point where I think we could go to appeal and point out that this turret or the roof or the other changes of the scheme make this building so alien to the context that it should be refused. So in light of that, the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Now we go to Mr. Don. He's an objector. Mr. Don, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, thank you.
Super. Thank you. Originally, planning permission was refused for a 2-storey, 2-bedroom, 78 square metre house, architecturally very carefully specified as an exact subservient match to the donor house San Remo. This was then passed at appeal with 2 parking spaces, reduced to 72 square metres, and the delicate and sensitive nature of the location and building details were noted by the granting appeals officer. A new planning application added the stairhead dormer, retaining all architectural features and hedges. A further planning application under the bogus pretense of finding extra space within the plot extended it 900 metres to the west, but again retaining all architectural features to match the existing house, all carefully detailed in plans, conditions and materials palette. Then the actual build by East Devon Estates and the morph into the 118 square metre, 3-storey, 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 1 parking space, denuded house. Day 1, every single plant except 1 tree ripped out, 2 30-ton truckloads of plants, birds' nests and slowworms. All conditions applied to the garden hedges deliberately ignored and contravened, with a dismissive retrospective application we now see only after complaint. And then also with the house, all features to match the existing properties which enabled the sensitive appeal decision are violated with the plans not followed. Roof pitch increased from under 45 degrees like the other properties to over 53 degrees, unlike any other house. Roof height increases over 4 feet, and the ridge is now well above that of San Remo, to which it is supposed to be subservient and clearly isn't. Dormer under special condition 4, now 4 times the area. Finials not fitted to the southeast ridge end, and the roof area is nearly 80% greater and at the steeper angles. Corbelling is replaced with lead strip, and the pebble dash render is never applied, leaving a flat, hard, modern surface quite out of place in the 1905 surroundings and highly conspicuous so far forward of all building lines. All these massive changes have no planning application or approval and are merely gross flagrant contraventions of all the planning approvals that have been granted. Why did the developers not apply for these changes prior to carrying them out, when other changes had full applications? In conclusion, the planning department has made subjective suggestions that these contraventions do not significantly degrade the street scene. They clearly do. And their subjective opinion is that they should have a blind eye turned and do not need enforcing or planning applications or any approval, albeit retrospective. The only polite word I can find to describe this lack of enforcement, lack of concern for the architectural features, and dismissal of such huge changes to the main features by the planning department is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Surely this should be rejected and deferred to put in place conditions to enforce the missing details and at least make some kind of effort to fulfill the original building approval. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Right now, Michael Dury, another chapter. Mr. Dury? Think you're on mute. You're on mute.
How do you do?
Yeah, that's better. You have 3 minutes.
How do you do? Thank you for letting me speak. Condition 2 of the existing permission states that the development is hereby permitted in accordance with combined plan document SR 2002A. It would be good if that could be shown because it shows the house that was supposed to be built within the context of the house next door for which it was supposed to be sympathetically built. The two houses were supposed to line up at corbel line, roof line, gutter line, window line, door line, and both houses were supposed to be in the same horizontal plane, and that is not what has been built. The new house is approximately 2 feet lower than the original house. That was not part of the plan. The application under consideration today seeks to ratify that failure. And that means that the council are now forced to come up with a subjective process to assess whether this is a planning breach. I consider it to be a planning breach. Planning breaches are subjective, but carrying out development not in accordance with an approved plan, not complying with conditions of a planning permission, major design changes, district planning is now forced to take a subjective view. There are extensive examples of what counts as a planning breach, which includes significant changes in elevation, changes which alter the nature and description of the development, multiple minor design changes, amendments to windows that overlook neighbouring properties. Every one of those breaches are currently part of the constructed non-compliant construction. So the subjective decision process is therefore now down to you, and surely a subjective decision process must take into consideration the fact that this house has been before planning many times before and rejected in its original form as a 2-bedroom entry-level house. And the delegated report conclusion when it was objected said that it was considered to represent a cramped form of development contrary to policy D1. It's now on the market for north of £500,000, described as a luxury designer home. The applicant is trying to force your hand. He's daring you to tell them to take it down. It's an egregious breach of planning, and it would not have been approved if it went to planning originally as it now stands. I am so aggrieved by this that I will take it to the Ombudsman. It's a shocking breach. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think members share your concerns at the way that this has been carried out, this development, with a ruthlessness, even an arrogance. But I'd like to go to Mr. Rose to respond to some of the comments that have been made, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so it's quite clear that this is a breach of the original plan permission. They haven't constructed what was granted by the inspector. There's absolutely no doubt about that. The problem is the planning system, as the legislation is, it doesn't quite achieve what the members of the public would want. Just because somebody doesn't build something in accordance with the plans doesn't mean that we can just serve an enforcement notice and go in straight away and take action. We have to negotiate, we have to give them the opportunity to apply, and we have to consider that when it's submitted. I understand all the points put forward by the members of the public, and I would like it to have been constructed as originally approved. But your job as members is to assess whether what has been constructed is acceptable or not in the street scene, taking into account all of those points that I've raised and that the members of the public have raised about the increased height, the dormer, the window lines, the finials, all of those details. Do you think that proposal there is so out of character and so harmful to the street scene that we should be refusing planning permission and taking enforcement action to rectify that? The members of the public won't like me saying this, but my clear view is that an inspector would not support that type of refusal and that action. I don't think it isn't as good as it was originally approved, but again, that's not a reason to refuse permission or take action. But it's over to you, members, to balance up whether what is in front of you, what's been built, is harmful enough to that character of that area for the reasons raised by the residents, for you to want to refuse planning permission and to take enforcement action to get those works changed. As I say, I don't feel that we would be successful, but it's over to members to make that judgment and assessment. And unfortunately, as you know, we can't take into account in that assessment the rights or wrongs of the applicant in the way they've gone about doing this. We have to consider its planning merits of the design and impact of that of what's been constructed. So it is a poor situation on behalf of the applicant, but I'll leave it to you, members, to make that judgment on whether what has been constructed is acceptable or not.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Councillor Skinner.
Chair, could I just interrupt for a moment, just to ask Mr. Jury to remember to mute himself before he might say something that might result in us being taken off YouTube, and also to remind Councillor Pratt that he's currently unmuted as well.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Well, as the objectors have said, and as Mr. Rose has said, it's a very difficult one. I'm abhorrent, actually, in the fact that this is such a decry from what was originally proposed. And I think it's just more or less sticking a finger up to the district council and saying we're going to do it anyway. I feel really angry about it. The problem is that we have to take that anger out of the situation, and we have to look at the facts that are in front of us. I actually think it could be a scenario whereby if members vote strongly of going against this particular application and refusing it, I think there would be a battle. But I take on board absolutely everything that Mr. Rose has said. When you look at it in the cold light of day, so imagining us going in 6 months' time, driving down through, would you actually look at it and say it was so grossly different from anything else that was there? No, it isn't on the changes that have been made. But that isn't the fact that is in front of us here today. What's in front of us here today, they had a planning application and they've not stuck to not just one bit of it, not just by it slightly. This is massive amounts of changing. But I'm of the view that actually when you cut down to it, is it really that bad? Is it detrimental to what it is? I think Mr. Rose is absolutely bang on the money, and I feel really aggrieved, and I mean really aggrieved. I'm getting more and more angry actually, and I need to curb myself. I'm going to cut short in a minute. I think we're going to have to go along with the application, and so I'll make the recommendation to do that. But I can tell you now, I am not particularly happy about this, and I will wait to hear what other members have to say, because I think if we do take it on, it would be quite difficult to say that it could put the place into a bad position, and I don't think we can do that. I don't think we'd win, and that's the problem. So I think we have to go with this. But the way this has gone about is just abhorrent to me. I'm really quite upset about it. But there we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. So right here in one planning application, we have an exemplification of why retrospective planning applications are overwhelmingly a bad thing. And, you know, much as I understand the fury of the two speakers we've had and share it, unfortunately, we have to view retrospective planning applications in the same light as proper planning applications that actually happen before the building. And so the problem with retrospectives is that we have absolutely no control over what happens, because people come to you with a ready completed project and ask you to rubber stamp it. I mean, why do we even bother having a planning application process if people are able to do this? However, that is not how the law views it. We have to view this application as though it had happened before the building. And the only question we need to ask ourselves is, would we have approved this building really before it was built? It does stand out. I mean, I think the best thing that can be said about this is it's probably better insulated than its neighbours, because it's being fitted at the building stage rather than retroactively. I would imagine the roof space is probably better insulated, but it's a pastiche attempt at mirroring what's alongside it, and it's clearly been built to maximise the use of what's a very small plot. And you know, I agree with the neighbours; it should have been a much smaller house than it has turned out to be. But we can't view it on that basis. And this is something that needs to happen at national level, a change of planning policy, so that we can be more punitive, if you will, or restorative in cases where the planning application process is completely ignored, as it has in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Skinner. I'm absolutely appalled at this. They've just ridden roughshod over everything. What I do think, though, is that because the actual original plans were agreed on appeal and the inspector agreed those plans, could we not now say that they don't comply with what the inspector said? And that gives a bit more weight to us saying that this application should not be allowed and they should go back to the original plan. I think, you know, I think it'd be difficult for an inspector to come along and approve something where he's already insisted on plans that have been approved. That's my thought. But I mean, at the end of the day, I seriously think that somebody within the council, as an officer or a member, should write to this applicant and give him a bit of a roasting, because they've just totally ignored everything. And I mean, if everybody did it, there wouldn't be any planning applications, there wouldn't be any need. People would just go and build whatever they want, wherever they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. And I think even if the council were to write, it would be a complete waste of time. It wouldn't achieve anything. But I'd like to ask Mr. Rose, in the light of the previous inspector's comments on the appeal, about going back to what the inspector said would be acceptable. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't think I've got anything to add, really. I mean, yes, I suppose there is a very slim chance that you could get the same inspector and that they'd feel that strongly about what they saw before and how different this is. But I really very much doubt that. I think an inspector would come along and view it now and go, yes, it could have been different, but I don't think it's harmful enough in the street scene to justify a refusal and enforcement action and making them undo those works. However wrongly they've gone about it, my professional view is I think it's very unlikely that an inspector is going to come to that conclusion. Thank you,
Councillor Key. Anything to add?
Yes, I mean, I have to totally agree with, I mean, Councillor Lawrence said about sending him a letter. If he can build something like this, which is not correct, that letter would just end up straight in the bin and nothing there. Yeah. What does concern me is, where was the building stage inspector when this property was being built? Surely he must have had plans and everything and should have actually reported it back or taken, sort of notice of what was happening at the time. I honestly think that now, in my own mind, that this applicant is really going to be watched in the future, because if he can do something like this on this, then he's going to have his card marked well and truly, anything future development. But no, I think it's absolutely appalling that, and I agree with Mr. Rose, really, I don't think we would stand a chance in actually with the inspector. And we've just got to accept it, I think. You know, it's very, very sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Thank you very much. God, dear, where do you start? Ignoring what's been said about retrospective, we are where we are and we have to deal with it. I want to pick up what one of the objectors said about car parking. Because we have parking standards as part of our local plan. And I just want to clarify what the parking standard is in this area, Mr. Rose, if you could, and what this actually provides against that standard, because that is a bit more of a not so grey area, shall we say. So I'd like some comments on that, please.
So through you, Chair. So the guidance in the local plan is that there should be 2 parking spaces for this dwelling, and there's 1 proposed. But the sort of not the get out, but of course the policy goes on to say that, you know, where you're well located, close to services and facilities, and you can walk, you can reduce those car parking requirements. You know, we are in Sidmouth, you can walk to those services and facilities. So I think from that point of view, 1 parking space is adequate. I'd probably go so far as to say I expect an inspector might even say that given its location, no on-site parking spaces would be acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. I just needed clarity. It's been a while since I looked at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, rather than write to the applicant, I think we might be better writing to our MP and saying that we would like to see the ability to take much stronger action against those who disregard the conditions under which permission was granted. And I would like to see us have the ability to fine those who disregard conditions. So it's not just us being faced with the question of, well, are we seriously asking them to demolish this again? I think the problem is for us, is it similar enough? I mean, at least they haven't built just to take an example from today, a bare brick house with a steel roof and a tall chimney. So I think at first glance, it appears to mimic the local style sufficiently, but I can understand the fury of local residents who can see that what was supposed to be a much smaller house has somehow morphed into something much bigger. And nobody's mentioned the hedging, but the removal of the hedging, to my mind, was one of the worst aspects of this. And I'm pleased to see that some hedging is going to be reinstated. I had to look up Escalonia, and I notice it's an evergreen, which is a good sign, suitable for seaside locations. And it has a long flowering period, and those flowers are attractive to bees and butterflies. So at least it will have a decent hedge round it, and that is something to be welcomed. And thanks to the officers for dealing with that. But I think we have to go with Mr. Rose's judgment here. He's the expert on this, and accept that we probably can't say that they have departed enough from the planning conditions for us to be able to refuse even retrospective permission.
Thank you. Councillor Desaron, anything to add?
Well, that's just to say that I also share Councillor Davies' concerns, and I'm pleased that the hedging has been reintroduced. And clearly, we have a very difficult decision in front of us. Clearly, we wish to encourage development, but clearly, this is the wrong form of development, because obviously the applicant didn't go about it in the correct way. And I can also understand, as other members have said, the distress that has been has caused. So I think very reluctantly, I too would have to go along with Mr. Rose's recommendation, but obviously with great reluctance.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzard, anything to add? Councillor Gazzard?
Sorry, Chair, I was on mute.
Do you have anything to add?
No, just to say that I won't be able to support it, Chair.
Thank
Thank you.
Councillor Skinner.
I'm just going to make the recommendation to go with the recommendation that's put down by the officer, and no doubt you'll look for a seconder.
Thank you. Seconder, please.
Yes, Chair.
Who's that? Councillor Key?
No, Howe.
Howe. Councillor Howe. Over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you. Yes, Chair. Members, there's two elements to this recommendation. Firstly, to adopt the appropriate assessment that was formed part of the report, and secondly, approve subject to the conditions as set out in the report. Please, when your name is called, will you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, reluctantly support the approval.
Councillor Davey.
Yes, through gritted teeth, approve both parts of the recommendation.
Councillor De Saram.
Likewise, reluctantly approve both parts.
Councillor Gazzard.
Against.
Councillor Howe.
Reluctantly support.
Councillor Key.
Very reluctantly support.
Councillor Lawrence.
From the heart, against.
Councillor Pratt.
Against.
Councillor Rylance.
Against.
Councillor Skinner.
Sorry, support reluctantly. Yeah.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Abstain.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in support, 1, 2, 3, 4 against, and 1 abstention. So that's recommended for approval.
Thank you. Right, agenda item 11, application number 213201, full Bennett's Hayes Farm, Orliscombe, page 93. The ward members in this, Councillor Lawrence, and the applicant Claire Harvey, and committee ward members, or no, wait a minute, Councillor Lawrence is speaking for Orliscombe Parish Council, and then the ward members, Councillors Brown and Councillor Key. Over to you, Chris, to give your report.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so Bennett's Hayes Farm in Orliscombe. We've got an application here for an agricultural workers dwelling, and it's before you because it's got ward member support. This is the location of the site in the field, just nearby to the farm. As I say, in the AONB, and it's associated with a farming business, and members would have had the update yesterday from the applicant. I apologise if I made an error. It mentions in the report that there's a farming and a haulage business. I understand that they, from the letter yesterday, they own just one vehicle, one lorry. This is the proposal here. It's for a agricultural workers dwelling, so you can see the access coming. So there's a field boundary along here with trees, access in off the road up to a turning area, and then the location for the dwelling. And these are the elevations of it, quite traditional in design. And there we go. You can see how it will be finished and laid out for the family. So this is the location for the site here, off of the road, and then we've got the farm complex here, and then we've got main residential farm down here and some converted outbuildings. So these are those outbuildings where the applicant lives, and the site is up here by this tree, so we're just beyond that hedge line there. And this is the site. So in off here, roughly where those bales are is where the access drive would be and the house would be located. So you can get your orientation from those as to where the house would sit. And there's the main farmhouse, and then opposite that are these converted buildings where the applicant lives at present, and then there's the other farm buildings around. So as I understand it, the second generation family live in the main farmhouse on the site, and then there's 2 cottages which are off to the left here, which has got the applicant living, and then in one of them, and then a further family member in another of them, and none of those buildings have got any agricultural ties on it. And the applicant is making the case that they've outgrown the family's outgrown the buildings here, and because of the access into the farm, there's no space for them to extend that property at the moment for their extended family. So in light of that, they're proposing this new farmhouse up here, which is a 4-bed house, and it is just under 200 square meters in size. So not an unreasonable size, or at the upper limit, but not unreasonable size for an agricultural workers dwelling. So you'll see from the report, in terms of the principle of development, we've got policy H4 that deals with agricultural workers dwellings, but that says that there needs to be a proven and essential agricultural need for that dwelling to go on the site. In this case, in this case, there isn't, because there's already the farm building on the site. There isn't a need for a larger building in terms of supporting the holding. So the proposal fails that criteria in terms of approving essential need, because in effect, the case making by the applicant is that they need more space for their family. Well, however harsh that sounds, that isn't needed for the farming business. The applicant has said that they'd be willing for the new building to be agriculturally tied, and obviously there's no suitable place for them to extend the existing building. But in terms of policy H4, there isn't that proven and essential need to meet that criteria of the policy. It is a viable business. It will meet the occupancy test. There are no other buildings on the land. So in terms of all those other parts of policy H4, it meets that. But as I say, it fails the proven and essential need test, because in effect, what they are proposing here is a new dwelling in the countryside. And although this new dwelling might be agriculturally tied, the old building wouldn't be. So you are gaining that extra dwelling without that farming justification. We have pursued with the applicant the possibility of them swapping the houses with one of the other family members, but that's been we've been advised that that's not practical. And then further on, going on to the landscape and visual impact, even if it were to comply with policy H4, we need to take into account the landscape and visual impact. This is an elevated and prominent position in the AONB. You can see from these photos that there's no dwellings around. It's going to be up here on this higher point beyond the trees in the AONB, and we obviously members need to give great weight to the impact on the AONB. And you can see from these views around through gates, etc., that you will be able to see the location of this new dwelling in the countryside. And then across the views, it's roughly where my cursor is there. And you can see along here, there are other buildings along this part of the road, but nothing in close proximity on this side of the road at present. Policy H6 is as an option for the applicant. There's a policy in the local plan that allows for replacement dwellings, but again, this isn't a proposal for a replacement dwelling because they're building a new dwelling and it isn't located close to the existing buildings. So in planning terms, we've got whilst we have sympathy with the applicant's need to provide extended accommodation, there's no planning policy support for this proposal. It isn't needed for agricultural reasons, and it will result in a new dwelling in the countryside, which officers believe will cause harm to the AONB. So in light of those reasons, and despite having some sympathy with the applicant's needs for additional space, the officer's recommendation is for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Councillor Lawrence, representing Alderscombe Parish Council. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Lawrence.
Let me just check. He is in.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So, Councillor Lawrence, you're currently on mute at the moment. You just need to click on the microphone button.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Perfect.
Can you hear me? You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Right. I'm chairman of Alderscombe Parish Council, and we unanimously support this application. Steve Harvey, the applicant, is the sole working partner in conjunction with his parents who are in their late 70s on this 100-acre organic beef and dairy heifer rearing business. Although he is a partner in the farm business, owning the land, stock and buildings, he is only a tenant of the house that he lives in, his father owning the houses and properties at Bennett's Hayes. Regarding the site, Bennett's Hayes is part of a small hamlet called Markham, which consists of 6 houses, 3 farms, as well as the properties at Bennett Hayes, and these are all within 300 metres. The proposed site is on the opposite side of the road to the livestock buildings, as it is the closest possible site available to the farm, as there is no land around the buildings adjacent to the road. The house site, as far as we see it, is reasonably screened from across the valley, as it is behind the farm buildings, although the roof line will be slightly higher. I will reiterate, the site is amongst a cluster of houses and farm buildings and not in open countryside. With the way the photographs have been taken, it's a very different situation up there. In the past, Mr. Harvey Sr. ran a haulage business. However, this has decreased, and in the last 5 years, there's been substantial investment in additional land, modern livestock buildings with additional housing for 80 cattle, covered dung storage and associated buildings, all erected. The applicant now needs the security of their own workable farmhouse to further expand the business. There's been more investment on this farm than a lot of other farms that have had AOCs granted recently. As a parish, we need to encourage young families like this to remain and flourish in the village. With an excellent school, church, and vibrant parish community, we need to encourage the next generation and offspring to remain for the long-term sustainability of our village. Thank you. We support this application.
Thank you. Now we have the applicant, Claire Harvey. Claire Harvey, you have 3 minutes. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello, Madam Chair and Committee. Steve has grown up on the farm, helped on the farm as a boy, and has worked on the organic farm in partnership with his mum and dad ever since leaving college. I grew up in Exmouth, but after getting married, we moved into our current barn when the previous tenant moved out. Since then, we have tried buying houses around the area close to the farm, but have not been successful. Steve's parents would not want the responsibility of running the farm on their own, so without Steve's hard work, it would no longer be a working farm. We all want the farm to continue and thrive for future generations. The amount of work fluctuates weekly, almost daily, depending on where the cattle are in their life cycle. At the moment, it is busy as the cows are due to calve, so Steve needs to be on hand 24 hours a day in case of any problems with calvings, making sure the calves are feeding properly and milking the cows. It is also silaging time, so Steve cuts and bales the fields that are not currently being grazed to produce winter feed for the cattle. This means long, late days and nights working. I have taken over dealing with the majority of the paperwork side of things from Steve's mum. This is a gradual process as the farm office is currently in their farmhouse, which is not practical with juggling the demands of a young family. So we've made a temporary office in our spare bedroom. It is hard work on a day-to-day basis living in a house that is not geared up to the needs of an outside farm worker. Our barn wasn't designed for this, as we have no shelter or storage to remove wet, dungy clothes, nor a utility area or a downstairs toilet. You literally just walk straight into our kitchen and then straight into the lounge to go upstairs. In the winter, this is particularly hard, and Steve has to keep his overalls and wet weather gear in his parents' house and use their utility to wash them. The barn cannot be extended to provide practical working areas of a utility, boot room and office due to the positioning of the barn in the courtyard and the flooding that occurs when we have heavy rain. The stream opposite our barn turns into a waterfall and turns the lane and drive into a river, so we're unable to close it off to provide a safe outside area and garden for ourselves as a family. The site where we wish to build has been used for years to store wrapped silage bales, which are made and stacked high in the summer that can be used throughout the winter. We chose this site as it is as close to the new farmyard as you can practically get, and the existing landscape features would not need to be altered as the track's already there and is used daily. But we position the dwelling to maximise the use of the daylight and sun so that it will be sustainable. In conclusion, all we are asking for is a practical family home that will serve the needs of the farm, make working life less stressful and give us security for the future. Looking at the bigger picture, It is not reasonable to try and carry on in this position, as we invested a lot of our own time and money into the farm, and we wanted to continue farming here for decades to come. A suggestion has been made to swap houses with Steve's parents, but Steve's dad was born and lived in the farmhouse all his life and wants to remain there. Being the family and people we are, we don't want to force them out. We are willing to work with you and the Blackdown Hills to minimise the visual impact of the dwelling and integrate it into the landscape, and welcome you to come and visit the site. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Thank you, Claire Harvey. Councillor Brown, ward member.
Thank you, Chair. There have been 2 agricultural workers' dwellings applied for in Ullerscombe in the past 18 months. Dunkerswell Grange Farm and New Park Farm, both given the same reasons it required and both approved by officers at delegation. In this report, it states an agricultural unit should not be justified or demonstrated by personal circumstances or preference of the applicant. It was suggested by the officer that the father should move to a smaller unit and the applicant move into the main farmhouse. In report for New Park Farm, which was approved in November 2021, the planning officer approved the opposite, stating it would be unreasonable to expect the applicant to vacate his property. An argument supported by an appeal in which the inspector said it would be unreasonable to expect the mother to vacate a farmhouse she had owned and occupied since 1972. This applicant's father, as you have heard, has lived in the larger farmhouse all his life. There is no difference between this and the 2 approved applications. And they're all within 5 minutes of the village hall, church, school and pub. I understand this farmer has spent over £300,000 on barns and extensions over the last 5 years to make the farm more viable, and therefore I recommend this for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown, I have a question which you might be able to answer.
Yeah.
How many people work on the farm?
You've got the father, the son, the daughter's on the farm as well. She lives in one of the properties, and I believe they do have some other staff there, but I'm not sure how many.
So I understood that one of the dwellings was occupied by somebody, a female, I can't remember who doesn't work on the farm. So in fact, what you would have would be 4 dwellings for one person who works on the farm. That's all I was trying to.
No, there's more than one person works on the farm. The father works on the farm to start with, so there's more than one.
I thought the father had retired. Sorry, Councillor Key next.
Thank you, Chairman. I was very, very apprehensive with regard to this application when it originally came in, but I didn't know until the full details, until we had that email yesterday, and the actual applicant is only a tenant of the barn that they're living in. Now, he is the husband, Steve, is the main worker on this farm. And as you've heard, the facilities that they're living in now are completely inadequate of what you actually need for a farm. You can't take your clothes to some other place to dry out if they're wet. They're having to sacrifice the spare bedroom for an office, which is not adequate at all when you're trying to run an efficient farm, which is what they're doing now. And therefore, I fully support this application and second the recommendation. The only thing I've got a little bit concerned about is the position of the house, because yes, I agree it's going to be visible because the land rises there. If that site could be taken down closer to the road, a little bit closer to the road, and dug in to the slope, then this would be a lot less visible than that. Now, further up this valley, there is a house at Morrow's Farm, a brand new house that was built, and it sticks up like a sore thumb. It really does. Now, if you actually look at that picture there, you have a lane beside it, so that where the track goes up around the field could be dug down there, so that the house would not be so conspicuous. And therefore, I think that this is a very, very good cause to actually allow this house to be built, because they would be right on the opposite the premises of where they've got all the calves and the stock, and far more accessible than where they're living at the moment. And therefore, I fully support this application, and I'm more than happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Well, we haven't moved into the debate yet. You were just
No.
speaking board member. So now we move into debate. Councillor Skinner.
Well, I think you know where I'm going to come from, because I'm going to stay on the same stance that I stay when we talk about agricultural dwellings and when we talk about farmers and farmers' sons and the like. The bedrock of the environment in which we live in the countryside, when we talk about AONBs, rural areas and all the rest of it, and all the beautiful countryside and how we need to protect it and all the rest of it, absolutely. But let's not forget those people who are doing this. The land looks like it is because of the farmers that are within it, and the farmers who look after and tend the land through their daily chores through the process of farming itself. And when we look at, and I always smile to myself with the hypocrisy that fits within the planning system, when we look at how many people and how many houses we've got to provide for, thousands of houses hither and dither and all the rest of it. And yet these sort of occasions come along when this young family wants to move out from the house they're in, because the unit that they're in at the moment, the family's, it's evolved. Father's got a little bit older. The son is having to take on more. The house is having to move to a house which they're trying to keep all within, quite close to within their units to where they are. For every aspect of an application such as this, there's all the reasons why we should be supporting it. I find it really difficult at times when, for other reasons, there's no policy that supports this application. Well, I tell you what, if we haven't got policies that support in keeping young farmers in the countryside, when I'm telling you, I'm a farmer myself, and I absolutely know the desperate case that we have in trying to keep young people in the countryside, it's dire. And especially when we're looming along with the food security in this country as it's going forward, and we've got the climate change, which is a big agenda. Food security is the second one. We need to desperately do all that we can to ensure we keep young farmers on our farms and not be driving them away on the best of a process that says we don't have a policy that fits within this. Well, then we best damn well get one in place then. And if we haven't got one in place today to make it happen, then I suggest we have a departure of policy and make this application work. So I'm going to say at this tenure that if Councillor Key's prepared to second that and there isn't a proposer, then I'm damn well going to propose it unless somebody wants to do it and propose it in front of me. I'm happy to do that, Chair, through you. And I'm going to make sure that I'm proposing this with the last application, when we supported it through gritted teeth and we supported it reluctantly. Well, I'm going to support this application with all the passion and power that I have as a farmer to ensure these young people get the opportunity to stay in an environment of working and producing food for us in East Devon. They're the backbone of our actual area which we live. So I'm right behind it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Skinner. We've heard that argument many times in the planning committees. Is there a seconder for that
Yes,
proposal?
I'm going to second that.
Councillor Key, do you want to say any more?
Well, I said sort of what I feel is sufficient enough when I didn't realise that we weren't actually in the meeting. I thought that because nobody asked any questions. And so, yes, I fully support this and concur with what Councillor Skinner has said. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rose, could you clarify something for me? There are 3 properties, residential properties. Another one is being proposed, and yet, from what's been said, there are just 2 people who work on the farm who inhabit a residential unit on the farm. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, so as far as the application is concerned, they aren't making a case that they need a further agricultural worker and further dwelling on the site. The case is that the accommodation that they're in at the moment is inadequate, if you like. So therefore, to meet their needs and the needs of the farms, they're saying that they need this additional accommodation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this is a business, a rural economy, and it seems appropriate to me that the people working in that should have housing which is befitting for that. So I think a contemporary house, rather than relying on older farm buildings, is totally appropriate. I think, as was mentioned, it would be good for sustaining the farm, the business, and also the hamlet. And I think what was offered was an agricultural tie, and I think that would be helpful if that could be conditioned to have an agricultural tie. But I totally agree that to sustain the farming business going future, we should allow an appropriate style of dwelling close to the existing farm. So I'm very much in favour of this, but I would ask is we could have the tie imposed if it isn't already in the conditions.
Thank you. Is that acceptable to the proposer and seconder?
Absolutely, for me, yes.
It certainly is, yes.
Okay, thank you. But I would remind committee that this is a departure from policy. And as Councillor Skinner said, we'll have to change the policy if we want to do things differently. But, you know, at the moment we have that policy in place and we really shouldn't be going against policy. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. So people will know that I very much support multi-generational living, and that also we need housing within the countryside that supports young families and the needs of young families. To me, this is the right house, but in slightly the wrong place. And I'm just wondering whether there's a reason why it's not located on the bottom, on the southern corner, in the continuation of the barns, you know, within the compound, within the family compound, with potentially, you know, much easier access to parents to support them as they age, and shared gardens. I'm just wondering why that wasn't considered as an option, because it seems to me that the actual departure from policy is not. Is actually that it's crossing the road into the open countryside, whereas if it were within the curtilage of the existing buildings, it might be more acceptable. So, you know, much as I support the principle of building in the open countryside, I'm not fully convinced that all the options have been explored for this particular building, and I would very much support an agricultural tie on any building that were to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Oh dear God. I want to support this. I'll openly say I thought the speech given by the applicant was heartfelt, warming in an emotional way, and shows the need for this. But then we have our policies, and that's the fundamental issue.
Yeah.
If we cannot weave our way through our policies, this will allow not unrestricted development, but it does allow homes to be just placed across the district, without those due regards and those safeguards. And on that, I am struggling because I cannot support it when we open that almost carte blanche to say, yeah, you know, let's carry on. Let's just develop more homes with no real reason. I get the reason why they want it. So I want to ask Mr. Rose, is there any physical way we can tie this down because of the substandard living working conditions they are currently in their current accommodation? We can make that case to say a house should be allowed on this site. I'm still not totally sure about the location, if you get my meaning, but that's secondary to the principle at this minute in time.
Yeah.
And then I might actually go to, if we can get over the first hurdle, I might actually go to the proposal in a second and say, let's go for a site inspection and bottom this out completely, because I do think we need to support it, but we need to find a way that doesn't drive a horse and cart through our policies, but achieves what we want to achieve. So thank you.
Thank you. That was very well put. Mr. Rose, could you respond?
Thank you, Chair. So it's clear that the application has no support from policy H4. We can't get around that. We can't we can't fiddle that in any way. Not that we want to. So you're making a case on it being a departure for the local plan and what those material considerations are. And I understand from the applicant, and what I'm hearing from members is that case is that to enable this business to continue and to grow, the current accommodation on site isn't suitable. It isn't up to a suitable standard to enable that to happen. So in this case, you may be able to support a new dwelling for that reason. So you could make that argument as a departure and your material considerations without opening the doors to lots of other similar applications, because you could make it quite specific to the case and argument put forward. But of course, once you've done that, is the other thing that I need you to consider is, once you've accepted the principle, you then have to be comfortable that this is exactly the right site, because you are in the AONB and you have got a duty to give great weight to the protection of that AONB. So if you are over the principle in terms of accepting the need for it, then I think you could justify that, but you then also have to be satisfied that there is no harmful impact on the AONB. And that's where I do have some sympathy with some of the comments of members. We've obviously not assessed whether there are any other more suitable sites. And I do agree that it's, it is, as Councillor Key said, it is set in off the road, up the hill a bit. I know the applicant said that they had looked at other sites and there was no possible ones of going through the farm because they wanted a separate access, etc. But you need to be clear that in AONB terms, once you've got over the principle, that you're satisfied that the visual impact isn't harmful and as minimal as it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. I think that there's been a misunderstanding from a couple of people who've made representations about the definition of the countryside, arguing that, well, there's other buildings around there. I think for planning purposes, this is in the countryside. There are already 3 houses on this farm. And so there's absolutely no policy support for this. Councillor Skinner has mentioned that we jolly well need to get a policy in where essential workers are needed. Well, we do have a policy. And the problem is that in this case, they have not been able to prove that it is absolutely essential to have this further building in order to support essential workers on the farm. And I do understand all the arguments. So there's no policy support for this, but on occasions we do decide that we can overrule policy if there are suitable mitigating circumstances. I think if we were minded to approve this on the grounds that it is actually needed for an essential worker on the farm and that the other accommodation that is available is not suitable, at the very least, I'd like to see a great deal of screening around the proposed building so that it would be less visible from the open countryside. So I would certainly suggest that as a condition if we are minded to go down the route of allowing this. It is very difficult. It really is, and Councillor Skinner has spoken very eloquently about the countryside and the fact that the people who maintain that are the farmers, and it is important that they are enabled to keep working in the countryside.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Key, your hand is up. Is that an old hand?
Yes, it's still there. And what I would like to say is, I mean, it has been mentioned several times, Where they are living is they are there as a tenant because it belongs to the father who owns the other buildings there. What they are wanting, the people who actually farm this land, are wanting their own property, a property of their own, not to live in accommodation that belongs to somebody else there. And this is why they want this, and they want it in something that they can actually utilize where everything is contained in the same house. The AOC is an absolute essential thing. They all know that. That's not a problem. And I feel that with regard to the space on the other side of the road by the buildings, I don't think you will find there is any space because that is completely taken by buildings there. But this is an essential part of this holding, is for them to have a house of their own without being in a tenant or being a tenant in somebody else's property. And I'm sure that if we actually sort of got this house dug down into that field there where the picture is now, there would be no problem because it would be probably down about 3 to 4 feet lower and wouldn't be so visible over the hedge. I totally agree with regard to the planting around to hide it a little bit. That wouldn't probably be a problem. They'd be more than happy to do that. And I fully support it. I know the policies are perhaps not there. Councillor Skinner said we've got to get it. But at times, I know for a fact, and we have in this last 2 or 3 years, broken policy. So this is not impossible.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Ullerscombe, 90% of Ullerscombe is in the AONB, and there have been 2 agricultural workers' units built away from the farm in the past 18 months. And they've both been signed off by delegated. So, and there's no difference between those 2 and this particular application. Therefore, that's why I'd like to see it approved.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to say this again, but I'm just wondering whether the possibility of locating this particular house on the bottom corner of Mum and Dad's plot hasn't been considered, because that will be within the curtilage of existing buildings and dwellings, and I suspect it might be easier to get planning permission on it. I really want to say yes to this planning application, but I don't feel that I can because of where it is. So I want the house to be built for these people, but I don't think it necessarily needs to be the other side of the road. And I'm just wondering whether all the options have been explored and discounted, because there's a really nice plot just south of the barns, which is exactly the same size in appearance to the plot that's planned, and presumably would fit the same house, and could be sold at a peppercorn rate by Mum and Dad to the son to enable him to stay, right next to the farm. I'm sorry to keep going on about that, but I just feel that it might be possible to do that. And I don't think I can't support this the other side of the road, and I really want to be able to say yes to it, but not there.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Right, thank you. Councillor Key is making it almost impossible for me to support. It's not about home ownership.
No.
There's a house there. If you go down that route, Mr. Key, Councillor Key, then I can't support it. What I do believe in, it is a substandard house and doesn't fit the needs of the business. I believe we can get round that. But then falls into what Mr. Rose has just said. They haven't really assessed this against the AONB. So I think we need to come up with a way, either a deferment or a site visit, so that the principle is gone. I think we should approve this for the reasons Mr. Rowe has allowed us to do, but we need to then work it against the AONB and the harm to the AONB to make sure it is in the best location, and work with the farm and the prospective farmers to make sure it works for the AONB and the countryside and them. So I ask the committee, and particularly the proposer and seconder, which two routes, and work with Mr. Rose on this, do they need to go to make sure we cover the second aspect that has not been assessed at present, is the harm to the AOMB. So I look forward to their comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rose, do you wish to respond to that? Or?
No, I think Councillor Howe was directing it at the proposer and seconder.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Councillor Skinner.
Where do I go with this? I think on the basis to, clarify for everybody to be comfortable in their own skins, knowing that we'll be going from a departure of policy, that in this particular instance, we could go for a deferment of this particular application, and this is only subject to Councillor Key obviously supporting what I'm saying, that we go with a deferment of this particular application as long as we go for a site visit. If members are mindful that they feel, because I don't feel that we've had the evidence to say whether it's this site or another site, because another site's not been put to us, because we're just literally looking at this application that's in front of us. We either determine this application as it is, or if members feel that we have the principle of wanting a home, I wouldn't want that to be lost for these particular applicants when they're so keen to get a house somewhere. And for all I know, they might say, well, we would have preferred the one across the road, but we didn't like to because for whatever reason. So I think to actually pursue looking at this from we agreeing the principle and going having a site visit as to what we think would then be, which may be more acceptable. It may be we stay with the one that we've got, but maybe more acceptable is something that I think in this particular instance would show due diligence on our part that we've investigated it further and come up with the real best possible site going on site. So on that basis, Chair, through you, and this is only subject to, of course, Councillor Key, my seconder, supporting this, I would move that we withdraw the support for this application in its present form, that we move for a site inspection whereby we as committee members can go and see that we've got the right site on the principle that we're going to get behind this principally, but we just don't think it's in the right site.
Councillor Skinner, we have to judge this application, not go out and look for another site. That's not in our remit. We have to judge this application as it is.
Right. So here we are then. I've already said you've obviously not taken on board what I've said. What I've said is withdraw my motion of supporting this application to go for a site inspection. So if we withdraw this particular motion, that means I'm then moving for site inspection, but I can only do that if my seconder agrees with me.
I totally agree, Councillor.
Can I just say, Mrs. Shaw would like to speak. Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it may help if the mover and seconder, Councillor Skinner and Councillor Key, also inquire as to defer for a site inspection and for further information regarding the impact of the development on the AOMB and an update on other locations. That's just a suggestion so that we're getting further information as well as a site inspection if they wish to withdraw their motion of support for the current application.
Well, thank you for that. That's what I thought I said.
And I support that.
Okay, that's where we are then, Chair.
Okay, then we'll move to the vote. Oh, Councillor Howe, you had your hand up.
It's all right. Shirley said, thankfully, almost what I was going to say verbatim.
Okay, thank you. Then over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you now have a revised motion for a site inspection and also for further information to be brought before you regarding the impact of the development on the AOMB and an update as to other site locations. If you are in support of the motion, please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether... Start again. Members, when your name is called, please would you indicate whether you support the motion for a site inspection, whether you're against the motion for a site inspection and further information, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
I support.
Oh, sorry, Councillor, but I missed that.
Support.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Against. I really don't see what it would achieve.
No.
Councillor de Saran.
Support the motion for the site visit with further information.
Councillor Gazzard.
Against.
Councillor Howe.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Support.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support.
Councillor Pratt.
Against.
Councillor Rylance.
Support.
Councillor Skinner.
Support.
Councillor Woodward.
Support.
Councillor Ragg.
Against.
Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in support. 1, 2, 3, 4 against. So that's recommended for a site inspection and further information.
Thank you, Wendy. We'll take one more before we break for half an hour. Agenda item 16, application number 220269, full application, land adjacent, Cross Lynn, Exeter Road, Honiton, page 169. I'd like to welcome Steve Boundy and the board member, Councillor Jake Bonetta. And before we go to Chris for his presentation, Councillor Bonetta, do you have any interest to declare, please? Under the Code of Conduct, the new revised Code of Conduct.
Thank you, Chair. No interest to declare to my. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, over to you, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, land adjacent to Cross Lynn, Exeter Road in Honiton. So this is the location of the site in red here. There's a former garden to Cross Lynn, which you can see outlined in blue. So we've got the main road along here, and then we've got a secondary road leading down here, which leads up to Tesco. And this is the proposed layout. So it's an application for an erection of a detached dwelling. And it's here because it's contrary to the view of the ward member. And as you can see from this location plan, it's a backland site. So it was an extended garden of Cross Lynn, so backland area, and there's a bungalow proposed on the site. And you'll see from the photos that prior to submission of application, there was some tree clearance carried out on the site. But the site is considered to have some now limited ecological value. So this is the layout for the bungalow. So you can see that it's got 4 bedrooms in there, kitchen area, lounge, and garage with 2 parking spaces. That's a shadow representation, and here are the elevations of the proposal. It's just a traditional bungalow with a mixture of render and brick and roof tiles. So the elevations as you go around, but as I say, it's a backland site, so you won't be able to see any of this from the road. So here we go. This is the location. So we've got Tesco sort of down here, down the main road towards the roundabout, and it's this backland site, and it's accessed through this driveway here. So you can see a garage at the end of the site. You can see there's an access here and a further access there. So looking up the road, it's in off here, and looking down the road again in off the left here, where you can see next to 2 existing accesses. And as you go into the site, this is the access route, and then we go into the site, and you can see the vegetation that was cleared prior to the submission of the plan application. But you can also see a number of other trees that are retained around the boundary of the site, and some pruning that's taken place. And you can see the relationship to the surrounding properties. Now, you'll note in the report that there are no highway comments here. We have chased the highway authorities ever since the application was submitted, which has been with us a number of months. Unfortunately, the highway authority are busy and short-staffed. They haven't commented on the application, and we feel that's a reflection of the fact that they have no objections to the application because of its distance from the junction and because of the presence of these two existing accesses there. So in light of that, I know there's been a number of highway safety concerns, but I think it's going to be difficult to justify a refusal given the distance to the roundabout and the presence of these two accesses. In principle, the site's in the built-up area boundary, so it has support from the local plan. Obviously supports new residential development, and it supports them in the built-up area boundary. With regard to character and appearance, you won't see the dwelling at all from the surrounding area. So from that point of view, there's no harm. There's not any backland development around here, so it could be argued it's out of character for that reason, but it is providing a dwelling in a very sustainable location. The design itself that's proposed is nothing outstanding. Nothing outstanding in itself. But again, it's backland location. You're not going to be able to view it from anywhere. And it is a missed opportunity though to create something a bit more unique, and there's very little in with the application about the environmental friendly credentials of the building, other than it being built to whatever the standards will be with the new building regs coming in. In terms of amenity, it's single story, so the roof slopes away from the neighbours. There's 20 metres distance to the surrounding neighbours, plus there's close boarded fencing proposed to the whole of the site. There's a condition there to remove PD rights for any roof extensions to prevent any further overlooking of the neighbours, and the remaining trees on the site are to be retained, and there's a condition for retention and new tree planting. So it's in the built-up area boundary. There's no visual or amenity harm. It's very well located. There's additional benefits from this dwelling being proposed, and given that, and in light of the lack of any other harm, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for explaining about Devon County Highways. I was going to ask that. Now the agent, Steve Boundy, welcome to the meeting. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for the construction of a 4-bedroom bungalow on an infill site just 600 metres to the west of Honiton Town Centre. The site is located within the built-up area boundary for Honiton and is reasonably large, measuring approximately 0.2 acres. The site is undoubtedly within a highly sustainable location, the source of which should generally be supported for residential development. Unsurprisingly, for a sustainable town centre location, it is bordered by existing residential properties on all sides. However, due to the large gardens of the properties in this area, the proposed dwelling will be located a good distance away from any habitable rooms. The East Devon local plan makes clear that the construction of new homes within the built-up area boundary for Honiton will be encouraged, and it's welcome that the officer's report for this application concludes that residential development in this location should be supported. It is also very welcome that the Town Council support the application. The concerns raised by one of the local members in respect of access are noted. However, this is not a new access, but rather an existing one that has been in regular use throughout living memory. The proposal offers an improvement over and above the existing situation by giving vehicles the space to turn and leave the site in a forward gear. There are other existing residential access to both the north and south of this one. There is good visibility in both directions, and crash map data confirms that all of these accesses along this stretch of highway, including this one, have operated and continue to operate safely. Both the comments of the objectors and council officers in respect of ecology are misguided. This is a residential garden that has become overgrown with brambles. Clearly, to undertake an ecology survey, or indeed any other future use of this land, an element of bramble clearance was required to gain access. Whilst the officer report states that prior to this bramble clearance, the garden would have supported a diversity of wildlife, the ecology survey, which was carried out by an highly experienced and appropriately qualified ecologist, is clear that it did not and does not support a diversity of wildlife as alleged. Specifically, his report actually states that the dense bramble growth that was cleared was a major factor in the site's lack of ecological value. The report goes on to note that most of the plants are exotic and non-native shrubs. Clearance of these, along with some of the neglected fruit trees which were planted by the applicant's parents, was only carried out once the ecologist had established they were of very limited value. In terms of residential amenity, the proposed dwelling is located circa 25 metres from the nearest point of any other dwelling. In response to the local authority's pre-application advice, care has been taken when designing the dwelling to ensure that there will be no impact on the amenity of neighbours. In particular, a one-storey dwelling has been proposed, windows placed sensitively, outdoor amenity areas located to the south and west of the proposed dwelling, and a closed-board fence proposed to ensure privacy. Overall, it is both our view and the view of the council's officers that the proposed development is fully compliant with the policies of the authority's local plan and should be approved by this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Boundy. Councillor Panetta, ward member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, I'm a ward member for this area. I have been in consultation with residents in this entire community. In total, around 25 households I have contacted. Of those, I have received 10 responses. That's a turnout of 40% objecting to this application. And I really do think that the residents' views need to be taken into account here. And I do want to really try and explain and expand on what they have spoken to me about in regards to this application. My first point surrounds biodiversity of the area. We've just heard the agent speak about biodiversity as well. I know from speaking to residents that this area of the property has been used for approximately 92 years as a high biodiversity area, including orchard trees. I must say I disagree with Principle 3 in this report, as evidenced by residents, with the prior habitat for hedgehogs, shrews, field mice, thrushes, and many bats in the area being evidenced through different streams. I've been shown camera footage. There's also evidence through Devon Bat Survey that this place has been active with bats, and obviously this is no longer after being razed to the ground. I know that the council is currently working on a policy in the emerging local plan of 10% biodiversity gain. That is not in place at the moment. I'm very aware of that, as the report suggests. However, I do think that we should act along those lines with what we do. I must say this application will adversely affect the surrounding environment. I think that strategy D2 in the East Devon local plan that we've currently got has been sort of misused here through the clearance prior to the application. And therefore, on this point, I object on the basis of strategy 3A with respect to biodiversity, plus strategies D1.F regarding biodiversity. In terms of tree protections on the plot is surrounded by a few trees, namely an oak tree and a fir tree, some of which have very special importance to the neighbours. This application does not provide sufficient protections for these. With regards to the oak tree specifically, that is particularly in danger by this application. The property, as proposed, would encroach dangerously on the root systems, especially of the oak tree, but also on the other trees locally, which definitely need protecting and allowing to flourish. And with regards to the oak tree, I note that a biodiversity report reported that it was not very healthy. In fact, it has recently been crowned and it needs as much support as it can get to flourish again. And therefore, based on tree protections, I object on the basis of strategy D1.3D regarding trees. In terms of the height and design of the property, the height of the property, as it is raised above the properties on Exeter Road, it's on a slope, is imposing on those properties and will adversely affect the light access to the south of the Exeter Road properties. There is already very limited sunlight due to the trees in place, and this would make it even worse. Very limited sunlight will be able to access the gardens of the properties, except when it is directly overhead. The 2-metre fence that has been proposed for privacy reasons will further diminish this light access. Even though it is for privacy purposes, it still does not mitigate these issues. The height of the roof and positioning of front and back doors on the same section of wall implies a future attempt to split the property, at least in my view. I can't obviously speak for the applicants there. And I believe that recommendation 12 does not go far enough, and at the very least, extra breaks must be put in place to stop the splitting of the property into multiple residencies. Further to this, I object based on strategy D1.3D and 4E, based on light levels, as well as NPPF policy 130, points A and B, pertaining to the design of the property as encroaching on neighbours, as well as on effective landscaping relating to previous points. My last point is to do with transportation access. I know that Chris just went into transportation access based on point 111 of the MPPF report. I must say, as a resident of the area and someone that has a lot of access, and sort of a lot of experience of this specific stretch of road, this is a very busy trunk road. It's always in use, especially at rush hour. The traffic onto this major roundabout in Honiton goes well up past the access to this property. Without mitigation from highways in the form of extra keep clear markings, at the very least, this could be contrary to safe travel. And therefore, C7 within the East Devon local plan regarding adequacy of site access and the road network. Of course, there are a lot of things to do with this application that have been discussed there, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that committee may have on those points. And also, of course, my thanks must go to the residents who have contacted me on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonetta. Councillor Skinner.
Well, I think my opening gambit is, I think, Councillor Bonetta, you've missed your vocation in life. You ought to be a planning officer, not a councillor. That was a very, very thorough report that you were giving there, I must say. My view on this site, and unless others have got anything to say, is I'm going to go along with the officer's recommendations and support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Councillor Discern, I'm happy to second.
You'd like to speak on it?
Well, thank you, Chair. I'd just say that I concur with the recommendations on page 178 of our report, which clearly says the site offers a good opportunity to provide a dwelling in an accessible location that will contribute towards the housing supply locally. And I think that's the key issue, because we were just discussing housing for local issues in the last application, and here we have an occasion to do this. So I think that's very good. And yes, as Councillor Bonetta said, it is very concerning that the wildlife has been dealt with in this manner. But obviously, we are where we are, and the design of the new property will meet the new building regulations, as Mr. Rose said. And furthermore, highways have not expressed any serious concerns about this matter. So for those reasons, I think that we have to really go along with what the recommendation said. So for that reason, I support it as a seconder. Thank you.
Thank you. Highways didn't make any comment on it at all. Councillor Key.
Thank you, Chair. When can I just ask Mr. Rose when this picture was taken? Any idea?
Sorry, no, I don't have the the exact date. No, sorry. I believe it was probably April, March or April time.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to say that tree is not actually on the site anyway. It's by the look of it, it looks as though it's in somebody else's garden. And the other trees that are being cut down there, they are insignificant anyway. So there's nothing being lost in cutting those trees down. Also, the height of the actual bungalow there is not going to affect the height of the house. If it was going to be a house, then I would certainly object, because it would be overlooking. But with it being a bungalow, I can see in actual fact that it's not going to be overlooking to the degree of a two-storey dwelling. And therefore, yeah, I fully support the application. The access going onto the road, well, I think there's probably about properties, it's about 8 or 10 properties up there that all have access onto that road. And I haven't actually heard of an accident up there at all, because the visibility is so good there. And that access has been used, as we heard, probably for a lot of years in the past. So yes, I fully support the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would support this application. The thing that concerns me, if you go back to the picture of the actual entrance on the way in, it looks like somebody has put up a panel, a fencing panel, and that would restrict the visibility splay coming out onto that very busy road. Now, I would think that that new panel has probably been placed by somebody who's objecting to the planning application. But because highways haven't commented, I still think it's going to be very dangerous. They can't possibly see down that road towards the roundabout when they're pulling out. So I just think that we do need to have a highways input. I can't see we can clear it anyway, because there is no visibility display at all. Thank you.
Thank you. But as has been pointed out, there are several entrances along there. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, Councillor Burnett has spoken very passionately, but yeah, I mean, I understand that bats may well have been foraging in that area, and obviously the number of fruit trees there would have attracted insects. But condition 4 does say that no development shall take place until measures to improve the biodiversity of the site have been submitted. So I think we have covered that by condition, and that we can improve the biodiversity there, and I would hope that our officers will ensure that takes place. And that would be the biodiversity of the site before it was felled, I would hope, not the site as it stands at the moment. I think it's difficult to sustain loss of light for neighbouring properties with a single-storey building. The road, there are already a number of accesses there. Yeah, I take the point about the panel, but at least that is the view of the traffic coming up the road. So if you were turning left, that wouldn't be an issue. And I would think in any case, there's probably enough space there to make a small splay. And you could always, even if you wanted to turn right, you could go down to the roundabout, go all the way around the roundabout and back up the road if you were concerned about the safety aspect there. So I can't see any grounds for objection here, and I think on appeal it would be granted anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Davey just took the words out of my mouth. I mean, I get pretty annoyed about people who completely devastate the ecology of a plot before putting in a planning application, because it's not really very well. It's putting money before ecology, essentially, and that does rather annoy me. Are we able to impose any highways conditions? For example, are we able to say that people emerging from the end of this drive can only turn left? Because it seems to me that would allay some of the concerns about the road layout. I agree with Councillor Davey. I don't think there's very much else we can object to, but I just wish that people didn't see pound signs instead of nature. And chop down trees ahead of planning applications, because actually what we're looking at the moment is an environmental desert. So since they have done this, there is nothing to preserve or save or conserve, and we can only, as condition 4 says, request that they restore biodiversity, which is pretty sort of late post after the event thing, but it's the best we can do in this circumstance, I think.
Yeah, we have no jurisdiction over the highways, Eleanor. That is for highways to comment, and they haven't done so. Councillor Howe.
Yeah, just to pick up on the highways thing, there's an access there now.
Yeah.
We've got no grounds to make any sort of recommendation when the access already exists. It's
Yep.
just going to a different thing. Instead of going to a, whatever you want to call it, garage or whatever, it's now going to a house. So there are no grounds for refusal on this at all. So can we please put this, and we've had a proposal in a second, haven't we? I believe.
It's so long ago, I can't remember.
Yes,
yes, Chair.
And I seconded. Let's get on with it then.
Yeah. Okay, over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have the motion to recommend approval with the subject to the conditions as set out in the report. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you are in support of the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, in support.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Howe.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Support.
Councillor Lawrence,
Support.
Councillor Pratt,
Support.
Councillor Rylance,
Regretfully support.
Councillor Skinner,
Support.
Councillor Woodward,
Support.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That's unanimous in support, so that's recommended for approval.
Thank you. Right, members, it's almost 20 past 1. We'll take a break here and come back at 10 to 2. Is that okay?
Thank you, Chair. Members, can I just remind you to make sure your microphone is muted because the live stream will be running throughout our lunch break. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm going to leave the meeting, Wendy, because my computer's getting very hot. I want to shut it down and put it on the floor.
Okay.
Where it's cooler. Thank you.
Councillor Howe, are you really out in your garden, or is that a video behind you?
No, that's really my garden.
Oh, lovely. I wish I could get out mine.
My dog decided she wanted me out in the garden with her, so I've come out.
Lovely.
And now she's gone inside. Oh, that's dogs for you.
It is. It is.
Oh, fish breath.
Mike, your dog is as big as you nearly.
No, nowhere near. In again. Look.
Are you ready, Chair?
Yes, ready, Wendy.
Thank you. Would you like me to do a roll call?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll start with Councillor Brown.
Yeah, present.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Present.
Councillor De Sarum.
Present. Thank you, Wendy.
Councillor Gazzard. Councillor Gazzard, are we here?
I can't see his name on the list currently logged in.
Oh no, not Councillor Pratt. Let me just let Councillor Pratt in. Okay, Councillor Howe.
Yes, we're here.
Councillor Key.
Yes, dear.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
I'm here. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt. I'll come back to Councillor Pratt because I have just let him in. Councillor Rylance.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Yes, I'm here, Wendy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Ragg.
Present.
Thank you. So, Councillor Pratt.
Present.
Lovely, thank you. So we are just missing Councillor Gazzard, so hopefully he will join us shortly.
Okay,
Back to you,
then
Chair.
we move to agenda item 17, application number 212747 full and 212748 full. Alston Farm, Alston, Axminster, page 183. I'd like to welcome Tony Bateman and the ward member, Councillor Hayward. Councillor Hayward, if you're there, are you there? Can you see him, Wendy? Councillor Hayward?
He is in, but he's got his camera off and his microphone off, so he might have stepped away from his laptop. What I'll do is I'll quickly message him and see if he's there.
Yeah, thank you. I need to ask him to declare register any interest.
That could be interesting.
Okay, I've just sent him a message. So hopefully he'll come back to me shortly.
Thank you.
I'll let you know.
We can't really start without him, can we?
He has asked to speak.
I don't see why not, Chair, because he's not a voting member, is he? So he ain't got to vote.
No, he's not a voting member, but he might want to hear everything. He might change his opinion.
Should be here on time then.
Yeah, he should be. Absolutely.
We've got to crack on. We've got a lot to do.
Yeah, we have. Can I move on to the next item then? Agenda item 18. Application number.
We haven't got the speakers in, Chair. I think we need to go in the order.
Dear. All right, we'll have to start without him then. Right.
Sorry, I'm Chairman. It's oh.
No,
What happened there?
I think that was Councillor Ranger wishing to speak then.
I'm so sorry. I was just going to say we are here for the Newton Poppleford application. If you wanted to skip to that one and come back to the other one. Sorry to butt in.
Well, are all the speakers there for that application?
There's just Richard Lipsinski and myself are here.
Yeah.
So my video.
I think Councillor Hayward's back.
Oh, right. Okay. Councillor Hayward?
Hello, Chair.
Right. Thank you. Do you have any declaration of interest under the revised code of conduct?
Under the guise, I have an effects NRI in as much as I work for All Saints Parish Council as their clerk, and they have made a submission to this application. So I'm speaking, however, in my role only as the ward member.
Ward member, right.
So I have an effects NRI.
Okay, thank you.
In any financial way whatsoever, yay or nay?
No. Okay, thank you. Right. Would you like to make a presentation, Chris Rose?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so we're Alston Farm, Alston Axminster. We've got two applications on this, one report, both for adjoined livestock buildings, in effect, virtually one building. We're in the AONB and we're in the main farmhouse is grade 2 listed. We're here because we've got a ward member objection to the proposal. So you can see the farmyard here, and you can see how you'll see from the photos it's been extending up this way, and now we've got further buildings, these two buildings on the end. So you can see the farm buildings here. You can see how it's extended over time, and then we've got the two applications on the end there. And this is what they both look like. They're both identical in terms of the appearance, and then you end up with this structure on the end, which mirrors what's there at the moment. You get the galvanized doors, and then you get the feed passage through the center. So in effect, it's extension of the buildings that are there, and then you get two livestock holdings and the feed passage. Each of the buildings is about 30 meters by 13, 4.6 meters to the eaves, and about 8 meters in height. And the applicants advise that they need these for modern welfare standards and basically for robotic milking. So there you get the roof plan. And you can see here from the aerial how the farmyard is extended over time. And then here we go with the aerial. So you can see the building coming along, further buildings to be extended on the end. So you can see the extent of the farm at the moment, and from the wider views in the AONB. And we're getting extensions to these buildings. There we go. And so in terms of the principle of development, we've got policy D7, and that says that we should be supporting new agricultural buildings where there's a need that's been justified. In this case, again, it's been put forward that there's a welfare need and it's for robotic milking, but there's no increase in the herd numbers. This is to service the farm as it is, and that's considered to be an adequate need that's been put forward as justification for these buildings. The report then goes on to talk about the visual impact. So this will extend the farm further into the AONB by the extent of these buildings. It's a logical extension if you look at it on the ground, and it replicates in height and form and materials the buildings that are already there. The applicant has agreed to additional landscaping to the site. So in effect, there would be a new hedge planting around this part of the site and new planting in here to help screen. So that's new hedge and bank to the north and the east, and then a new copse tree planting to the east there, and that's been sought following consultation with the council's landscape architect. So in terms of that, the wider visual impact is considered to be acceptable, albeit that it's further extensions of this farmyard. There's a condition on there to prevent any light spill outside of the site. The nearest residents are about 130 metres away, so we're comfortable there won't be any detrimental amenity harm. There's no harm to the listed building, given that these are located on the other side of the farm from it. And there'll be no harm to the river acts, given that there's no additional increase in herd. So in light of that, both applications are recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, then we go to the agent, Tony Bateman. Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Bateman. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say the farm, which is owned and occupied by the Ellis family, supports 3 generations all working on the farm. Mr. and Mrs. Ellis Senior being in their late 70s, their work on the farm is reducing, and as such, their son and grandson are the predominant workforce. The farm is a long-established dairy unit which currently milks through a conventional milking parlour. This parlour is now 25 plus years old and requires replacement or significant modernisation. With the aim to produce efficiently and to the highest welfare standards, the business has taken the decision to invest in a robotic milking system. It is worth noting that these buildings would still be required to house the livestock, even if the current milking parlour was to be used. Some of the current buildings are not suitable for the modern milking herd. The new buildings are required to house the cows and the robotic milking systems. Through the planning process, the plans have been amended, and the area of the application has very slightly increased to take into account the area required for rainwater storage tanks. These are to be installed to collect the rainwater falling on the roof to be reused within the buildings. This is purely to benefit the environment by reusing the water rather than entering any drainage system. A comprehensive landscaping scheme has been agreed to mitigate the new buildings, which incorporates the planting of a reasonably large copse, a new hedge bank with hedge planting and new tree planting on top. There is further additional tree planting to be carried out in the wider hedgerows to provide even further screening from distance. I believe that the landscape impact from these buildings will be minimal, taking into account the mitigation and the landscape proposals. It is worth noting that although the proposals are within the A1B, the boundary of the A1B is only 120 metres to the east of the site. There is no intention to increase the size of the herd, and these applications are to improve the welfare and high health standards of the herd. Although there have been several planning applications in recent years, these have all been to improve the farm complex for environmental benefits, reducing the amount of rainfall landing on existing open livestock yards, and to store the manure produced on the holding. All of these proposals have been supported by Natural England and the Environment Agency to reduce the risk of pollution. The farm is further entered into a countryside stewardship scheme, which is designed to benefit the ecology and the farmed environment. The Ellises are trying to farm to provide the highest welfare standards for their animals, and these new buildings are required to allow a long-established rural business to continue. These proposals are being supported by the local parish council, and I hope you will support this application. Yep.
Thank you. Right, ward member, Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose with this one, it's not so much an objection, just a concern that's been raised by parishioners nearby. And it comes back to this age-old thing of, if you move to a rural location where there is a farm, at what point does a neighbour have the right or the ability to say, actually, this farm is not the size it was when I moved in? And I concur entirely with what the agent, Mr. Bateman, said. The Ellises are a long-standing family. They do a lot of good work for the parish and the community. But if we look at the growth of this farm, it has been quite profound. And this is where the concerns have been raised, especially the height of the new buildings, that the report from the landscape artist and from the Blackdown Hills AONB group do raise their own concerns about the impact, the visual impact of this growing site. And I suppose my question would be, and I thank Mr. Rose for his report and his officers, is if we went back to the point before all of these buildings were built progressively, and it was just one application for the entire lot in one go, would this committee feel the same way? And I appreciate the committee's quandary, because you have to deal with each application before you. And if you get another one, you deal with that, and then another one, and so on and so forth. But it's just I suppose, a hypothetical point. If this had come before you in one go to build 5 new agricultural buildings of this size, and I applaud the reason why they've been built and why the roofs have gone on, but would your view be the same? So this is just a concern. I note the report. I still have concerns that this is just getting a little bit too big, and a point was made within the report. It would be welcomed, and I think Mr. Bateman just covered it, that it's not going to get any bigger, because parishioners are feeling that this is just becoming a super farm in a very quiet, pastoral, rural parish, which was never designed for that. Sorry, I'm just looking at Councillor Key on the phone. Just distracted me for a second. Yeah, so that's it, Chair and members. I have concerns that it's just a little bit too big for this location. I take on board entirely what's within the report, and I'll leave it with members to consider and use their professional judgment to decide upon. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Rose if he has any comments on what's just been said, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I suppose what I'd say is as each application's come forward has been acceptable on its own, and we feel this one's acceptable, then I think, yes, if they'd have come together as one application, there wouldn't be any other harm. So we probably would have been recommending approval of all of them. But I take the point from Councillor Hayward, and it'll be interesting going forward over the next few years, because, the way... partly the war in Ukraine, partly the way things are going, I think farming practices in the countryside are going to change quite a lot over the next 5 years, and we might well have decisions to make on in terms of how big we want farms to get, or do we want farms to get big because they can produce more food more efficiently. So I do understand the concerns. I don't think we're at that point yet with this farm, and I think what we've got in front of us with these 2 applications are acceptable. But I think it will be an interesting debate going forward, maybe something for the local plan in terms of the pressures that are going to be on the countryside going forward and how we react to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. So I've got 2 questions for the agent. And one of them is, you mentioned in your presentation that one of the effects of these would be to produce a covered yard for the cattle. Surely that's something they already have in place, because it's been the law for quite some time. So I would imagine that they already have covered cattle yards for the cattle they already have. But you also said that they weren't planning to expand. They weren't planning to expand. So I just wonder why this extra space is needed if they already have covered cattle yards, as they should, for the existing cattle they have. And the other question I had was about what appears to be some kind of attenuation pond at the top end of the site. Is that not going to become contaminated with sewage so close to the building, with slurry? And if so, what steps have been taken to keep rainwater runoff from the roofs and slurry separate? Thank you.
Yeah. Can I bring the agent back and ask him to respond, please?
Yes, by all means. I mean, in my presentation, I was referring to covering of existing outside yards. That isn't regulation, it is best practice. And that was done a couple of years ago. I was just trying to give a feel for the number of applications that have been done over recent years. So I was referring to the other side of these buildings as open cattle yards, and the best advice from Natural England is to roof these over so rainfall doesn't land on dirty yards, producing more foul water to be stored. You refer to the, I presume the photograph or the satellite image showing a pond there. What that was one previous application. So you can see the construction there. An application was put in to create an earthbank lagoon to store slurry in there. That was consented. They started to build it. They then found that green sand was predominant there, which wasn't satisfactory, as it would have allowed the slurry to seep into groundwater. So they abandoned that and they backfilled that. And this is the site that is now going on. So it is completely contained and sealed. They put a further application in, which was consented on another field for a lagoon to store the manure in. So they are fully compliant with Environment Agency regulations.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Yes, if we're back in discussions, then I'm happy to move this. Farming has changed over the years. It continues to change. I'm not a farmer. We have a couple of farmers on this committee, and I'm sure they will comment in a second. But we shouldn't stifle change of the countryside, because that's what farming is. It is the countryside itself. And unfortunately, sometimes along with that comes higher welfare standards and everything else that these farmers need to do and everything else. So I'm more than happy to move this for approval as per officer's recommendation.
Right.
Thank you.
I'll second it, Chair, and I'm going to speak next anyway.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Chair, before the report is actually covering two applications. So therefore, as the mover and seconder, moving the recommendations for both applications. And just to alert you, I'll be taking the votes separately as well at the end.
Yes, I'm happy to move both.
Thank you.
And so am I.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Skinner.
Yes, farming is going to be, well, it always has been, and it should be very much on the agenda of people's minds. It's going to be as important, if not more important, than climate change. If people aren't fed, we've got all sorts of problems. We all know what's coming down the road. This farm, and as Mr. Rose quite rightly pointed out, if this was a farm producing a dairy farm and it came in as one hit, yeah, I would have been quite happy to if it was put together in such a way of milking cows, and it was a massive building to produce farming for milk for farming. No problem at all. So it's on that basis I very much am going to be very much supporting this application. I don't think I need to add much more, and we've got a lot to do. So let's press on. Thank you.
Thank you. Desarum.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was going to echo my support based on the information provided on page 197 of our report. States the applicants require the building to house animals in order to support a change in farming structure and persistent tuberculosis in the herd necessitate the new buildings. That's the key issue. Why do we need the new buildings? Well, it's clearly to prevent tuberculosis. So for that reason, I'm happy to go along with the recommendations of approved for both applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey, anything to add?
Yes, please. Could I ask Mr. Rose just to confirm that the new buildings will follow the roof line of the existing buildings? I've been trying to make it out from the plans and I can't understand that.
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, I did, I believe I understood from Mr. Rose that these new buildings are going to house the robots. If they are, I mean, they're totally different interiors than what the cubicle houses is and everything else. So yes, I mean, they are important to actually have because the robots are very, very expensive and they need the correct buildings to actually put them in.
Thank you. Right, there are no more speakers. Can we go to Mrs. Shaw, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, we will take the application 21/2747/full first, please. And that there are two limbs to this recommendation, and that is firstly, adoption of the appropriate assessment, and secondly, approve subject to the conditions as set out in the report. Members, for this part of the application only, please would you, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, support the motion.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Thank you. I notice Councillor Gazzard is back in the meeting. Can I just check whether he heard everything regarding this application or whether he'll be abstaining?
No, I'm abstaining, Wendy, as I was late getting back in.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Yes, support this application.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Approve.
Councillor Pratt.
Approve.
Councillor Rylance.
I support this application.
Councillor Skinner.
Support the application.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. So application 21/2747/full is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Wendy. Next, we will move on to the second application in this report, and that is for 21/2748/full. And again, there's two limbs to this, and that is the adoption of the appropriate assessment and approval subject to conditions as set out in the report. Members, when your name is called, please would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, approve.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Abstain.
Councillor Howe.
Approve.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Approve.
Councillor Pratt.
Approve.
Councillor Rylance.
I support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. And that application 21/2748/full is also recommended for approval.
Thank you. Agenda item 18, application number 220344, full, Little Home, Back Lane, Newton Popperford, page 209. And I'd like to welcome Councillor Richard Lipczynski, I hope I pronounced that right, and Board Member Councillor Balranger. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so as you say, this is a property called Little Home in Newton Popperford. You can see the location here off Back Lane at the end of this access that goes down to the tennis courts and sports pitches. And we've got an application for a single-storey side extension, and the site's in the AONB, and it's been referred from chair delegation given the concerns raised by the parish council and the ward member. So it's an application for, as I say, a single-storey side extension. These are the elevations of the buildings at the moment. So it's this existing extension to the side that's proposed to be replaced. So this family room on the side of the building there. And these are the proposed elevations. So this is the extension, single-storey extension we've got proposed here. So you can see there's doors, high-level windows, and then a standing seam roof. And that's on all three sides of the extension. If I just move on, so that's the extension that's proposed there with a terrace out the front. And then from the street, so you view this existing side extension, and then you get the new extension proposed there. So that's the building in aerial form. And then these are the photos. So that's the extension that's there at the moment, this timber lean-to structure that's to be replaced. And these are the views along Back Lane. So you can see the house and you can see the extension there. So the principle of the development is acceptable. We're in a built-up area, previously developed area. So the principle of replacing extension is acceptable. The issue that's arisen with this application is in relation mainly to the design of the proposal and its roofing materials. So you'll see from the elevations that we've got a standing seam roof and render to the property here. That's the standing seam roof doesn't match the main house and is a sort of a non-standard, if you like, non-traditional material type. And that's relevant here because the neighbourhood plan seeks to ensure that within the built-up area boundary or seeks to ensure that new design is of a traditional design and matches the character of the area. And that's gone into the neighbourhood plan following a period of public consultation where members of the public were asked to vote and express their interest on the designs that they liked and didn't like within the area. And the sort of more modern design and standing seam roof came out with members of the public as the least supported design. So from that point of view, the local plan has a policy to say that we should be using traditional materials in these local areas because these more modern materials are non-traditional and out of character. As a result of that, we did ask the applicant to amend the roofing material to something more synthetic, some tile or something to match the house, but they have declined to do so. And the arguments for that, and they're the same arguments why we're recommending approval, despite the neighbourhood plan, is the very shallow nature of the roof. It is a shallow pitch, so how much you won't see much of that roof from the public domain. It's a single story building, it's an extension. It's not as if it's a whole new house that's being built out of those materials. It's set back from the street, and it's also replacing this building at the moment to the side, which doesn't have particular design merits to it. So there is this issue here of it being the materials being contrary to the neighbourhood plan, and I don't like going and making a recommendation against the neighbourhood plan. But what we've got to do in this instance is balance up those requirements of the neighbourhood plan against what harm might occur from the proposal. And in the officer's view, given the very shallow pitch of the proposal, given its single story, so it's not like a large house or a massive extension, we feel that the harm to the appearance of the area is not really going to be harmful enough for us to be able to justify refusal despite those contents of that neighbourhood plan. So over to you, members, to make that judgment of the acceptability of the standing seam roof in particular against the neighbourhood plan, but the officer recommendation is for approval. Thank you.
Councillor Ragg, I believe you're muted still.
Yes, I'd like to ask Councillor Richard Lipczynski, Newton, Poppleford and Hertford Parish Council, to speak. Welcome to the meeting. You have 3 minutes. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
It's close enough. Thank you very much. So I've lived with that for 70 odd years.
Right.
The Parish Council's view is very straightforward and it's already been talked about. We have a neighbourhood plan. It's been adopted by East Devon District Council for pretty well a year now. Part of that neighbourhood plan is to look at roofing materials. And in the neighbourhood plan, we have what we consider to be acceptable and what we consider to be unacceptable roofing materials. In this matter, the metal roof falls into the unacceptable area. And has been said, we did suggest that the design could be modified to increase the pitch slightly so that one could tile the roof, or in this case, sorry, slate, to match the main house roof. Slate roofs are normally considered acceptable for pictures down to about 20 degrees. You can go down to roughly 12 degrees with some of the more modern membranes and tiling procedures. As far as I can make out, the pitch on this single story extension is about 10 degrees. However, again, looking at the design, it appears as though the architect has raised the ceiling height of the extension as high as he can to incorporate the windows that run around the top of the extension to obviously give the kitchen area, the new kitchen area, some nice welcome light. It may not be obvious, but it could appear that a slight reduction in the ceiling height of the extension would allow the pitch of that roof, the extension roof, to be increased to 12 degrees or thereabouts. A very small change, in which case it would then be possible to slate that extension roof. It would then match in with the main house. It would match in with all the other houses in the area which have slate roofs, and it would then conform to the neighbourhood plan. If the design was then modified and the slate roof on the extension was incorporated, the parish council would then unanimously support the application. But at the moment, because it's contrary to the neighbourhood plan, the parish council feels it cannot and will not support the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Ranger, ward member.
Yes,
sorry, I do apologise, Chair, but we need to ensure that we've noted any declarations of interest from Councillor Ranger before she starts her representations.
Oh, yes, of course. Councillor Ranger, do you have any declarations of interest?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so just to summarise, really, the neighbourhood plan took 5 years to put together. It's been in place now for a year. So, you know, we accepted in the early days that people might have made their plans, you know, before our neighbourhood plan was made and voted upon. But what's happening now is as more applications are coming forward that aren't really taking note of the neighbourhood plan. And so we feel that it's time that, you know, we start to challenge, you know, especially in this application, which we all heartily approved, except for one small change, which was the standing seam roof. And so, you know, although this is probably not a very big deal in the overall planning world, the neighbourhood planning officer spent a lot of time helping us, you know, prepare our neighbourhood plan, and is also keen to know how often the planning committee are taking note of the neighbourhood plan and adhering to it, and how often, you know, it's being well, you know, ignored. And much so we appreciate the issues that we have with, you know, if something went to appeal and likelihood of winning that. So this is just one really to start flagging up with the committee where an application doesn't comply with the neighbourhood plan, we will be challenging it. So that's all I've really got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ranger. Right. We go into debate now. Councillor Skinner. Councillor Skinner?
Oh, sorry, I was talking to myself, Chair. I
thought you were unusually quiet.
Yeah, I do apologise. I've opened the opening gambit. I've only spoken to myself about it. I think what I might want to ask, could I ask Mr. Rose, please, for some clarity between? I absolutely understand the fact that it can't be seen and all the rest of it, and I'm actually in support of the application. But for the benefit of the ward member, Councillor Ranger's view, and the benefit of the fact they've put these sort of things through their neighbourhood plan, and I take it the neighbourhood plan, if I may, Councillor Ranger, has been adopted. Has it? Right. Okay, that's clear. So the neighbourhood plan's been adopted, and I can actually understand a seamless roof as well on something like this, because the pitch is quite small. So I actually understand part from a building perspective. But could I ask you, Mr. Rose, is there what aspect is there why we're just not going along with when the applicants ask, would you change, and they say no? Is that how it works, or does it work on the basis that you've some sort of relatively sound? Because I know you work, Mr. Rose, you'd have some relatively sound reasons as to why. Because once we clear that up, I think it's just a go, really. Thank you.
So through you, Chair. Yeah, so the application went to Chair delegation, and there was obviously the concerns raised by the ward member, and it got referred to committee. And in the meantime, we went back to the agent and said, look, there's one issue outstanding here. And if you can change the materials, you'll be in accordance with the neighbourhood plan, and we won't need to take the application to committee. You know, do you want to do that? And the applicant was quite clear, said no, we've designed it as it is, this is what we want, the pitch is too shallow for any other materials. So then we're in the circumstance of writing our report for yourselves, and yes, it's contrary to the neighbourhood plan, but as you know, even if you are contrary to a plan, we need to be able to identify some harm. And for the reasons I went through, officers don't feel that the harm here justifies a refusal. If it was the whole roof to the building, then I could understand. But to a single story building with that shallow pitch roof, I think it's going to be hard on appeal to point the inspector to the harm that's being caused from being contrary to that policy. But that's for you as members to balance up. Do you think that change in that material is harmful enough to the area to justify a refusal?
On that basis, Chair, I don't personally, and I'm going to move the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder, please?
Yes, Councillor DeSerem.
Would you like to speak?
Well, I was going to say what Mr. Rose just told us was the applicant couldn't do what the neighbourhood plan recommended because according to what we heard was the pitch was too shallow for any other materials. And what Mr. Rose said is obviously you need to balance up what the neighbourhood plan said versus the harm. And obviously in this case, it's a single story extension. And so therefore the harm isn't as great as it would be. But obviously Councillor Ranger and her fellow councillor are quite right to flag up the importance of the neighbourhood plan. And I don't think that anyone is disputing that neighbourhood plans have a great role to play as they've obviously been designed with people's thoughts in mind. But in this particular instance, I'm mindful to go with the application because obviously there is no other way of dealing with this if Mr. Rose is quite correct in what he said about the pitch being too shallow for any other materials. So that's why I'm happy to support it. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, all credit to Councillor Ranger and I won't even attempt to put the chair of the parish council to flag this up. And they're quite right to challenge everything that comes up that's not in accordance with the neighbourhood plan. However, if this was a conservatory, I imagine it wouldn't have a slate roof, so we'd have the same problem. In order to accommodate a slate roof, they would have to increase the pitch of the roof, and that would make it more prominent. So you kind of gain one thing and lose another. So we're seeing more of these metal roofs, so I'm sure they're going to become more common. I would just hope that the colour, at least, would be a grey that would match the slate and perhaps even, at least from a distance, look like slate. And I noticed that condition 3 asks for details and a sample so that we can check. And I would ask that it is checked that matches as closely as possible the existing colour of those slates. Otherwise, I think it's acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to speak up in defence of neighbourhood plans, and they can't be ignored. They're not ignorable. They're a part of the planning system. I'm surprised by hearing that you can't slate a relatively shallow pitch roof, because I've got one attached to the back of my house right now, and it doesn't leak. It's absolutely fine. So it should technically be possible. I don't really understand why it wouldn't be possible, since even birdhouse roofs have slate sometimes. But I would like to emphasise the fact that the neighbourhood plan is the expression of the intent and the will of local people, and it is part of the Localism Act, and as such shouldn't be ignored. It is an inherent part of the planning system. We can't just ride roughshod over it because we don't like it. Everybody had the chance to feed into the Newton Popplefoot neighbourhood plan at the point where it was made. And if they foresaw that having only slate roofs would be a problem in the village, then that was the point at which they needed to say it. So on that basis, I can't support this recommendation, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. I think we should be following the neighbourhood plan. That's what it's there for. As you say, it's quite recent. A lot of effort goes into it. And although this may be a reasonably small side extension, there are other options. I don't think it just has to be a slate roof. Doesn't mean to say you have to have the house identical, but what the one that proposed doesn't look particularly attractive in my subjective opinion. But there are other options. I mean, there's kitchen extensions near me here where there's a flat roof and they have a flat roof and a sunlight. I don't think it need to consider necessarily the fact that the pitch is not enough. There's other options available. So I think we should follow the neighbourhood plan where we can. And I think they maybe should see other options. So I'm not to go with approval of this particular application.
Could I just ask what reasons you give for refusal?
So we should follow the neighbourhood plan.
That's not a material planning consideration, I don't think, is it, Mr. Rose?
I assume what Councillor Woodward's saying is that he feels the visual impact would be harmful, contrary to the policy in the neighbourhood plan.
Exactly, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Howe.
I really didn't want to speak on this one. It's one of those where you sit there and wonder. This morning we had a planning application that's contrary to the neighbourhood plan, massive planning application, contrary to the neighbourhood plan, and we waved that one through. This afternoon we've got one where the harm is tiny compared to this morning's, and we're going to say no to it. I get the principle, don't get me wrong, we should be supporting neighbourhood plans, absolutely. But the question comes is to what harm? And neighbourhood plans, like local plans, are all voted on, gone democratically and everything else, and we've ignored the local plan no end of times as well, because the betterment is the other side, if you get my meaning, So I'm struggling with this. I understand the local residents, I get it, but then there's the other side of it, is how big does the roof have to be and at what pitch for you to say no, Mr. Rose, if you get my meaning? It's every time there's an extra meter, is that the line? Another meter, is that line? Now, I know every application's done on its own merits and all the rest of it, but it's where do you draw the line? But regrettably, because I cannot see the harm, I shall be supporting this, but it goes against my principles. But at the same time, we need to be consistent with what we're saying. And if we say no to this, where the harm is virtually non-existent, but we're riding roughshod through other neighbourhood plans because the damage is far worse, then it makes a hypocrisy of what we're doing. But thank you anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt, anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm a great supporter of neighbourhood plans, and I want to support this plan. It would be helpful, though, if I could read the exact wording on the conditions attached to this neighbourhood plan provision. It's a great pity, though, that this can't be sorted out between the applicants and the local council. I'm sure there's room for manoeuvre on this, but I'm going to support the neighbourhood plan on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, it's like somebody said earlier on, in actual fact, if this was a conservatory, what would they do then? Would they want it tiled? I mean, it's just one of those unfortunate things. I mean, we have planning policies and sometimes we break them or we strain them. This is a neighbourhood plan policy, and I think here we've got to strain it and break it. So I'm in full support of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, yeah, can you take your hands down when you've spoken, please? Right, over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have before you a motion to recommend approval subject to the conditions as set out in the report. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Approve.
Councillor Pratt.
Against.
Councillor Rylance.
Against.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Against.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in support and 1, 2, 4 against. That's recommended for approval.
Thank you, Wendy. Right, agenda item 12, application 212523 full, Courtlands, Eden Vale Turf, Dulford, page 107. I'd like to welcome Mr. Percy, is it Percy? And Councillor Phil Skinner is the ward member.
Mr. Light, actually.
Sorry?
Mr. Light is the applicant.
Well, it says the agent is Mr. Percy.
Ah, sorry. Okay.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair, just sorry to interrupt. Mr. Ed has sent his apologies. He won't be attending to speak on this application.
Oh, okay then. Okay, thank you, Wendy. Right, over to you, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, Courtlands, or known as Edenvale Turf, near in Dulford. So we've got an application here for construction of a dwelling on this on the land edged in red, and it would be in place of one dwelling that's been approved as part of a prior approval for the site. So on this wider site here of Edenvale Turf, we granted under the prior approval process 3 dwellings, I think it was 2 up here and 1 down here, to be converted to residential under that prior approval process. They now want to swap one of those out. So come in with a legal agreement that means they wouldn't implement one of those, but instead they'd like to build a house on the site. And it's before you because it's got ward member support. So this is the location for the dwelling on the site with 2 parking spaces. Traditional dwelling, 2 floors, usual sort of bedroom layout, and there's the design of the dwelling. So what members might recall here from the history is there was a previous application that came before committee in July of 19, I think, which was making the same argument from the same applicant, but proposed a dwelling down here on this corner, which is a secondary or another access into this complex. So it's got an access off here, 1 down there. So they came in at the time and said they want to swap out one of those prior approvals to build a dwelling down here. That was refused by members on the basis of its location and harmful impact on the countryside. It's not the AONB, sorry, just on the countryside, and because of the distance it was from the main complex and where the original consents were. We've just received the appeal decision in relation to that, where the inspector has dismissed that appeal, raising concerns about the visual impact of the dwelling in this location down here, saying that got concerns about the fact that although you would swap out one consent or one dwelling consented for another, the old building would remain. So in effect, you are increasing the number of buildings in the area and therefore the impact on the countryside. So in effect, if you've got a building there, you could convert that building, don't build a new one and keep the retained building. And the inspector said that wasn't comfortable with the fact that the building that proposed to be replaced isn't in the location of the building that's to be swapped out. So in effect, if you've got a building here you're willing to give up the planning permission on, the inspector wasn't happy that they were giving it up and proposing a new dwelling quite a considerable distance away. So that's the dwelling, and this is the layout. So just off the complex of existing buildings in there. And they've also proposed as part of this consent to remove a porta cabin, if that's the right word, building that's on the site, a mobile home, sorry. So from that, you can see, you might just be able to see in this photo from the street, the mobile home. So roughly, or just to the side of that is where the new dwelling is proposed. So there's the mobile home to be removed, so the dwelling would be proposed just there. And then again, further up the road, the mobile home and the site. And this is further along towards the entrance towards the site. So as I say, it's a turf business at the moment. There's no landscape designation, and the applicants put this forward as a succession planning argument. So they want this new dwelling to be, I think it's for the daughter of the person that runs the current business on the site. And they've provided a UU, so a legal agreement with the application to swap out one of the dwellings that they've got consent for under the prior approval process to allow this house to be built. So in effect, if this house was allowed to be built, they would only be allowed to build 2 or convert 2 of the other 3 buildings, not the 3rd one. So what the report does in this instance is compares the proposal to those inspectors' findings. And the inspector found that the location of the dwelling down here was too far departed from the building that they were proposing to give up. And I think the same argument can be said here. Whilst it's closer to the site and it is immediately adjacent, it does run contrary to that inspector's view that if you're going to put a replacement dwelling on there, it should be on the same footprint, not in a different location. The inspector said that the removal of the mobile home in itself isn't enough justification to allow this dwelling, and retained concerns that although you are swapping out the ability to convert one of these buildings into a dwelling to allow this one to happen, that building still remains in its place. So in effect, you get a greater impact on the countryside because you're having more development. The other concern that's raised in the report is that the fallback position the applicant's relying on, so the conversion of these 3 dwellings, that the prior approval legislation that we've granted says that for that they have to be completed by July 22. So not the development started, but those conversion works have to be completed. And if they aren't completed by then, that consent falls away. So bearing in mind that those works haven't, I don't believe they've been started, let alone completed, the officers question whether there is actually going, once we get to next month, there isn't a fallback in place to allow this sort of swap of those consents, if you like. So in light of that, whilst this is a better solution to the site that was put forward previously down there, I think the applicants have now come up against the other concerns raised from the inspector in terms of not complying with policy H6, the visual impact from having a new building and the retained building, the removal of the mobile home not being enough, and their fallback position falling away next month, and unless they can somehow convert and complete those buildings into residential use within a month. So in light of that, the application is recommended for refusal. And I suppose what I should say is, in terms of succession planning, I think the inspector rightly pointed out, well, there's 3 buildings on here that can be converted. So if they want succession planning, the applicant can go and convert one of those buildings and live in them and continue to remain on site. So it's recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Right, Councillor Skinner, ward member, you have unlimited time.
Well, we won't go on that long, but because I think members will remember when we had the application. If I might, Chris, if you put your cursor up, and you did mention it a couple of times up to the top corner, there was an application that came into there previously, as members will probably may be able to remember. And I can very much remember when it was suggested that had they bought the so-called dwelling on that particular application down, excuse me, nearer the farm, they would have actually had much more of a chance, and members of this committee would be much more supportive. So the principles, I thought, were sort of geared in that way. And obviously one of the changes that is happened of since is, of course, that the time is moving on with the other 3 sites that have been gotten on the site, as Mr. Rose quite rightly pointed out, could be likely to fall away within next month. But that was never, for me, was always a bit of a faux pas for me, that in other words, somebody trying to get, and it happens many times, using one part of an argument to gain another. I think the real essence of what this is really all about, and again, it is succession development and in going forward, and the inspector saying, well, you know, as Mr. Rose pointed out, the inspector can't have it always, can he? If at the end of the day it's going to fall away, so it limits the strength to the arm to have a development in one way, you then have to argue the case to say, in succession planning terms, that, well, they could actually convert one of these others when actually they can't, can they? Because they're going to run out by the end of next month. And to be fair, this application has been going on for some while, and I've been on with our planning team as to where we were going to go forward. And they were waiting, of course, for the planning inspector to come up with this particular application of what he was going to say. And then obviously use whatever that would be in conjunction with support for how they think it'd be going forward. And it's a bit of an abdication of responsibility in one sense for my frustrated position as a ward member, because what I'm trying to do here is sort of get the story absolutely right. We've got 2 members of the family, a father that's running this very successful business, who want to stay in succession of this business and stay on site for 2 reasons. One is obviously the locality, and that's a sustainability aspect. The other one is for security. Now, the argument of security falls away because you can have cameras and you can have this and have that and all the rest of it from one aspect, but it's never quite the same as being on site. And I'm sure anybody would know that that would be exactly the same as anybody else would feel. So I'm actually very much supportive of this application on the basis it is a succession of the type of development, the type of business that's going on here for this family to stay together as a family and run a business in this family in an area that is really important to them. So I'm right behind this application to do this. There is a removal of a mobile home. There is a benefit in this way to keep it going, and it does keep the family together all on the same site. So that's why I'm very supportive of this. That's why I'm supportive of the fact what members suggested just over 12 months ago, or whatever it was, I forget what Mr. Rose said now, when the application up in the top corner came, when members actually suggested and said, had you brought it closer to the development, we would have been very supportive of this, and actually we're looking for that to happen. We've done that, or the applicant has done that. He's brought it very much closer. I have a removal of a mobile home as well, and it's in the place of thinking that perhaps that was going to give them the support that they needed. But things have moved on since then slightly regarding the applications running out, the 3 other applications on site. So that is rather unfortunate. But in some respects, I don't see that as a strength to the arm. I've always felt, why can't we put the cards on the table, say exactly what it is? It is succession planning here to keep these young people on the sites. Again, we had this argument earlier on, but to me, it's really, really important that we're looking after our young people to be able to work their farms or their businesses in this particular instance and stay within the family unit and look after one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt. Councillor Pratt.
Yes, sorry. I haven't got my hand up on this one, have I?
Your hand is up.
Oh, it should now. I forgot to put it down. Sorry.
It was up early on. Councillor Howe.
Thank you. I'm going to go along with the officer's report. I get what Councillor Skinner is saying, but succession planning, there's 3 properties they could have built on this on this farm, and they haven't. And the planning inspectorate has made the case very strongly of what they now need to do, and this doesn't comply with it. The planning inspector is quite right. You know, to be honest, if they'd come up with this planning application last time, they might have got away with it with the way the committee was feeling at the time. But now our hand has been strengthened. I think they need to go away and think again and possibly demolish one of the barns and build the house they want in its place, which is what the planning inspector seems to be advising. But the planning inspector has made it very clear. And I think we should be supporting the planning inspectorate because we need to stop this silliness of just building houses, buildings and everything else with no functional need warranted and against our policy. So I shall be moving the officer's recommendation as it is. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Yes, I'll second.
I'll second
Chair.
that too.
Ollie Davey.
Seconded and thirded. Yeah, you can't just swap out a permitted development and use it to justify a totally new house. We have had occasion where we have accepted that. I think we had one down at Limpston where they subsequently discovered that the building they wanted to convert wouldn't really sustain that. And we did allow a new build there. But
it fell down.
Yeah, this is not a replacement for an existing building. In fact, it's in addition to, and I certainly felt it was the principle of the thing last time, not where the application actually was. And I think I certainly wasn't one who suggested that bringing it closer to the existing complex would make it more acceptable. Permitted development is already allowing unrestricted development in the countryside against our local plan. So we certainly don't want to go adding to our woes there. So I'm absolutely in support of the officer's refusal. It's absolutely in line with the local plan. And we do not need to go driving any holes through it. There's no other justification for it.
Right, thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. So I completely agree with Councillor Howe and Councillor Davey. I will support the officer's report. The fact is the applicant has had the possibility to deliver 3 houses on this site and they haven't done it for whatever reason. But I just don't understand why they didn't seek a renewal of one of the applications if they wanted to do that, if that's what they wanted to do, because they've got 3 potential houses there. They don't need to be building in the open countryside and it is against our policies. So I will be supporting the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I know this site. I've driven past a few times, and to be fair, I would rather see a nice house built there than see this mobile home. The mobile homes put up in the countryside always seem to look very shabby and temporary. And if it's a difference of keeping somebody on site who's going to eventually take over running the business, I think it's a good idea to have a new home and get rid of the mobile home. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I mean, this has got a class Q on it, hasn't it? The barns. There's a site in Weston, Cross Hills Farm, that had 5 barns there. It's in open countryside, not in a built up area at all. There was 5 barns there that they got class Q on. And then planning, they came back to planning and they came in with 5 new properties on it in the open countryside, which planning accepted and passed. Not only did they pass it, they let them encroach more into the open countryside to get their 5 units in. And I can't see any difference between that particular application and the one that's in front of us today.
Thank you. And Councillor Woodward.
Just to say that there's a reference to the mobile home, but there's 3 properties which could be converted and the mobile home occupants could go into those. So that problem would be solved. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have the motion to refuse for the reason as set out in the report. When your name is called, please would you indicate whether you support the motion to refuse, whether you're against the motion to refuse, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Against the motion.
So you're against refusal?
That's right.
Sorry.
Yes.
Against supporting refusal. Okay. Councillor Davey.
Support refusal.
Support, thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Reluctantly support refusal.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support refusal.
Councillor Howe.
Support refusal.
Councillor Key.
Reluctantly support refusal.
Councillor Lawrence.
Against refusal.
Councillor Pratt.
Support refusal.
Councillor Rylance.
Support refusal.
Councillor Skinner.
Support. No, sorry, I'm against this. Yes.
Councillor Woodward.
Support refusal.
Councillor Ragg.
Support refusal.
Thank you. That's recommended for refusal.
Thank you, Wendy. Right, agenda item 13, application 220302, full minor application, Larkbeer Grange, Tellerton. It's page 107. Like to welcome Charlie Hutchings. He's the applicant. And Councillor Philip Skinner, you'll have unlimited time. So over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, application at Larkbeer Grange in Tallerton. There's the site on the screen for you, and it's an application for the construction of 2 detached buildings for holiday use. And this is in addition to existing holiday accommodation that's at the site. And it's before you as the officer recommendations contrary to the ward member. So you can see the red line here of the access into the site, past existing holiday accommodation, and then round into this corner of the field where 2 new units are proposed. So you can see there the existing buildings, holiday unit, and then access through the gate round the field to these 2 holiday pods, which look like so, fairly small, so about 39 square meters. You can see there sort of layout, lounge area, small kitchen, wet room, and the elevations. And this is an aerial just to show you the location and in relation to any settlements or services and facilities. And this is the site. So these are the photos of the site. This is where the proposed the 2 pods are proposed to be located. And then you can see back to the existing buildings and existing holiday accommodation. The driveway in that leads down then past here around the corner to the site. So in terms of the principle of development, obviously there are policies in the local plan that support tourism. There's policies in there, E5, that do support some new build in the countryside, but those policies seek to ensure that new accommodation is built close to a range of services and facilities. There are policies in there that allow the conversion of existing buildings to holiday accommodation in certain circumstances, but there aren't policies in there that allow new build holiday accommodation within the countryside, particularly not in locations like this, which are detached, that are nowhere near a built-up area boundary or those services and facilities needed to support everyday living. The local plan and the MPPF being written on the basis that we should be encouraging tourism, but equally we should be reducing the reliance on the car. So if we're going to have new build accommodation, it's either on existing large holiday parks, or it's located close to or adjoining a built-up area boundary where you can generally walk or cycle and get access to those range of services and facilities. Appreciating that people that come on holiday are likely to drive, but it's trying to minimize the need for them to do so. So from that point of view, the proposal is contrary to policies in the local plan. It's not a rural diversification proposal. It's not related to a farming practice, and there's no holiday park there, although there is the other holiday accommodation on the site. So the proposal is unacceptable in principle, given its isolated location. Saying that, the design and visual impact of the proposal is acceptable. There's no wider visual harm. There's some economic benefits from the proposal, obviously, to the increased tourism of the area, but those benefits are limited. They're 2 small holiday accommodations in an unsustainable location. So given its location, reliance on the car, no local plan policy to support, and given obviously our move to the climate change agenda, and this resulted in 2 holiday units in the countryside where there'd be reliance on the car, the application is recommended for refusal.
Thank you, Chris. And at the beginning of this application, I gave the wrong page number It was written down as 107, but in fact it's 119. Thank you. Right, to the applicant, Charlie Hutchings. Is he here?
Good afternoon. Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Welcome to the meeting.
Lovely. Thank you. My wife, Julia, and I, we're passionate about providing good quality accommodation for those with some form of disability, be it adults or children. We've had several guests say that it has been a fantastic break in their otherwise difficult circumstances. Whilst most guests staying do tend to go out for the day in their car, those with accessibility needs have to use a car. Able-bodied guests often use our bicycles or bring their own. Some have cycled as far as Torquay for the day. Guests seem very happy to walk to Wimpole Station to link up with other services in Exeter, even managing to travel by train, bus and ferry in one day. We have built up a very successful self-catering business over the last 7 years and are encouraged by the number of guests who have enjoyed the area so much that they return year on year. These new buildings will take only a small corner of the field, with cars parking in the existing area. The units are bespoke and designed to be fully accessible and close to Passive House environmental standards. They'll be served by our existing biomass boiler. Volunteering in the Tallaghton Community Shop keeps us closely in touch with the village, and guests are encouraged to take advantage of shopping, as we do, in the independent shops in Tallaghton, Wimpole and Ottery St Mary. Our development plans will help local employment. We are both employed full-time in the business, and we employ 2 people from Tallaghton on a part-time basis, so we need to increase their hours once the new buildings are up and running. Our plumber, electrician, tree surgeon and mechanic are all based in nearby villages. Since the pandemic, we have seen a greater demand for self-catering holidays where guests feel safer, and that is particularly important to the less abled. Additionally, we're all being encouraged to take holidays in the UK rather than travelling abroad. We are very hands-on and engage with all our guests. We are a registered and regulated business, and this is borne out by our many awards for both quality of service and compliance. We also take advice through our membership of the Institute of Hospitality. We realise this application does not tick all the planning and strategy policies boxes, but the case officer was supportive. The long-term benefit of allowing us to expand our already successful business with the knock-on effect of supporting not only the local economy, but supplying somewhere great to stay for those with particular needs that are seldom catered for in the mainstream holiday industry is surely something to be encouraged. We hope the councillors can recognise that the practical positives of our proposal outweigh the few policy negatives. Thank you for listening, and we hope you can make a positive decision today, but you are very welcome to visit the site and view the existing holiday business before making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchings. Councillor Skinner.
Well, how do I follow that? I think Mr. Hutchings has spoken very eloquently and put in everything really that needs to be said. I've been down there myself, and when you actually go back to the picture, if you go back to the picture, Chris, when that's it, that one there. If you go, if you just go from there, go straight up to the building, that's that wee arrow, just go to your left. Are you able to just go up to the left?
I can't move the picture.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, anyway, the one, if you look straight up, there's a field between that and there. That's my house. I'm sat in there, looking in there now, looking. I'm actually, if I turn around, I can look down across the field. So the only person who would see any part of all this building at all would be me, and it certainly doesn't affect me, and it doesn't affect what these good people are doing. I went down to see this site and went in to see the unit that they built back a while. And if you go on, Chris, a little bit to the other units that they built, which was really quite interesting. That's it. That's the one. So when we look at the plan just now with the trees and that, what you're actually looking at is this unit here is really quite low. The facilities they put on are just absolutely fantastic, particularly for people with disabilities. And the reason why people come back to this site is because they are offering facilities which are not necessarily offered in many other places. So the idea of people going here, not only use it for holidays, but also people are using it for respite. and it's really important, this. So the bit when you see the trees and then you see it just those two buildings at the other side of the fence, it's this little bit of garden here, and it's literally the wooden fence that you see here that's in front of you on this particular picture. As it goes around, it just goes around in a square. I don't know if you, yeah, that's it. Yeah, it just goes around the square. So that's the garden, what it is. It's literally just the other side of that fence. Makes absolutely no harm to anybody else. Nobody can see it. Well, the only person who can see it actually would be me if I look through the hedge, and I certainly don't have any qualms about it in what these good people are trying to achieve. It's two small units that is actually going to work conducively with the other unit as well. So when some people come, they can come with bigger families and they can come and move in. What the applicants are doing here is doing something that is quite unique. And if you see the awards that they've been given and the excellence in which they provide this service, then you'll actually see the quality of what it is. And I certainly wouldn't want to be in a position where this application was refused. I would sooner do that if people had any reservations, that they would come along and look at the site. Because I'm telling you now, if you turn up and see the site, you would actually say, oh yeah, I get it. And you'd understand what it is. And I certainly wouldn't want that opportunity to be lost. So where is the applicant, the recommendation is going for refusal? I would dearly like to see that we go for, I would like to see an approval of this application in the very way that these people are doing this, making this application go forward. If there's any reservations from people going and having a look, then let's go and have a look if that's what you want to do. And I am absolutely convinced that if you went and saw this particular application, that you would actually see all the benefits that it brings and the benefits it brings for people that are in a certain particular type of disability. When we talk about the use of the car, lots of people come here, not all, and I'm not saying all, but lots of people come here absolutely do need the car, and they do need that for those particular reasons. When people come here for respite, the beautiful scenery that we have around in that particular area gives opportunity for people to actually take on board the area that we look after within our countryside, and the area, and take in the beauty of what it is. If we're not retaining these areas as well for people to take benefit of, this is absolutely an ideal scheme that I feel I want to give 100% behind in supporting what they're trying to do. They're offering something quite different, they're offering something quite unique, and they're offering opportunity for some people that not this opportunity necessarily comes along every day. So I'm very supportive of this application, and I would like to hear what other members have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Rose, please. Mr. Rose, in the papers it says it offers full disabled access, but there's nothing further about people with disabilities. Now, I think that can be a bit of a distraction, because, correct me if I'm wrong, that's not a material planning consideration, is it?
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, I don't want to undermine everything that the applicant is doing there in terms of providing these holidays for the people that are going there. But yeah, it's a difficult one, because we can't condition, we can't enforce who the applicant lets their holiday accommodation to. So whilst I'm sure the applicant has good intention and wants to do that, it's not something we can give an awful lot of weight to, because it's not something we can control. If the applicant sold the site tomorrow and somebody else came in and just let it on the open market, we that would be fine. So whilst I appreciate what the applicant's doing, yeah, in planning terms, it's difficult. We just have to consider it as holiday accommodation that anybody can go and stay in, because that's what the consent would be.
Thank you for that. That's clarified what I was already thinking. Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Rose. I think this is an excellent application, and I would like to support it. I think what is being done there already is really attractive and amazing, and it is, as I understand it, I haven't been to see the site, to be absolutely honest, but from reading the paperwork, is offering opportunities to some people that may not be able to use other facilities. And I think it's important, with us being a tourist industry, that we do offer facilities for everyone, and we have to be inclusive. So I would like to support this application, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you getting Mr. Rose to clarify this, because I was somewhat swayed by the type of accommodation that was being offered here. And I kind of appreciate that if people are disabled, they're probably going to have to travel by car anyway. And if they've come for the surroundings, they perhaps don't want to travel that far in any case. But as Mr. Rose has pointed out, while the applicants may have wonderful intentions, we cannot condition that, and therefore we are simply permitting holiday accommodation to be built in the open countryside. And that is against the provisions of our local plan. So despite the very worthy intentions, I find myself unable to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think if we can look at the building that's already there, it seems to be clear that that is supporting disabled or people with difficulty with accessibilities and other impairments. And I think we should be able to encourage such holidays, accommodation for them in the countryside. There may be a risk that it could be sold on at some future date, but I think we should take the opportunity to take that risk and see what happens. But I think we should do what we can to allow additional accommodation of this type on this existing facility. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers. We haven't yet had a proposal and it hasn't been seconded.
I'll propose it, Chair. Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Councillor Lawrence.
I'll second it.
So were they proposing, sorry, what are they proposing?
I don't know.
They proposing support for the application or,
Yes,
or recommendation? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm proposing support, and I think Rich is doing the same.
I'm proposing support.
Okay. Chair.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Howe.
It's one of those things, and I've got to make my mind up which way I'm going to go on this one, but it's really frustrating, I suppose. Our neighbourhood plan, our plan is our piece of document we need to work with. Neighbourhood plans below that were supposed to give these opportunities to local residents. But it seems Tallaghton, I don't know why, Councillor Skinner possibly could answer, hasn't done that, because that could have allowed us to easily approve this. And it just seems disappointing when neighbourhood plans are not being developed or haven't been developed in areas who are then supporting things. Well, there's a route there to allow this sort of thing, and it's called a neighbourhood plan. So I'm struggling with this, whether I go for or against it. But as I say, there is a policy way that people can actually shape their communities, and they need to grasp it if they're not doing it.
Thank you. Valid point. Councillor Skinner, you want to come back?
Only quickly, just to answer Councillor Howe's view, and his view was about supporting the neighbour plan, and I do understand that, Councillor Howe, but Tallaghton for some reason just hasn't done that, and find it very difficult to do, which has been encouraged, but anyway, they've not done it, and that's that. I have no more to say on that.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. Feeling like a broken record here. Neighbourhood plans are definitely the way ahead with this kind of situation. It's outside our local plan, and I can't possibly support it on that basis. However, the neighbourhood plan can be revised. So what I would urge is for everybody in Tallaghton to get involved in the next revision of the neighbourhood plan, and actually make it work for their community. It's not a neighbourhood plan that's put together by the parish council. It's a neighbourhood plan put together by the entire village. And so if people think that they want to have more holiday accommodation of this kind in their village, then that's what they need to put into their neighbourhood plan. It's a neighbourhood plan isn't, it's about shaping your community. It's not about resisting development. And if you want to shape your community, then you take part. Simple.
Thank you. I think Mr. Rose would like to come back.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, really just to say to the mover and seconder that we do need reasons for their recommendations. So and it's obviously the proposal is obviously contrary to the local plan. So I need those planning reasons as to why this proposal is acceptable. And in particular, to be able to draw out why this proposal would be acceptable and why anybody else with a holiday accommodation in the district can't also build 2 holiday lets in a field next to their house. So I need something that sets this apart from all those other holiday accommodations that we've got across the district, so that this doesn't send a message out. Well, and I'm not undermining what the applicant does, but that you can come in and make a case such as this, and we can allow these everywhere. So I do need that justification. Thank you.
Right, proposer seconder.
Well, I'm against the refusal on the basis that we need this type of accommodation in the countryside to cater for people who can't go to the normal tour bays and everywhere else for their holidays because they have special reasons. And I'm sure these people provide it. I'm not sure it's a planning reason. But I think it's a humanitarian reason that we should allow it.
I'm sorry, Councillor Lawrence.
You've already been told by Mr. Rose that it's not a material planning consideration. It's been thrown into the mix, if you like, but it's really not a planning matter. Mr. Rose wants real reasons, sound reasons, as to why this should be an exception and allowed. Now, he needs to have those reasons.
I'm sure Mr. Rose can give us some reasons. I haven't got my planning book with me.
No, I'm sorry. You're putting forward that you want this approved. You give him the reasons. It's not for officers. Officers have made their recommendation to refuse this. It's up to you to argue against that and say why it should be approved. It's not up to Mr. Rose.
Mr. Rose would give us some inclinations to why it should be accepted.
No, you're saying you want it approved. Tell him why you want it approved.
We should be supporting tourism in the country.
But that's against your own policy. That's against your own local plan.
So you're anti-tourism, are you?
I think the question, Councillor Brown, is why are we supporting tourism on this particular site? Why this particular scheme? We do support tourism, but the local plan doesn't support it in this location. So what is it about this scheme that makes you want to support it? Bearing in mind, we can't take into account the disability benefits that the applicant currently has in their unit.
Well, most people want to support because of the disability aspect it offers.
It's not about
it offers those sort of things. Why should we penalise against them?
It's nothing to do with that at all. Disability in this instance is not a material planning consideration. You can't use it. So give Mr. Rose a reason as to why this should be approved. And I don't think you can. And you can't ask Mr. Rose to come up with reasons why it should be. Officer's recommendation is to refuse.
I thought as a committee,
do your work for you.
I thought as a committee we could go against the officer's decision.
Well, you can,
and make our decision as a committee, and this is what I proposed. But if the vote goes against it, obviously it goes against it.
It goes against planning policy. It goes against the local plan. You haven't given him a reason why this particular application in this location should be approved. Now, either you find the reason, or you're opening the floodgates for future such development in the open countryside.
Well, I don't see that we are, because we would look at it each application on its own merits, and this has great merit. And I'm just saying,
I could possibly assist, Chair.
The fact that people with disabilities go there, that's been thrown into the mix. Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. If I could assist, Councillor Lawrence, as you have read the reports from previous applications, the officers who are supporting planning permission, supporting recommendations to grant planning permission, have used planning policies to back up those reasons to approve. Yeah. Now, in this report, they've given you planning policies reasons to refuse. If you want to go against those recommendations, you have to draw out a planning policy reason to approve the planning permission.
Absolutely.
Not just a generic reason, because as explained by Chris Rose, what you are granting is not solely planning permission for a disabled facility. No. You are granting holiday accommodation across the whole broad spectrum of whoever may be going to book the accommodation. So you need to draw out a particular planning policy reason as to why you wish this site and this application to be granted permission.
Well, can I speak, Chair, please? I've had my hand up for some while.
I think you're muted. You're muted, Chair.
So I can't see. Sorry, did you hear what I said, Chair?
I didn't.
I said, could I possibly speak? I've had my hand up for a while.
Yeah, I didn't have the hands, the electronic hands on. They're on now. Yes, go on.
Okay. Thank you. So if one wants to look at what is happening in the emerging plan, and I don't think Mr. Rose can would certainly object to the fact that what is with an existing policy, and also what can be taken weight with an emerging plan as it comes forward. And if we look at the emerging plan of strategy 33 as an example, the promotion of tourism in East Devon, and it's here within this report, and it seeks to support and facilitate high quality tourism that promotes a year-round industry and is responsive to changing demands. Now that is part of what this particular application is. However, it states that growth should be sustainable and not damage the district's natural assets. Well, I think that is what the debate will be, and that is what the decision making will be if members decide to go against that and have a vote on that, because that's the issue that's there. Whilst this offers more support for development proposed, again, it does not explicitly support such development. So the support is there within strategy 33 if you mind to be how you want to carry how that's going to be said. And you can actually use strategy 33 in this particular instance for a level of support, because it actually uses the word does not explicitly. Now, explicitly means it's down to this specific site is what they're actually terming this at. But if you take the grey area, and that is the area of strategy 33, and you happen to start with it seeks to support and facilitate high quality tourism that promotes year-round industry, that this site absolutely does that. So you can actually use, if you want, the definition of this policy as strategy 33, and I'll ask Mr. Rose whether or not he actually thinks he sees it in that light. But that is one reason that the recommendation that's been put forward and proposed and seconded, that they could use strategy 33 as an example to get you over line if that's where you want to be. And that's an example of a promotion of that particular site. Mr. Rose, sorry, Chair, through you. I've just asked Mr. Rose for a clarification on that particular point, if I may.
Through you, Chair. So,
Mr. Rose,
that strategy 33 in the local plan, which is a strategy with, and then there's policies that fall off that, and there's no policies that fall off that support holiday accommodation in this location. I appreciate this is going to be high quality tourism that promotes a year-round industry. But it also goes to say tourism growth should be sustainable. And for the reasons I've outlined, I can't say that this site is sustainable. Now, if you were to apply that strategy to justify this case, why couldn't anybody else in the district with a holiday accommodation come in and make the same argument and say, oh, I'll put 2 pods in a field next to my holiday accommodation because I'll comply with strategy 33. So I need more than that. I need what it is about this scheme in planning terms that makes you go against planning policy. And the reason I haven't come in with any is because I can't think of any. I'm afraid I can't help you on this because I'm struggling with that justification, because the local plan is clear in terms of not allowing this sort of holiday accommodation in this location.
Thank you. Councillor Howe, please.
Yeah, I'm going to put my stick to the mast, or whatever you want to call it. I cannot in any shape or form see a way of allowing this to go ahead.
No.
I actually support Mr. Rose in what he's just said. And this is partly why I said about a neighbourhood plan. That could possibly do it. But the current planning policies cannot differentiate this site from any other throughout any other aspect of East Devon. And that is the fundamental problem. Unless you come up with a particular reason why this one site should be treated differently from any other countryside location, we've got to refuse it. Pure and simple. There are no grounds for approval. And I'm sorry about that, because I think there are real grounds why it should be approved, but not in policy terms. So we just can't do it.
No.
And we need to get to grip with this and make our decision. Sorry.
Thank you. Now, I'm not sure whether we've had I've got lost in all of this, whether we've had a proposal or not.
Chair, you have a proposal by Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Brown, but the reasons have not been articulated as to why we're going against officer recommendation or against or why this particular application should be granted permission.
No. So what do we do from here? Do we go to the vote on that?
I think Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Brown need to clarify their position.
Well, they haven't been able to.
Well,
I've got a planning book in front of me to be able to read up and come back with a reason at the moment.
Councillor Lawrence?
Well, reluctantly, if them's the rules, I'll have to withdraw my proposal, won't I?
So that proposal's been withdrawn. Do we have another proposal?
Yes, Chair. I'm happy to propose refusal as per officer's recommendation.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Key, you wanted to come back, did you? Oh, no. Wait a minute. Before you do, can I just ask Councillor Rylance if she'd like to add anything as seconder?
No, nothing more than what I added earlier about there is possibility to do it through a revision of the neighbourhood plan if that's the will of Tallaghton, but under current policy we can't grant it.
Well, that's the people of Tallaghton. So we've had a proposal. It's been seconded. Over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Right, members, you have before you a motion to recommend refusal for the reason as set out in the report. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend refusal, whether you're against the recommendation to refuse, or whether you're abstaining from the vote? Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Against the recommendation.
Councillor Davey.
Support refusal.
Councillor De Saram.
With great reluctance, recommend refusal.
Councillor Gazzard.
Reluctantly go with refusal.
Councillor Howe.
Reluctantly refusal.
Councillor Key.
Reluctantly refusal.
Councillor Lawrence.
Against.
Councillor Pratt.
Refusal.
Councillor Rylance.
I support refusal.
Councillor Skinner.
Against.
Councillor Woodward.
Abstain.
Councillor Ragg.
Support refusal.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in support of refusal, 3 against, 1 abstention. So that's recommended for refusal.
Thank you, Wendy. Agenda item 15, application 220549, full application, The Gardens, Black Horse, Exeter, page 155. We have just a board member here. So over to you, Mr. Rose, to present your report.
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, the land called the Gardens at Black Horse.
I do apologise, Chair, but I believe you're the ward member. Oh,
not
no.
not this one.
No, apologies all.
I'm the ward member for here.
Yes. So application at the Gardens, as you can see on the site here, so it's this land edged in blue, and it's an application for construction of 3 bungalows, and it's before you because it's a departure. So we're in the countryside, we're outside the built-up area boundary, and you can see that they're proposing an access through the adjoining development. And the adjoining development was a site that was granted a committee last year for 2 dwellings as a departure, given the sustainable location of the site. So there'll be 2 dwellings in here, using the access from that to come into this development site here. And to say there's not on your report, but there's been, since the report was published, there's comments from the parish council who are saying that if this area is going to come forward to development, they would rather it be master planned. They're concerned about additional traffic on the lane here, which is also a pedestrian and cycleway. Yeah, so they are opposed to the development. So this is the adjoining site and the location site, and this is the layout. So we've got the dwellings, the 2 bungalows that were approved at committee last year as a departure. So you'd come in, they get their access, and then you'd link through to these 3 further bungalows on the site. And there's the aerial of that, so you can see the site in its wider context. And we've got development happening up here, and we've got applications in on this site as well. And just to give you an idea in its location in planning policy terms, so the site is located down here where my cursor is. The big red here, 027, is the science park, and then we've got the yellow and the grey are housing allocations of being built out, consented for 1,500 houses plus sports pitches and a local centre. So you can see from that slide where the site is located that although at the time of the local plan being adopted, there was no built up area boundary, it's now, or it will be very sustainably located next to the science park and those 1,500 houses and the sports and local centre that's being brought forward there. So these are the designs, bungalows to mirror the designs of the bungalows next door that were approved at committee, and the sections just to show the levels of the site slightly lower. And you can see the landscaping on the site to be retained. This is the access point coming in here. So up here, past those bungalows and into the site there, which looks like so. So in terms of the principle of development, there's no local plan support. So we then come on to, are there any other material planning considerations that would lead to support of the proposal? And as with the 2 bungalows that next door, it's the location of the site in this instance, as I say, close to those services and facilities of those 1,500 houses, those employment facilities. And then you can also see its connection to the science park and what was the intermodal site that's being built out for employment. Plus, you've got all the cycle and bus routes into Exeter. So from that point of view, the site is now very sustainably located, got the good cycle and pedestrian and bus links. And given that the adjoining site was considered to be sustainable, it's only logical that we make the same recommendation with this site. The site is quite well screened by trees. There's bungalows proposed, so there's no wider visual impact. As I mentioned, there is a concern about, or the concerns raised about increased traffic on this lane. So this serves the properties only and then turns into a foot and cycleway. Appreciate there'll be 3 more dwellings off of this access, but it's not considered that those 3 in themselves are going to cause a highway safety concern to an extent that could justify refusal of permission. So in light of that, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Rylance, you have unlimited time.
I won't need unlimited time, Chair. Thank you. So last year I spoke on the application for the neighbours to these this application, the two bungalows that have gone up. So members may be aware that the main cycle route from Cranbrook to Exeter passes that is that road. So it used to be an open road, and it's now being essentially redesignated as a cycle track. And particularly in the evening, when people are commuting back from Exeter, they are flying down that hill at quite a lick. And so the concerns that I have right now about increasing the number of houses on this lane are essentially to do with visibility and to do with whether people can see cyclists coming, because the priority now has been given to cyclists, and adding more and more houses along this road is going to make it increasingly hazardous for the cyclists who actually do have the priority here. I was wondering if we can condition it any further, really, with to make the visibility split at the bottom there even more relevant, or maybe some signage to cause people to look in both directions really carefully before they pull out. How can I put this? So I was okay about the first two bungalows because we do need more single level living in Broadclist, but I'm beginning to be concerned about the number that are coming forward. And I understand that in policy terms that can't really be a consideration. And for all the reasons that Mr. Rose has already been through, this will become a very sustainable location quite soon. However, the problem remains with this cycle track. It's not a problem. The cycle track is brilliant. It's perfect. It channels people straight into the centre of Exeter across the motorway, but the priority has to be for the cyclists along there and the pedestrians. And that road already serves what's now about 23 houses. Do we really want to add more and more and more? Because there's still land available a little bit down the road. So we need to really carefully consider whether that's something we want to do. And I don't know whether that's a material planning consideration, but I would ask the committee to think very carefully about how we go about this. Because we don't want tragedies, especially if they're avoidable at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleanor. Highways didn't make any comment on that, did they, Chris? But would it be worth getting this to maybe the HATOC, Highways and Traffic Orders Committee of a county council?
So through you, Chair, I think that Devon County didn't comment because they've already commented on the two that were there and were happy with the visibility display that was put in there, and they don't have concerns about the additional traffic. I think I understand Councillor Rylant's point, and I think it's going to become the point that those people that live there and use it should know that there's cyclists and pedestrians, and hopefully will be wary of that when they're using the road. I don't think there's much else we can do. I think it's probably then for Devon County as the highway authority, when they're doing the upgrade to those lanes, to do something to prioritise or make it difficult for those vehicles, or slow them down and make the priority for the for the cyclists and pedestrians. But I don't think we can do anything with this application for a further 3 dwellings now.
No. Councillor Mike Howe.
Yeah, thank you. I recommend approval as per officer's recommendation. I fully concur with what's just been said for highways. The access is there, it's determined. 3 more houses on a dead-end road. It's a through road for cyclists. It's a dead-end road for anyone else. You're never going to win any appeal on that because the access is suitable. And all the other reasons. So, yep, approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second that. Yeah.
Who was that? Was that
Skinner?
Right. Thank you. Do you want to speak?
No. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Desarum, anything to add?
I'll just say that it is absolutely, as Councillor Ryland said, important to respect cyclists and cycling routes. And at page 162, we are quite clear that the bungalows themselves will be of appropriate modern design and form and the proposed materials are considered to be appropriate in the context of the surrounding development. So for those reasons, I think we should approve as per the recommendation. Thank you.
It's also important for cyclists to respect pedestrians. Councillor Davey.
Absolutely, Councillor. Yes, I Funnily enough, I drove up that road the other day. I did turn off up Mosshane Lane, so I didn't go as far up as this. But there is already signage saying that it is a cycle route, so I think motorists are aware of cyclists. And with there being 23 houses already, I can't see that another 3 is going to make an awful lot of difference. There's good visibility there, and I think this is just something people who live in that area are going to have to be aware of, that it is a cycle route and they're going to have to be mindful of that. So I'm quite happy to support.
Thank you. And Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I regularly use this route on my bike. It is quite steep going down the hill, and people do get up to, well, what can be called dangerous speeds on their bikes going down. But I think it's like you said, and other speakers have said, cyclists, pedestrians and motorists all have to be aware of each other. And it's just a question of slowing down a little bit just to make sure you don't hit somebody, really. But I mean, it's quite safe, but you've got to be respectful of other users. Thank you.
You're muted, Chair. Or have you disappeared?
No, I believe Councillor Ragg is still in the room, but remains muted. Councillor Ragg?
Sorry, I got distracted. Somebody's in hospital. Sorry. Are we in the vote?
No, you haven't taken us to the vote yet. I can't see any more hands up. We're ready for you to take us to the vote.
Over to you then, Shirley. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's fine. Right, members, you have a recommendation to approve. However, there are 2 limbs to this recommendation. And firstly is to adopt the appropriate assessment forming part of the report. And secondly, to approve subject to the conditions as set out in the report. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote.
Councillor Brown.
Support the recommendation.
Councillor Davey.
Support the recommendation as written.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Howe.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Rylance.
Regretfully support. I have concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That's unanimous. So that's recommended for approval.
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. Right. Now I have to seek a chair for the next application, as it is in the ward that I represent, and also Councillor Davey. So I'd like to appoint Councillor Tony Woodward as acting vice chair. All right, chair, vice chair. If members are in agreement, please can you use your green ticks or red if you're against it. It's only the one application.
I have 11 votes in support, so Councillor Tony Woodward is acting vice chair.
Over to you then, Tony.
Very much. Nice to see no red ticks or crosses. Agenda item 19, it's application number 22/0216/COU minor. It's the Beach Gardens in Exmouth, and it's on page 215 of our papers. Or we'll ask Mr. Chris Rose to give his report, please.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, as you said, this is Beach Gardens, Exmouth, so down on the seafront, and it's an application for temporary change of use of the land for an observation wheel for a 28-metre high observation wheel. So as I say, for 3 years. And members will know that there's been a couple of previous consents on the site, temporary consents here for this wheel, dating back to 2017. The application's here because East Devon District Council are the applicants and the landowner. So yeah, it's down on Beach Gardens, the same place it was located previously off the Esplanade. And here's some of the images of the wheel as it was before. And there, yeah, images people will know where we are on the seafront on this site down by the Esplanade. So it's 28 meters in height, as I said, and it's for 3 years. So for the summers, spring to September this year, next year, and 2024. It's a prominent location, but it's been in place, as I say, most summers since 2017. It's been a massive tourism benefit for the area. I think there were about 12,000 visitors or users of it each year. There is a visual impact, but hopefully, but you can see that we're quite a distance from those residential properties there, the closest ones away, many meters away. So there's no concern about any visual impact. And as I say, the wheel's been there before, and it is for a temporary consent anyway. So there's no wider amenity concerns given those distances involved. So given it's been previously consented, given that there's no new harm and the tourism benefits, it is recommended for approval. I do appreciate that this is, I think this will be the 3rd temporary consent we've granted on here, and we should only be granting temporary consents a couple of times at most. But the reason we're comfortable allowing a further temporary consent is because of the regeneration of Exmouth and that being unresolved at the moment. So we think that's suitable justification to allow this further temporary consent while those matters get resolved. So recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I don't believe there's any objecting speakers apart from the ward members. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm fully in support of this. I think it's a great feature to have on the seafront. It very clearly signals from a distance that it's a tourist seaside location and very popular, as we've heard. I should, Wendy, could you just note that I did some time ago get a letter of objection to the sighting of the wheel, and actually wasn't to do with this application. It was to do with the fact that of the wheel being there previously, but I have been lobbied on its position before, but it was by somebody in Louisa Terrace, and as Chris has pointed out, that is a fair distance away. In fact, I went down and stood on the seafront and looked up, pretty much as the photograph you were just looking at, and yeah, that one. You can see the distance. I mean, this is from the beach, but even from where the wheel would be sighted, it is quite a distance up to those properties, and so I'm very happy to support this.
Thank you, Ollie. Councillor Ragg.
Thank you. Well, I got a recollection of somebody writing to me. I can't remember when it was, about people going on the wheel, somebody in Louisa Terrace, people going on the wheel with cameras to take photos of his partner as she was sunbathing on the balcony. I don't think that's what the wheel is used for primarily, but that's the only thing. So I welcome it. I didn't think to begin with that it would work very well because there was hardly anybody using the wheel. But apparently they're back again, so it must be financially viable. So no problem with this one at all. It's quite popular, I think, now.
Thank you, Eileen. Going to committee, Councillor Desarum.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think, as everyone has said, it's going to give a massive boost to tourism, and it will bring us into line with other similar towns that have the wheel. And I think it can only be good, and hopefully people will gain lots of enjoyment over the summer for it. You know, I wish everyone a very successful tourist season ahead. So I have no hesitation in joining everyone else to recommend approval for this. Thank you.
Is that a proposal, Bruce?
Only if the ward member isn't going to, but yes, I'll propose it. But obviously, if the ward member wishes to, I'm happy to defer to them.
Well, they're outside at the moment.
Oh, well, I'll propose it then. In that case, I'll propose it to Councillor Woodward. Thank
you. Councillor.
I'll second that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to speak further?
No, I think everything's been said.
Councillor Skinner.
Sorry, no, it's all been said. As long as it's proposed and seconded, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I really welcome this. But could I just ask Chris a question? In the Town Council's submission, they did raise concerns about the use of a diesel generator. Is there any possibility over the 3 years that they might consider changing over to something else? It's just a question, please.
Yeah, and actually on that, I believe that's been followed up by our colleagues in environmental health. I think they have been talking to the applicant about that and about whether they can come up with something less noisy and less polluting. So outside of planning, I believe that is being followed up with environmental health. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, Shirley, we've got a seconder and proposer and second.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have a motion to recommend approval with the conditions as set out in the report. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, support the recommendation for approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support recommendation to approve.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Howe.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support.
Councillor Pratt.
Support.
Councillor Rylance.
Support.
Councillor Skinner.
Support.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That's recommended for approval.
Right, thank you. And thanks to Councillor Woodward for stepping in.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, we go to our last item now. Agenda item 20, application number 220601, full application, minor, High Northcott Farm, Blackborough, Clumpton, and that's on page 224. And we have the two ward members, Councillor Brown and Councillor Key. So over to you, Mr. Rose, to present your report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so High Northcott Farm, this is the location here in Reds. We've got the farm building here and the access down and the location for a small general purpose lean-to agricultural extension. And the application's here because the applicant is related to a member. And it's on this part of the site here, so it's extension to an existing store. So in elevation form, this is the existing store here. So it's this extension that goes on the side. And again, down here, it's this lean-to. So relatively small in area, 9 meters by 6 meters. And it's proposed to store dry fodder, straw and machinery in relation to the wider holding. And so that's the existing barn that's there. So basically it's a small lean-to off the side here on this small area. So just off the side here, keeping away from those trees. So it's forward of this tree, coming back about halfway along the building there. So in terms of policy D7, there needs to be a need for the building, and they've demonstrated that through the need to dry fodder, store and machinery. There's no wider visual harm. The building is screened from wider distance. so you can't see it from anywhere. It's a good design. It will protect that tree is protected and using the same access as existing, no heritage harm. So in light of that, the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Ward members, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason the application is in front of us today is because it's a relative of a councillor. And if I can just put it for approval, that's all I can say.
Right, Councillor Key.
No problem there. It's just a little extension on the side of the shed, and I'm happy to second the approval.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. So a quick question, because there's very obviously a very lovely mature veteran oak there. Are the tree officers on the case about protecting the root system of this oak? Because obviously it's not going back as far as the oak, but is it going to be nudging the canopy, in which case it might impinge on the oak?
So as you can see, they've set the building in from the back there, and that is to protect both the canopy and the root system of the tree. So that's the reason there's the step in the back of the building. So we're confident that they're protecting both.
But has the tree officer been involved as well?
No, I think it's just us from going out on site and assessing it. And the part of that reason is because we're down to one tree officer. So that's being spread a bit thin, but we're confident from having been out there and looked where the spread of the root is and where the canopy is, that this tree is going to be protected.
Okay. Right, there are no other speakers, so over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Final time today, members. We have a motion to recommend approval with the conditions as listed in the papers. When your name is called, please would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Support the recommendation for approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support approval.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Howe.
Support.
Councillor Key. Councillor Key.
Sorry, I was muted. Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Rylance.
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you, and I can confirm that one is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Wendy. That brings our meeting to an end, and I'd like to thank everyone, including members of the public, for their attendance, and to officers for their help, and to members. It's been a very interesting meeting. Can I remind you that until the Democratic Services team confirm that live streaming and recording has stopped, you can still be seen and heard, and any